start this way by asking you to approve the slate.
Can I add one more thing? I'm sorry.
Please do.
Prior to submitting the commissioner's report, it's important to note that I sent the same report out to the police department, the fire department. They both had no issues. There are no outstanding business licenses, no delinquent money owed to the town. So we double check all of those aspects as well.
That was a good addition. Thank you for that. You're welcome. Members of the board?
I do have one
I
question.
can see.
Without naming the businesses, I just wanted to ask, a couple of them did have violations, and these are state violations when they
Correct.
do their tests. And one of them says 1-day suspension on 11/4/19. I assume that happened, and was imposed by the state itself.
It comes from the state, so I would also assume that that happened. I don't follow up on everything
Yeah.
that
Oh,
the
sure.
state does.
But that's normally what that would mean, right?
Yes.
That one, to me, is clear. But another one that says, second violation hyphen $300 administrative penalty or 3-day suspension of license. I'm not sure if that means that that was imposed or will be imposed or could be imposed. Do you have any clue? Because it kind of affects my feelings whether or not we should have them.
Right,
come before
that's
us.
the letter from the DLC to them that I get a copy of. It says on June 4th, 2019 at 4:17 p.m. an alcohol beverage sale was made to an underage person at your licensed premise. Our records indicate that this is the second violation detected during an alcohol compliance test. Second offense is $300 administrative penalty or 3-day suspension of license. That's, I mean, it says more to it, but that's
Right.
the bulk of it. And so I don't know, I think that they might give them the choice, but I'm not positive as to how that works. I don't know if, okay.
Okay.
I was saying, 1 second, Ivan.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Is there anybody else on the board? First, Ivan, hold on 1
Yeah.
sec. David?
Yeah, I think it's valuable to have the people who have had a problem over the year come in and explain to us what they're doing. We're the commissioners, we're the only people that they really have to explain to. And especially the one you just cited, Tim. We definitely like to hear from them, but I don't think that we should just, because one's in education and maybe that's less important. It's not, probably, it wouldn't be less important if that person then made a mistake and sold to a minor, it'd be the same thing. So I would like to have them come in and explain what steps they took to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Anybody else on the board want to speak before I go to Ivan out in the community?
I just want to concur with David that I would like to see
Okay.
those entities that have had citations.
Okay. Anything you want to say before I call on Ivan? Ivan? Introduce yourself.
My name's Ivan Hennessy. I work at Saxon's River Distillery. So I go through the state training program every couple of years, and I have to admit it's been a couple of years, but my understanding is that the suspensions happen immediately. So if there's a violation found, generally they shut you down from that moment on until the suspension is over. So it's probably already taken place. I have to admit that I'm pleased never to have experienced that one.
Yeah.
But that's my recollection from the training that I took.
I trust your judgment on that because I know that you've been doing this and you're pretty focused on details, so thank you for that. Cassandra, come on up and introduce yourself.
I'm Cassandra Holloway. I'm representing Building a Positive Community. We've also been known as Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition. In the past, we've also been included in the last few years until this year to be part of that conversation of like who's been kind of coming up so that we can give our input. So I was able to look into it myself. But in the future, it'd be nice just to be added to it because I have things like what trainings they've gone to and such. So what I will say is the one that did not get an ID violation, the one that was like somebody hadn't gotten trained.
Yep.
They had 5 people come to an on-site training that we had with the DLC. So
Okay.
the other 3 that had violations, none of them came to the training. They did do online training. I don't know if all their staff did or the staff who violated, who didn't check the ID was able to do it. I don't know who it was, but I know that they at least did the online training.
Okay.
But it would be really useful for them to do a on-site training, and I have a couple here. So I'll just show you kind of what we send to all of the 74 that we have, 74 liquor licenses in Brattleboro. So they does cost $25, but it costs $25 to do it online too. We do staff enhancement trainings as well with Steve Waldo, who's a prior DLC training. That's more specific to them, so it's really good for staff who struggle with saying no or like understanding what to do. It's a lot more about what they need versus the full gamut. Sometimes it was more for owners and managers. I'll give you some more of this information later. And those who do pass, we do send them out letters just to thank them for passing, so we do at least do that too. We also have resources. Some are on your site. We have the alcohol sales policy, as you all know. We have an example that they can put on their wall, because if people just see it when they get hired and don't look at it again. I would love to update that with some places that they can call for rides. I know that, Tim, you've done rides in the past, so I'm trying to gather. I don't know if you're still doing that.
Oh, very seldomly.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
but there are some people doing it, so I'm trying to gather that so that the bars can have places to call, since the taxi closes at 11. And there's also a self-assessment tool, so I'll give this information to you all, which is a really kind of a check the boxes, all the best practices of hiring and training, and showing the community what your the laws are and what your business has for policy. So we have tons of resources in addition to that. So if you are going to call people in, let me know, and I can come and let them know that we're here. This shouldn't be a punitive thing. A lot of times it's a new staff person. It's not usually the owners. So, and we did have a 90% compliance. 34 out of 40, 34 passed of the last year's compliance checks. So we're doing pretty good as a town. But let's support the ones who need it, and we're here to do that. So. Send you this information. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, your group administers the state bartending test and training?
So the DLC does trainings throughout the state, and we coordinate them. So we provide food, and we promote them, and we provide space.
Great.
It's in partnership with the other prevention coalitions in the county. So, yeah, we do it twice a year. This one has a weird one because there was a snow day, so it's got 3. We usually do one in the spring and then one in the late fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. While Cassandra's up, do you have a question?
Yeah, do you still do training for select board members, for the liquor commissioners?
I would love to.
It's
if you
not
guys
it's not
yeah.
automatic anymore?
No, I mean, Steve Waldo was doing them, and then he retired, and I think I'll let you, the DLC is going, their services, their resources are getting less and less as far as supporting people. I think that's the other thing to know, is that we used to have 50 people coming to to these trainings. Now we've got maybe 10, because people used to not have to pay. The state decided to charge people to learn what they're supposed to be doing. So people do it online mostly, but that's just a quick check, answer the questions. The tests aren't hard. It's not really about the test. You probably could just come in and probably pass without even doing the training. To be honest, there's not a lot. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's pretty. I don't think I've ever seen anybody fail in the 5 years I've been doing it. It's really about that one-on-one, and so I highly encourage it. But especially if somebody's got staff that's struggling, and that's why the one that did bring their 5 people, they're extraordinary in what they try to do. So let's not look at it as like, oh, they're, not a good licensee. It just happens, but what do they do in response to it is really what we want to be looking at.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like on the Winston Prouty campus on the 4th floor, if you are holding or looking for a first or second class liquor license, you could go on Monday, February 24th from 1 to 4 p.m. and receive that training. For $25, you can pay ahead, or you should pay ahead in advance, and light refreshments are served. So it's worth it.
One more question.
Yes, Liz.
I recently had an event where I needed a licensed bartender, and I wondered, do you provide a list of trained and
yeah.
licensed bartenders?
No,
Who
I do
does?
not, but that's something we could, look into. I know a lot of times it's pretty much the same. People who get called is usually like larger, like the Whetstone and Hermit Brush. And, so private, just people doing it on their own. We don't, but I will say sometimes people come to trainings and they're not associated with a workplace. So they're looking for a job and they want to make sure that they have that license. So they're paying out of pocket, just a citizen in the community. So, so then they would, they'd
Well,
be trained.
yeah, what I found was that there are bartenders who also do freelance work.
Yeah.
And if you had a list of them, that would be nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Cassandra.
Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, board members, so, the options that we have as far as the formal motions is to make the motion that you already see in your packet, or Peter has already created a modified motion that assumes based on what has been heard at this table, that we want to ask people to come into the meeting, specifically the 3 that were noted as violations.
I personally don't feel that education violations are too bad, but I don't want to fight over it, if everyone wants to see everybody.
Maybe everyone doesn't, I don't know.
I mean, I kind of
Right.
felt like the education violation may have just been explained a little
Well,
bit.
I didn't have the additional information that Cassandra just
Yeah.
gave us about the way they, yeah.
I did talk to the prior manager. Sorry, I did talk to the prior manager. They hired somebody who had worked at another place, so they assumed they had just started. They assumed that they had continued having the license because they were selling alcohol at the previous place. And when they came in, it was just that one person. They looked at everybody who sells alcohol. It was just that one person who had just started. So, I'm sure it just lapsed, and the workplace didn't tell them because they had left that workplace. So, and they got quickly hired, along with 4 other people came, if not more. Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. That was actually very helpful
I think
information.
that's a reasonable exception.
Yeah.
Just the 2 with the
So I think, yeah,
sale to
you don't mind
minors.
doing a third modification?
No problem.
Or second modification?
Sure.
So
By
if
deletion.
somebody wants to make the motion, which is going to have the 2 who are not education violations, a request for them to come in, let us know that you'd like to make that motion, and Peter will hand you the motion.
Or I can
Or you can read it.
and then somebody can say so moved. if
Oh,
that's easier for you.
now that's always my favorite thing. I don't want to push that on anybody.
So your motion will be to approve the renewal of all existing liquor licenses, outdoor consumption permits, and entertainment licenses effective May 1st, 2020, subject to each existing license or permit holder submitting the required paperwork. Exceptions to this blanket approval are McNeil's Brewery and One Stop on Canal Street, each of which will be invited to attend the February 18th Select Board meeting.
Okay, board members, you've heard that motion. Is anybody wanting to make that their formal motion?
So moved.
Liz has made that motion that Peter read. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
It's strange for Peter to read motions.
I know, and yet it was done so smoothly. I'm just gonna go with it. Okay, excellent. So that was item A, and now we're gonna move into item B, still as liquor commissioners. This is a festival permit for the Winston Prouty Center for Children and Family Development, and it is the Par for the Cause Festival. Hillary, thank you so much for your joining of us for item A. And Chloe, if you'd switch places with Hillary. Chloe Leary is coming to the table from Winston Prouty, along with somebody whose face I know, and it's too late because it's live and I can't pull it all the way out.
Willie Gussin.
Willie, yes. Now I remember.
I'm the one at Winston Prouty who completed the training.
Excellent.
But I'm the HR I'm the payroll coordinator and community-based services supervisor at Winston Prouty.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and whoever wants to launch into kind of talking a little bit about this festival and all of the good things.
A chance to address the television audience of thousands.
I'm trying not to say that.
Doing that.
Sure. So we do a spring fundraiser every year, and several years ago we started a mini golf indoor fundraiser. It's called Par for the Cause, and we have it catered, and we've hired bartenders, Hazel, other places to do the alcohol portion. And this year we had staff investigate the option of doing this sort of one-time license as a way to increase our revenue and make it easier for us to run the event. So here we are trying it out. And so Willie gamely did the training, and we would just like permission to give it a try and see how it goes.
Okay. Willie, do you want to add anything before I bring it back to this table for deliberation and comments and such?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay. Board members, anything you'd like to say about the idea of instead of bringing somebody in, having Willie go to training so that basically they could probably keep more of the money to go to things?
Well, that's up to Willie.
Oh, that's awkward.
I've been to the event. It's great. I encourage everyone to check it out. It's fun. And I think it's a great idea.
I just have two questions.
Yes, Liz.
We've been asking people who are having, these kind of events, there is also opportunity for non-alcoholic beverages.
That are tasty, that go beyond just sparkling water.
Yeah.
Right.
And the other thing, I understand this is a fundraiser, and I know friends of mine have been talking about wanting to donate to your organization, and how can they do that?
Well, there are several ways to donate to the Winston Prouty Center. You can do it online. There's a PayPal button on our website. You can send a check to the Winston Prouty Center to 209 Austin Drive, and it will be acknowledged. So.
And maybe you'd like to tell us a little about your mission so people might want to do that.
Thanks, Liz.
This is going great.
I didn't know we were going to be pitching. So the Winston Prouty Center provides inclusive education and family support to promote the success of children and families. And what that looks like is, for us, an early learning center that has 60 families, infants through age 5. And we also, what a lot of people don't know is that we provide services in the community to hundreds of families. We were doing that through Children's Integrated Services, which is the state wanted families with young children to be able to access services without going to 5 million different places. And then when we merged with Wyndham Child Care 3 years ago, we added more services for families and the bookmobile. So we touch hundreds of families every year in our community, and just the importance of early childhood and making sure that our youngest people get the best start they can have. So that's what we do. In addition to being landlords and managing a 184-acre campus, which has trails for the public that you can walk on. So please come visit our campus.
I hear they're lovely.
They
They
are.
are. Do good things.
And you can
Thank you.
camp.
Really, really good things.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public who would like to speak? Cassandra.
Oh.
I hadn't really been prepared for this, so I'm just gonna, is this the first time somebody's asked to actually have a staff person do alcohol? The only reason I asked that is I don't know if this is setting a precedence so that we're gonna have more alcohol, especially in events that are family focused, and you're my landlord, so I feel really awkward right now because we're on that campus. But we do have a lot of alcohol in this community. We've had 50 events last year that had alcohol. So if we're starting to set a precedence where people in the staff can start to have alcohol, I'm just concerned, especially in family-focused events, or that we're going to have more alcohol, and that might exclude families who don't want to be in the spaces where there's alcohol. And also, again, are we setting a precedence to have more alcohol events? So just something to think about.
Thank you. I think they've always had alcohol. It's just instead of bringing somebody in this time, they're trying to keep the cost in-house, but I can field that over this way.
And as part of the event every year, we've always had the Saturday night kind of adult portion, like adult event after dark. And then every year we've also had Sunday, we've opened it up for families, and there's just snacks and it's just, during the day for a couple hours. So we try to balance it.
I certainly do not want to take money away from you all. I just want to just be thoughtful about when we're making permits like this, that we're being really thoughtful about where and who. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if it was someone coming new to us who didn't have an established event, that might get on our radar a little more than these folks that have had a previous alcohol thing every year. So, that's just me speaking, not a board statement.
Other comments or questions from board members? Other comments or questions from community members? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
Great.
Whichever.
I'll make a motion
I'm good.
to approve a festival permit for the Winston Prouty Center for Child Development's Par for the Cause event to be held on March 28th, 2020, from 5 p.m. until 8 p.m. at 209 Austin Drive.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously, and I think I would just take this opportunity to say, we are only approving this part as liquor commissioners. So this was the part for March 28th, 2020, from 5 to 8 p.m. That's a Saturday, but I think we just heard that there is a family-friendly event that I'm going to assume is Sunday, March 29th, which is non-alcohol with family stuff and treats, and that starts at what time on March 29th?
Oh,
Sorry, I was trying to.
Daytime.
I'm pretty sure it's 11 to 1.
It's from 11 to 1. Okay.
Well, when you go to the website to donate, you can check it out.
And you should. Donate and check.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Right.
much for joining us
Thank you so
tonight.
much.
Excellent.
Thank you both.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We move into new business, and our first item is sustainability matters, starting with the introduction of Sustainability Coordinator Stephen Dotson.
Yes. So very happy to say that this is the, we're nearing the conclusion of Stephen's second day.
Is this overtime?
Will it ever end?
We're delighted to have him join the team yesterday. Been a lot of build up to this, first in the discussions about creating the position, and then in our search. We've come to a very successful outcome. We have bright days ahead that we're looking forward to now getting to work on a variety of different things related to sustainability in the community now that we have this additional capacity. So I want to begin by introducing Stephen to the community, and then we'll move into Patrick providing an update on something we have been working on that will become one of the first priorities for Stephen's work. So first, Stephen, please, if you could stand and just be recognized.
Yeah. If you want to say anything, stand over there by the microphone.
You'll hear from me plenty in the future.
All right, no pressure. Thank
Welcome.
you. Welcome. Patrick, would you like to run with it? Do you want to come to the fancy table?
Ooh.
Not that this table isn't fancy,
All the
but
way across the
one's
room?
it's kind of like new location, which is always good.
Why are we
And it looks like we're being joined by Oscar Heller, who is the chair of the Energy Committee.
Yes. So, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Oh, yeah. Lester.
And also Lester Humphrey. We are having a full table over here tonight. Thank you all for joining. Patrick?
So the board will recall that we last had this conversation in late September of last year. And in fact, that conversation was a continuation of a previous conversation at a representative town meeting wherein the public weighed in and advised that we should begin the process of acquiring renewable electricity instead of just traditional electricity. And the recommendation was formally that we should consider signing up for cow power. Mm-hmm. So at the meeting in September, and a copy of the memo that I provided in September is included in this backup for this meeting. At the meeting in September, I walked the board through an analysis of fiscal 19's energy consumption and established what percentage of that energy was coming from renewable sources and made a recommendation that if we were to provide a contribution towards renewable energy, that perhaps we ought to consider a local project rather than cow power, which supports some large farming operations in northern Vermont. I would like to withdraw that recommendation.
Okay.
And I'll explain why in just a moment. But in the end, what I'm recommending this evening is that we continue the conversation at the staff level with the support of the Brattleboro Energy Committee and with our new staff person, Stephen Dotson, and that we take a look a little bit more thoughtfully and a little bit more completely as to what we would like to recommend to you. Whether that takes the form of going back to a recommendation for cow power, whether it takes the form of renewable energy credits, whether it takes the form of a carbon sequestration project or carbon offsets, don't really know. But I think the conversation is perhaps a little bit more complicated than I at least originally understood it to be. And I'd like to explain what happened after that meeting in September. So not long after that, Lester and Oscar reached out to me and we started having some meetings. And while supportive of what I was attempting to recommend to the board, they helped to illuminate for me that the issue is a lot more complicated than I had given it credit for, and I'll give some specifics. I equated in my analysis of our energy consumption net metering credits with renewable energy. And in fact, I've come to learn with their help that these things are actually fundamentally separate. That net metering credits are a financial instrument that provide cost savings to off-takers, whereas the renewableness of the energy produced by a solar array is a tradable commodity and one that Brattleboro doesn't own. So the analysis in my memo back in September 19th, unfortunately, was flawed. In addition to that, they were very kind in the way they counseled me to let me know that if we were to go ahead and make a contribution to a local renewable energy project in Brattleboro, there wouldn't be, in the end, a improvement in the natural world or in the environment. Instead, what we would have is a situation where the town was enriching an already functional renewable energy project. And so I don't think that was really anyone's goal. And so I have come to understand that this, like I said, is a little bit more complicated. These gentlemen are much more knowledgeable about it than I. And I know Stephen's got a background in this area. I think there's some interesting and exciting work that we can do in this area, but I think following along the path that I had recommended previously would be a mistake. And so I'm here to ask that we take a new course of action, and that is to continue the discussion with the Energy Committee and with staff and come back at a later date with a more complete recommendation. And if there's anything you gentlemen would like to offer, I just want to thank you publicly. I appreciate the guidance and the education.
I think other than to say that we're happy to keep working on it and would answer any questions you have now as best we can. And also, I guess that as we talked about it, we ended up coming back around to the fact that the original idea of cow power might actually end up being one of the options that we might recommend. So it's not like it was ever that far off course, I think.
I'm gonna be, oh, go ahead, Lester.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for meeting with us. I think the discussions were really good. You know, the goals are all the same. Cow power, there's some new information that we're still working on with cow power. There's possibility of smaller farms being able to utilize that program, which could mean something more local. And we look forward to finding out more and presenting a more complete proposal.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and make this awkward by saying I think we're always really lucky as a community when we can have people on our team that can come out publicly and say they thought something and that somebody said something and now they might think something differently. And if more people could learn to be like that, I think we'd get through life much better.
Yep.
Having said that, is there anybody on this board who would like to speak?
Well,
Timothy?
no.
You want to think about that a little bit longer? Timothy with my eyebrow raised so
Seems
much.
like you have to have something.
No, no.
Randy, I do.
I'll fill the air if no one's speaking, but
Well, the air doesn't have to be filled.
That's because this one wants to
The
go
only
on the
thing,
end.
the only thing I want to point out is that, or the only concern I have is it mentions here about allowing the sustainability coordinator with support from the staff to continue dialogue with the committee, which is perfectly fine, and we need to be working on all these things at once. I just want to point out that we really, well, I should say staff, but certainly with a lot of input from all of us, developed a really careful plan and parameters and job description for the sustainability coordinator. And I think the first part of that is to get a handle on what's happening in the community and where the emphasis of his efforts need to go. And I would not want that to be distracted. Not that there's not interrelated, but there's already work underway, and I'm not sure which. I would rather he stick pretty close, that we not lose sight of the larger goal of this and just start putting out fires. And I know this, it's a bad way to phrase it, but I think you know what I mean.
I can speak to that if that's all right.
Yes.
That we completely agree. There will be other tasks and small projects like this that we'll be working on while that larger undertaking of kind of surveying, how to best approach this work and how to best work with the community around this, around these goals. And so that's absolutely intended. This won't take our eye off the ball. And one of the expectations of the position is that it also would provide staff support to the Energy Committee on an ongoing basis along with the broader mission. And so we see this as actually a really nice fit.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Peter.
Perfect.
Liz, you had something you'd like to say?
Yeah, I think we're all probably on the same page with this analysis in terms of having a project that is as local as possible and as meaningful as possible and as real as possible, rather than writing a check to make us feel better. And I'm sure we're all on that same page.
Daniel, do you have anything? Just only because it went Peter and then Liz.
Yeah,
and there
sure.
you are.
I kind of want to sort of double down on what you said about the humility that it takes to walk back, a recommendation. I think it's really great that, we have that humility and we're willing to do it in public on the record, because that makes for a better town. Liz is talking about something local, something meaningful, and something real. And, this memo here, which is, really helpful, as they always are, says renewable electricity versus carbon neutrality. And I guess I would like to kind of question that binary. I think that there's more than just that. The resolution that was adopted during other business at town meeting was then like a springboard for looking into this cow power proposal, which wasn't, a bad proposal. And then we figured that maybe there was a better use for that investment that benefited the people of Brattleboro. And so I want to kind of stay away from just the binary of we have to invest this $16,000 in a renewable energy project, or we have to invest $16,000 in getting towards some sort of carbon neutrality in some, way or another. And make it local, make it meaningful, and make it real. I think that the way in which the Town Arts Fund has functioned as a way for local artists to, to create projects that benefit the people of Brattleboro, or that, add some kind of value to our life here, is maybe a model for some kind of local, meaningful, real fund that helps people in Brattleboro engage with energy efficiency, sustainability, renewable energy. I also think, and this is where my humility comes in, right? I get excited about an idea like that because it's about equity and it's about justice. But there's also what about the taxpayers, right? Why should the taxpayers' money fund your, buying an electric bicycle? But I would love to at least keep thinking about that. So, just kind of moving away from that binary.
This conversation is all the good stuff.
Yes.
This is all the good stuff. This has made me really happy tonight.
One more little question.
Yes, David.
And I don't know if, I don't want to be here till 10.
No, we're not going to do that.
But
No worries.
I mean, we could.
You're welcome to, David.
I wonder if we might want to broaden the mandate a little bit to not necessarily just focus on renewable energy, but what would be the most impactful way to use that money to reduce carbon. And I just read in the, I don't know what it was, I think probably Bloomberg or one of those online sources, that Japan just announced that they're going to build 26 coal-fired power plants. which will produce as much carbon, the equal amount of carbon as all of our cars do in the entire United States. And they don't have any choice. Their
big or go home, I
nuclear
guess.
plants are underwater and hazardous, and they need electricity, so they're going to do that. And the problem, it's very difficult to reduce the amount of carbon being put into the atmosphere, so maybe the effort should go into ways of getting it out. Maybe we should, for instance, buy or offer $16,000 worth of trees for people to plant, or other plants that are particularly valuable at capturing carbon. Just, I don't know how widely or broadly you want to go, or set these folks off to work. But,
Are you taking notes, Stephen?
He isn't. He isn't. He'll be watching it
You
tomorrow.
rely on BCTV.
Sure,
They
that's
do
right.
good coverage on iBrattleboro too. You can check that.
And in our print media.
What was that? So I
And our print
apologize.
media.
Too late.
And
for
print
opening up.
media.
He's covering his mouth, not his ears, so that's good.
Planting $16,000 worth of trees in Brattleboro is more meaningful to me than a certificate that says there's $16,000 worth of trees kind of cordoned off someplace in Latin America.
And a
Agreed.
star named after you.
Yes.
It's,
I think-
it's more trees.
I think, Stephen, if you're taking notes, you can add me to the pile of people who are not big fans of carbon offsets for various reasons. So just whatever that's
There you
worth
go.
to you.
Broad policy direction, I believe, is one of our.
But I think this is a future discussion that we'll have a healthy, robust discussion in the
No
future.
doubt.
In the
All we're
future.
asking is to come back with the best idea.
We have a
Cassandra? Well, I know.
Cassandra, wait a minute.
Got those mom eyes.
I'm excited for my colleague Rolf, because Rolf is working with our schools right now on doing a
Oh, yeah.
family engaging activity with planting trees, but like crop trees, things that actually people can also eat. Yeah, so just letting you know,
Good
it's
job.
happening. So we'll keep you informed. I'll have him come next time.
Yeah, thank you, Rolf. Ivan.
So if I understand correctly, there was an initiative, a proposal for that, and then new information's come to light. It has to be reevaluated. What sort of delay in actually implementing something does this involve? Or maybe it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I haven't kept up on this.
Do you want to field that one, Patrick?
Sure. I think what needs to happen now is, a regular conversation needs to come forward with the Energy Committee, with our new staff, and try and determine what it is that we think we ought to try and achieve. And then I can't tell you exactly how long that conversation is going to take. I can tell you I have found these matters to be more complicated than they appear at first glance. But, wouldn't it be wonderful if we got to a point where volunteer members of the Energy Committee, the town's sustainability coordinator, and management staff were able to come back together and say, this is what we think we ought to try and achieve. And exactly how long that's going to take, I don't know, but I think in some ways that ought to be the goal.
It's a very good question. Town meeting could chime in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't give us a deadline.
I was going to say, I don't know that there's a
Expect
technical
action
delay
here.
because there wasn't a technical deadline, but now there's going to be more people involved. But it's the people that should be involved from the beginning anyways. Not to put you on the spot, but we've only had them for 2 days, so. Okay, is there further discussion on sustainability matters? We've already introduced Stephen, you're off the hook, and the topic of carbon offsets versus renewable sources of energy. There is no action required. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Welcome again, Stephen. We're going to try to just keep it gentle. We have a lot of excitement, but Peter's going to keep us tempered with that excitement, aren't you, Peter?
Best I can.
Excellent. So we're going to move to item B under new business, and that is a proposed handicapped parking space on Canal Street adjacent to the co-op's community meeting room. Peter?
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited to bring this forward, kind of continuing the theme of the last item and the way that collaboration occurs in the community with members of the community, volunteer members of town committees, town staff, ultimately bringing things together for the select board to act upon. This is the third time that we've been before you with a recommendation to designate an on-street parking space for exclusive use of people with a handicap parking permit. And I want to say that over the years, we had looked on this creation of these spaces as being not possible or appropriate for on-street parking, but rather something we always focused on in parking lots off-street. The main reason why was because of the historic nature of our streets, the relatively narrow space we have available, and the fact that the parking spaces themselves, the striped spaces, are smaller than what is the ideal and specified dimensions for a handicap parking space. In the course of looking at something the ADA committee had asked us to look at a year or a year and a half ago, Patrick learned from some experts around accessibility issues, I believe down in Massachusetts someplace, that it is proper for a community to designate a space that doesn't have all the ideal dimensions. You put the proper signage on it and you advise folks who might be using it that it isn't a fully van accessible space. But yet, by taking the act of making what you have available in appropriate quantities for folks who have mobility issues and need to be in particular locations. So for instance, at the beginning of a stretch of spaces or at the end of a stretch of spaces where it's easier to maneuver in and out of the space, that it's entirely appropriate to do that. And that just opened up a whole possibility for us. So a year ago, we were asking the select board to approve the designation of our first on-street handicap parking space, which the select board did approve, and that's been implemented. It's on the east side of Main Street, not far from the River Garden. And then just in the last few months, the ADA committee again asked if there could be one on the west side of Main Street, almost directly across the street from that spot, in the first spot on the west side south of High Street. And the select board has approved that. Then the co-op actually made this request to the town to designate the space that is before you this evening, recognizing that there are folks who need this space to be designated for exclusive use by folks who have a permit, both who are coming to use the community room at the co-op, which is adjacent to this space, and by folks who are residents at the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust's part of that building, which has several specifically accessible designated units. So it's a ideal location. This one came to us not from the committee, but actually from the community. We went to the ADA committee with the idea, they loved it. We went to the traffic safety committee with the idea and they loved it. And so together with those two committees, town staff is happy to recommend to you this evening that you authorize us to proceed with designating this space. If you say yes to this in the next few minutes, we will incorporate this space and the space in front of Duo into a single ordinance and bring that back to you for formal approval.
Is this the space right directly north of the crosswalk?
It
okay,
is.
That's a great spot.
Yeah.
I pull in there all the time. It's perfect.
Yeah, there's actually, it's either 4 or 6 metered spaces there, and this would be the first one
That's
of
what
those.
I thought. Okay, good.
We'll remove
Good.
the meter head and designate the space.
Perfect. Liz, did I see your hand go up for a sec?
That was also the site of a recent accident.
Yes, it was.
That in that spot?
In the crosswalk.
In the crosswalk.
Oh, in the crosswalk. Yeah. That is true. Further discussion on the board? Everybody feel like they know exactly where that space is?
Yes.
Great idea.
I've parked in it many times.
I know, it's great. I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss that space.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Can't give it up.
I really appreciate the work that the Traffic Safety Committee and the ADA Committee is doing. It's really important that volunteers in the community give up their time and do that. So.
And there's been real progress in the past year now.
Right.
We've gone from 0 to 3.
They're doing really thoughtful work that's easy to get behind. Are there members of the community here tonight that would like to speak about this spot? First spot north of the crosswalk on Canal Street. So the crosswalk that goes from South Main to the co-op. You're thinking about that, and it's the first one after that. Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make
Wherever
that
is.
motion.
Yep.
I move to approve designating the first on-street parking space on the north side of Canal Street, west of South Main Street, for use only by drivers with a handicapped parking permit.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you again to the ADA committee. I don't know if the traffic safety committee was in on this one.
Indeed.
Then thank you to both committees.
And the
The
co-op.
work has been really easy to get behind and well thought out.
Yeah,
And
the co-op for making the request.
Being proactive, yeah, thank you. Great. So we're still under new business. We're moving on to item C, which is certificate of highway mileage, and that's going to be brought to us by Dan Tyler from Public Works. If you come up to the table, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
So this is the annual certificate of highway mileage. Basically, it breaks down the mileage per each class of road, and it's used to determine the funding that we get from the state. We've reviewed it. There's no changes in class, so this would be our opportunity to add new roads, discontinue, reclassify. There's no changes at this point.
Okay.
So we recommend that we submit it as it is.
Okay, thank you very much for that. This is something that comes before us every year. Peter, do you have anything else to add before the board starts chatting? If there is chatting?
Just the observation that things like this that are annual, that recur on a rhythm, sometimes can take on a feeling as though they're just rote, and it might raise a question as to whether or not careful attention is paid. And I just want to note that in the last few years, we've actually had 2 times when the certification of mileage changed because of something that had occurred during the year. In one case, it added mileage, and in another case, it actually reduced mileage. So the fact that this is a year when it's unchanged isn't an indication that we just rubber stamp it each year. It's an indication that nothing changed.
Excellent, thank you for that. It's good to know.
Except here, we're select men.
I was going to say, when will the Agency of Transportation get round to that?
Hey,
Well,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know,
go ahead and
They've
just
had a woman,
have a slight twitch and let that go.
Yeah.
So we have 107.225 miles of roads. That is what we're certifying.
Yes, we do. That is what we're
And
certifying.
those are
is
roads
that
that,
measured during using GPS? GIS?
Trundle wheel.
No, I couldn't tell you that. I would say
That's
not
everything from
because they.
decades ago.
Yeah, this has been going on since what's it say, 85? I think on the top, maybe.
and those are town-maintained road, 107 miles of town-maintained road?
Correct.
and those are
No,
both.
some of that's state.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
But
20,
still,
22
yeah,
and a quarter miles of it is state highway. The remainder is town.
the remainder is towns. When we're talking about storms and we're wondering about stuff getting done, let's remember the breadth of work that our town employees are doing. And be grateful for that, because I am.
Both paved and unpaved?
Yes.
Yeah.
And somewhere in between.
The only class 2 road that's unpaved is Ames Hill. But that is a class 2 road. The rest of the unpaved roads are either class 3 or 4.
Meadowbrook is already looking pretty exciting. I've still been taking it because I'm really stubborn.
Had a couple early mud seasons.
Yes, it did.
I've been reading about some towns that are unpaving their roads.
I read about that.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of reeling
Does it say
it,
why?
reeling it back.
Well, actually, they're just not
Well-
fixing them anymore.
Well,
They're allowing them to become dirt roads.
no, I think that, I mean, a lot of them are using the reclaimer and then putting down good old-fashioned dirt roads
Right.
instead. Because they end up in the long term, they're cheaper in the town. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I've read about it. I'm not,
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it.
I'm not suggesting it.
Paved roads is a benefit of a civilized society.
It certainly is. Having lived 5 years on a class 4,
God.
it's an experience getting home.
Okay. Daniel, you look like you have deep
I
thoughts
mean, I've got
from
thoughts.
your-
I'm just thinking about roads. You know, and I was thinking about like the stretch by Center Church, which is
Downtown?
in rough shape. Yeah, between Brown and Roberts and the library, going north on that road is some nasty potholes there, and I guess I was kind of wondering about like how that's being handled this winter and whether there's a long-term plan to repave that stretch of road. You know the bit I'm talking about, like between Key Bank and TD Bank.
Dan can speak to this
So-
in greater detail in terms of what they have to cope with out there, but recently we had some warmer weather. We had about 3 or 4 days of warmer weather, and the highway
Did some
crew
patching.
did a tremendous amount of patching. We had
They
some
did.
pretty good sized potholes that had appeared
Yeah.
during the very, very cold weather we had.
Yeah, and they've been
And there was a lot of filling
consistently-
done recently.
They've been consistently patching the Route 9,
Yeah.
the disaster zone up there.
We've had a lot of freeze thaw already
Yeah.
this year, and then the rain, and it's just popping them apart. We're out patching them whenever we can.
Yeah.
That stretch of road is class 1. We would maintain it, but typically wait for the state to come in to do a repaving.
Right.
And
It's
I
Route
don't-
5 technically, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. I'm always trying to remind people of that, not you, but I'm like,
Yeah.
Route 5, Route 9.
Yeah.
West Brattleboro and Putney Road, I'm like, Route 5, Route 9, not just West Brattleboro and Putney Road.
And Route 9 out through West Brattleboro is not a properly constructed road. There's a concrete road that sits underneath the asphalt road, which
really
is why that
interesting.
deteriorates so quickly. Every time they come through and do a nice resurfacing, 2 or 3 years later, we have the pothole problem
cracks.
again. But what we saw this winter, because of the weather pattern we've had, is that did reappear, but we also had some pretty substantial potholes appearing elsewhere. There's a lot all over town that the crews have needed to pay attention to. And as I said, for a while it was hard because it stayed cold. They weren't able to fill them as readily as they were able to in the recent warm weather.
Yeah, they're out whenever they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, Sam.
We could consider at some point, or talk to the Transportation Committee about putting the trolley back on Route 9 and
Just
use that
just
kind
dig that old road right up.
Dirt roads and trolleys. That's really progress.
All those in favor.
And I
All
recommend
the
Not an actual
carbon
motion.
that wouldn't be in the atmosphere if we had dirt roads.
All right, we digress because it's fun to talk about roads and
But now,
potholes and
well,
New
we're
England weather.
getting to the Conservation
Yeah.
Commission, so we're actually progressing.
I would entertain a motion at this time. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Excellent, thanks Liz.
I move to approve the Town of Brattleboro's certificate of highway mileage for the year 2020.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks for your work, Dan.
Can I change that?
Sure. Yes, please change selectmen to anything better.
Select.
I don't care what you
Board.
choose. Select humans, ooh.
If this
Select
comes back and
humans.
we're
denied.
Select people.
Okay, we're still under new business, and we are moving on to certificate, I want to make sure I get this right, of attestation.
Attestation.
No appeal or suit pending 2018 and 2019 grand list, and we have Jen Burnell here with us, who's already at the table. She's all over it. Hi, Jen.
Hi. So I have a dry annual request. This year is going to be 2 years of certificate of no appeal. In 2018, we had 2 parties that had taken their appeal to beyond the Board of Civil Authority to the state hearing officer, and January 9th, the decision was handed down by the state hearing officer on those 2 appeals. So I'm asking that the select board sign off on 2018 and 2019. We have no appeals going beyond the Board of Civil Authority for the 2019 grand list year.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions or comments from board members?
Is it your excellent negotiating skills?
Absolutely.
I know it is.
We have
Not just not even a
wonderful staff.
question.
Negotiate with the Agency of Transportation to upgrade this certificate. That's really
I
disgusting.
was wondering how you would take this matter to a level of humor.
Anybody else? Peter, did you, I didn't ask you this time if you had anything you wanted to
All
add?
set.
or-
Thank
yeah,
you.
Seems cut and dry. Okay. All right, it looks like I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the certificate of attestation, no appeal or suit pending forms for the 2018 and 2019 grad lists.
Excellent, thank you very much. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still under new business, and we are on our last item, which is committee appointments. And it looks like we have one committee with 2 vacancies and 1 appointment. David, I'm seeing you raise your hand.
Yeah, I would like to nominate my friend and neighbor Ashlyn Bristol to be on the Conservation Commission.
Excellent. So David has gone ahead and nominated Ashlyn Bristol to be on the Conservation Commission. It's the only nomination, and there's 2 open seats. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ashlyn, for stepping up for this, and you are approved for that seat.
I have a comment about the application.
Yes, Daniel.
Voted for by the Board of Selectmen. There's a little typo.
That's our own
and-
application?
In our own
Yeah,
form.
yeah.
If that
I've noticed
needs
it
to get
before,
changed.
and it usually, it's so late in the evening that I don't feel like adding.
Thank you for calling it out.
But it's
We'll
early.
get it correct.
Jan's got the pencil.
And maybe we can change selectmen to
Select people.
Select board.
select board members. Or,
Yeah.
The Board of
Whatever
Select
it
Boards.
is.
Since you
The board
act
select
as a
boards.
board,
Yes.
it's actually simplest and clearest to just say select board.
Very good.
Yeah.
I like
when you're,
select humans
when you're an
better.
individual writing a letter or something, you're a select board member, but which actions that you take are the select board.
And Select Board
I
is
never
how
read
many
those.
words, Chris?
One.
One.
One word.
In
One
this
word.
town, it is 1 word, and I'll hear nothing of it.
There you go.
From anybody else. Also, I prefer select humans, but I'm gonna get outvoted on that.
Select person.
Select humans. So, folks, there is no more
Somebody has
business this evening.
What is
Believe it or not, it's very strange, so I feel weird doing this, but I'm gonna go ahead at whatever time it is, 7:36, and entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Daniel has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Meeting adjourned at 7:36. It should be noted that we will now be going back to bi-weekly meetings. Is that true? Since people have gotten really used to it, so it's looking to me like it's gonna be
18.
February 18th at 6:15 p.m. So do not come here next week. We will not be here for the first time since the fall.
Wow.
Thank you. Yay.
Gonna go to the dentist instead.
Here's the pizza.
It's just a check of billion.
Did we vote?
Yeah,
We did, okay.
David, you,
I was signing, so I missed
all
it.
right, you voted.
Who won the Iowa
Leslie.
caucus?
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Last night was the first of many 2020 Democratic primaries in Iowa. It is, in fact, a caucus system. So much anticipation. Finally, the 2020 Democratic primary gets going. Finally, we are going to have some information and data and numbers about it is not just polls, it is now voting. Who takes the first win? And unfortunately, it has turned into a worldwide embarrassment. Headlines around the world embarrassing for the Democratic Party as multiple systems apparently fell apart. Results simply stopped being published after 1 or 2% of the vote was out. Almost every aspect of this has been a cartoonish train wreck. And as of this recording, we do not know who won yesterday. We were streaming live yesterday. Beautiful live stream. We had 6,000 or so people watching the entire evening. It got to be 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and we had just a few results. It got to be 10 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we got a little bit more, 11 p.m., nothing, and eventually just past 11:30 p.m. Eastern time on our stream, we realized from looking at what various DNC officials were putting out on Twitter that the results were unlikely to come out last night. And that was it for us for the night. And as of this morning, we still do not know who won yesterday's Iowa caucus. Now, it is normal that it can take a little while once you have the final vote to get the final numbers for what are called state delegate equivalents. But we are talking about, we don't even have the final vote, which is a preliminary number used to sort of get an estimate of what the state delegate equivalents are ultimately going to be. Now, the explanations that were being provided have shifted. The first explanation was that the results were delayed because the DNC is running them through quality control. That was already probably the wrong lie to tell, if it indeed was a lie, because that was interpreted by some as, we don't like the results, and thus we are delaying and seeing what we can do to maybe change the results or wait for results that the DNC is happier with to come in so that they can release them all at once. And where a lot of people's minds went was, this is meant to hurt Bernie in some way, shape, or form. But it actually doesn't appear to be the case. It appears that that was merely a cover. Again, this is what we believe as of right now. It appears that the quality control talking point was a cover for what was a total breakdown and failure of a technological system, an IT, internet-based app software system that was used to tally and report the results of the Iowa caucus. By the time you hear this, by the time you watch today's show, you may know the results. You may have a clearer explanation as to what exactly happened last night. The DNC is saying that the results are going to be released sometime today. Now, in the wake of this, multiple candidates have claimed to either have internal numbers showing that they won or gave speeches making it sound like they won. In fact, Amy Klobuchar did something hilarious last night. At around 11:15, I think it was 11:15 p.m. Eastern time, we had no results. Amy Klobuchar was in like 4th or 5th place based on like 2% of the vote at that time. She came out and gave a speech that seemed like a victory speech, even though she certainly wasn't in the lead. And she certainly hadn't, we didn't have enough information to know whether anyone had won. She kind of gave a victory speech, which in a way was genius because nothing was going on. Everything was stopped. And a whole bunch of networks ended up covering the Klobuchar speech, even though she was like in 4th or 5th place with about 10% of the vote at the time. Then you had Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg was the early leader yesterday. He put out a statement kind of like implying he won. He says, Iowa, you have shocked the nation. I guess the real shock was how incompetent the process was. But Pete Buttigieg, with his comment, suggesting, I guess, that it was shocking that he was doing so well, at least in the early numbers. Then Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders says that Bernie has his own internal polling saying he got 29% of the vote, Buttigieg 24%, Warren 21%. With Joe Biden in a distant 4th at 12%. And we'll talk about the Biden thing in a second. This is all now being compounded by the claim that the unreleased Des Moines Register poll from the weekend had these results, which were Bernie 1st, Biden 4th. Yesterday, I told you that over the weekend, the Des Moines Register decided not to release their last poll before voting, because of a claim that had been made that someone who was interviewed for the poll said, when they asked me the question about who I support and they read me the list of candidates, they didn't read every candidate. And that, of course, is a really big deal when you were doing polling. So the Des Moines Register on that basis said they were canceling the release of the poll. That, however, the claim now is from 538 that it was in that unreleased poll, Bernie 22, Warren 18, Buttigieg 16 and Biden 13. And that is very similar to what Bernie's internal polling is showing. If these results or some version of them are accurate, this is a potential game changer for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, in a sense, had the most to lose last night because as the longtime presumptive frontrunner, even though he was polling a close second in Iowa going in yesterday, if Biden ends up with half of the support that polling showed, this is extraordinarily damaging to Joe Biden. And if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised to see the DNC establishment rapidly shift, likely to Pete Buttigieg. You would think maybe they would go to Klobuchar, but Klobuchar did even worse than Joe Biden yesterday, based just on those early results that we had. We'll see what the final numbers show. And that could be a disaster for Joe Biden. But then if you zoom out a little bit, and this is really the tragedy, this is a fiasco that plays directly into Donald Trump's hands, who immediately started making fun of the whole process on Twitter to great effect. And why wouldn't he? The process became a complete and total farce. Trump tweeting about how a coin toss is used to decide who gets a last delegate within a particular precinct. And that's true. That's part of the process. Check out this video of a coin toss happening yesterday.
When you're watching. And then flip it over. Flip it over. Heads. I can. You want to do
All right, so Buttigieg will get 3 delegates. In the end, these single delegates decided by a coin toss make very little difference, but it looks really silly when people are voting and then you flip a coin. It's crazy. Trump then tweeting, quote, "The Democrat caucus is an unmitigated disaster. Nothing works, just like they ran the country. Remember the $5 billion Obamacare website that should have cost 2% of that. The only person that can claim a very big victory in Iowa last night is Trump." And you know what, guys? He's right. Unfortunately, this gives a ton of visibility for their keep government out of stuff ideology. Now, in reality, the issue here is the DNC, not the government, but it doesn't matter. And case in point, Trump retweeting a guy I know, Guy Benson, who posted, "No, but seriously, let us run your health care," they said. Now, it's a complete wrong reaction to last night's fiasco. The DNC wouldn't be running health care, but still, this stuff works. The fiasco plays directly into everything that they are arguing and have been doing for years at this point in time. And the way in which this might again mess up the credibility of the entire primary process is reigning once again. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Imagine that Joe Biden is expecting to come in first or second based on the polling, and he ends up fourth or fifth, as he might end up based on the early results we have. After this fiasco, with a delay for quality control, followed by we just don't have any results, we'll get them to you hopefully sometime tomorrow. If you're Joe Biden, you were polling first, second, and you end up coming in fourth, fifth, you immediately say, I don't believe these results. I don't believe these results can be trusted. And you either say foul play or just errors or whatever the case may be. And then you immediately have a disastrous situation where the presumptive frontrunner, at least for a long time, right, is publicly saying, I don't trust our own results in this primary caucus. It's a disaster. It's to quote Trump, it is an unmitigated disaster for Democrats. It will further divide Democrats. It will help Donald Trump even more. It's truly sickening, and it allows Trump and the right, it allows anyone who wants to make the case that Democrats are incapable of governing to make it on the basis that they can't even get a caucus right. Now, I know that in the end, there will probably be explanations that go back to, it was whoever the technology was outsourced to that dropped the ball, and they're offering a refund for what they charged to make this app. It doesn't matter. What matters is story and narrative. And that is the story right now. I'm curious whether tonight Donald Trump will take advantage of this fiasco in the State of the Union speech, which we will carry live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Starting at 8:30, the speech is at 9 p.m. Join me early at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I hope you'll join. I have published tonight's State of the Union bingo card to my Twitter page at @dpacman. You can download it and play along. We'll see who ends up with bingo tonight. Let's talk about John Bolton briefly. There are multiple new reports out that Donald Trump is keeping a list of people who crossed him during his presidency, who he would like to get locked up eventually. And his own former national security advisor, John Bolton, is reportedly on that list. We heard this from Rick Wilson. We've had Rick on the show, longtime Republican strategist. He's an anti-Trump Republican. He says that Donald Trump is likely to start putting pressure on the Justice Department to try to get revenge on people like Bolton. Bolton, of course, recently saying that in his upcoming book, in the manuscript portion that was released, says that Donald Trump personally told him, withhold the Ukraine aid until Ukraine smears Joe Biden publicly. Of course, the Senate is expected to vote to acquit Donald Trump tomorrow, Wednesday, in the Senate. Rick Wilson says that John Bolton has one choice right now, and that John Bolton must leak the full manuscript of the book today. The reason Wilson says this is that if Bolton doesn't leak the full transcript with additional context and assertions related to what Trump told him about Ukraine, Trump gets acquitted tomorrow and then ruins Bolton's life. Wilson says Bolton's only shot is to try to get the full story out today of what he saw Trump do, get it into the public before the Senate votes to make the vote look like a sham kangaroo court vote, which of course is exactly what that vote will be. Investigative reporter Gabriel Sherman says it's not just Bolton on Trump's enemies list. It's Republicans and Democrats. Adam Schiff is on Trump's list. Jerry Nadler is on Trump's list. Even Republican Senator Mitt Romney from Utah is reportedly on that list. I can imagine this list of enemies written in crayon on a napkin from Kentucky Fried Chicken that Trump was eating on Air Force One, but it doesn't matter because this is a dystopian reality. Sherman reports that he was told Trump wants John Bolton criminally investigated. One possibility would be for the mishandling of classified information that Trump seems to think John Bolton was engaged in, which is truly, even if true, the pot calling the kettle black when you were Donald Trump talking about mishandling sensitive information. There's another report that Trump wants to leak emails showing that Bolton was doing pay to play while on the National Security Council. That's been denied by people close to Bolton. If this happens, the transition to full-blown authoritarian dictatorship will be complete. The attempted jailing of former elected officials and of administration officials on trumped-up charges as directed by the president. Now, this is a good opportunity to clarify something. We need elected officials held more accountable than they are held. I have no problem with elected officials, current and former, being investigated as part of a fair judicial process. We lack that. We have this de facto immunity that so many of our elected officials and our elites have merely because they are in a position of power. But you don't do it by having the president make a list of enemies that he wants revenge on and then forcing the Justice Department to investigate them. This is exactly why, though, I'm saying there have been no consequences for Donald Trump's actions. So why wouldn't he do this? Russia probe, possible cognitive decline, hush money payments, campaign finance violations, hiding his taxes, emoluments violations. And he's fine. He's continuing to be president. He's making the U.S. a laughingstock. Why wouldn't he be emboldened by that and say, hey, let me make a list of enemies and I'll try to get them jailed sometime soon? Because he's gotten away with everything so far. And unless we vote him out on November 3rd, he will likely succeed at triggering at least some investigation of his political enemies. He will get away with all of it. As far as John Bolton, I hope it's clear to him. He has one choice. It's not even really a choice when there's only one. He has to spill the beans, period. As far as Lev Parnas, I hope he publishes everything he has, including every video he has access to. But in the meantime, this authoritarian nightmare has to be stopped one way or the other. And there's really no the other right now. The one way is vote him out overwhelmingly on November 3rd because nothing else is having any effect. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. Make sure you're following me there.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show to get a membership at www.joinpacman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, today's new members of the day are Brian Smith and Tommy Bush. I was in a band with Tommy in Brooklyn when I lived there. So great to see both of these names as today's new members of the day. Also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustaining member of the day, Frank Traficant, who has been with us almost 5 years. Join up today. It's cheap. It's easy. It feels good, man. Joinpacman.com. I have to tell you, Michael Bloomberg is doing something absolutely hilarious because it shows how easily triggerable Donald Trump is. Michael Bloomberg is trolling Donald Trump about his weight. Remember that this is something Trump is very triggerable about. By all serious accounts, Donald Trump is clinically obese. Now, he officially claims to be 6'3" tall and weigh 239 pounds. If true, that puts him like a pound below clinically obese. But nobody believes that height. Trump is pictured in a number of pictures. He's standing next to people known to be shorter than 6'3", and Trump is very clearly shorter than them. So we know this is a very sensitive topic for Donald Trump, the alpha male. This is an ad that Michael Bloomberg put together where he specifically uses what are known as fat pics of Donald Trump playing golf. Now, I'm not calling them fat pics pejoratively. These are specific pictures of Donald Trump playing golf in like an all-white, very light khakis and a white shirt, where he is known to be absolutely furious when these pictures are used because, okay, he looks extremely large in them and Trump doesn't like looking this way. Check it out. It even includes a picture of Trump looking visibly exhausted and sort of climbing to reach what looks like an errant golf ball that he shot off the course. Take a look.
People have said when you were mayor, the city gave Trump a contract to operate a golf course. Yes, that's true. But he was the only bidder, and running a golf course is the only job that I would hire him for. I'm Mike Bloomberg, and I approve this message.
It is now being reported by Charlie Gasparino, no left-wing bomb thrower. He's a reporter for Fox Business Network, that the Bloomberg ads with the so-called fat pics have made Trump furious and that he's been melting down privately and also tweeting endlessly about Michael Bloomberg, who he has dubbed Mini Mike. Trump tweeting in close succession, quote, "Mini Mike is part of the fake news. They are all working together. In fact, Bloomberg isn't covering himself, too boring to do, or other Dems, only Trump. That sounds fair. It's all the fake news media, and that's why nobody believes in them anymore." Continuing to focus on Mini Mike, saying, quote, "Many of the ads you are watching were paid for by Mini Mike Bloomberg. He is going nowhere, just wasting his money, but he is getting the DNC to rig the election against crazy Bernie, something they wouldn't do for Cory Booker and others. They are going to do it again to Bernie 2016. And then once again, and this one is actually hilarious, Trump tweeting, so triggered, "Mini Mike is now negotiating both to get on the Democrat primary debate stage and to have the right to stand on boxes or a lift during the debates. This is sometimes done, but not really fair." That is absolutely hilarious. The stuff Trump comes up with when he gets triggered is so funny. He also did something Trump did that he rarely does, if ever, which is he tweeted about exercising. Now, remember, Donald Trump is the guy who believes that when the human body exercises, it depletes some total amount of energy that you have at your disposal for life. And so he's not a guy who brags about exercising. And yet, after the Fat Pick ad came out, Donald Trump tweeting a picture of himself golfing with a caption, "Getting a little exercise this morning." So regardless of Bloomberg's chances, and the chances aren't great, although I do believe it's possible Mike Bloomberg could end up third in delegates won if he continues the strategy that we've outlined a couple of weeks ago. This is just fantastic. I would love to see Bloomberg also do some ads that are compilations of Trump's slurred speech, you know, the United States of America, God bless the USA, the Israeli city of Jerusalem, and that type of thing. Whoever is doing these knows exactly what the trigger points are for Donald Trump and is exploiting them. I saw that the Bloomberg campaign is hiring some data science people here in Massachusetts, probably in other Super Tuesday states as well. Clearly, Bloomberg is not being shy about laying out the cash, and we can expect a lot of action from Bloomberg. I just hope there's more of these ads that are triggering Trump visibly on Twitter. Last thing to clarify, I'm not making fun of obesity, nor do I find it funny. It's a serious medical condition. What I'm pointing out is that the supposed alpha male Trump, who's the best at everything, both eats a terrible diet, doesn't exercise, and is so easily triggerable when you hit certain pressure points. And Michael Bloomberg is taking advantage of those. Okay, I've been thinking about whether or not to do this story, and it just has to be done. All right. Joe Biden is really weird about touching voters. I'm not talking about the creepy Uncle Joe stuff related to women. Okay, I'm talking about something totally different here. I'm talking about how Joe Biden gets very strange in even remotely contentious conversations with men who ask him questions on the campaign trail. Now, I'm going to show you two videos of this. Normal caveat. If Biden's the nominee, I'm voting for Biden. This is not about anything other than this is strange. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't point this out, since I point out strange behavior by other candidates. I talked about this in a recent live stream, and I pointed out Joe's behavior is oddly aggressive towards voters. And some people immediately said, David, Joe's not aggressive. You're just a beta male and you're uncomfortable with confrontation. First of all, this has nothing to do with me, and I encourage you to look at these videos. If you're listening to the podcast or on the radio, find the visual component we're going to play and tell me this is normal behavior. If you normally behave this way with people around you in your real life, I want to follow you around and see who you're hanging out with, because how Joe Biden behaves in these clips with voters is not normal. Let's look at the first one from Iowa. Here, Biden was asked about committing to phase out fossil fuels. And look at how Joe Biden starts poking this guy in the chest and getting aggressive with him. This is not normal. And as we look at the clip again, this time without audio, you see that the guy he's talking to has this sort of uncomfortable smile on his face because he recognizes Joe Biden's behavior is abnormal. Joe Biden's staffer or handler there, that's a voice we've gotten to know well on the campaign trail, as she's often trying to get people to move on and get Joe Biden away from people. She starts saying, move on, you know, get a move on when Joe Biden starts getting irritated with the voter. Here's another example of this. This one was when Biden was asked about some of his views on fossil fuels. This was at a Biden event, and a guy showed up. The guy had critical questions, tough questions, but they are reasonable questions. And again, Biden gets in the guy's face, gets really close to the guy, starts poking the guy in the chest, eventually tells the guy, find someone else to vote for, go vote for someone else. And you again hear that same handler say, thank you so much, trying to end it. But Biden just insists on talking and pokes the guy and then kind of holds on to the guy's open coat. Strange behavior. Take a look.
lines, but then you want to replace these gas lines. That's not going to work. We got to stop building and replacing pipelines. You got to go vote for someone else.
All right, thanks so much, sir. We're going to have you here.
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm going to vote you in the general if you treat me
Yeah,
right.
I know. Well, I'm not.
Well, can I have a
Look,
picture?
you're asking a picture of me. You're coming up and telling me you don't support me.
No.
My plan. Yeah, you did. You said you
I said I would support you in the general.
In the general. I'm looking for a primary.
We're happy to
and
get
a
a number.
caucus.
We can follow up.
That's what I'm looking for, okay?
Just as
Now,
we're finding it.
you believe that Bernie can do something and by 2030?
I'm actually supporting Trump's style.
Thompson, well, that's good. He's the guy that did
Thanks
more
so much,
coal
sir. We
mines.
have a long line right here.
More coal than the entire country did.
We're happy to get
You got the right guy.
This is not about would I vote for Biden over Trump. Of course I would vote for Biden over Trump. This is not about anything other than something about the gleam in Joe Biden's eye when he starts poking voters and treating them like this is extremely odd. And again, to people who saw me talk about this briefly on stream and said, David, you're a beta. This is not aggressive behavior. This is how men interact when they have conversations. Are you telling me this is how you are interacting with people in your everyday life? People you know, friends, family, coworkers? I don't have anyone around me who, number one, treats people this way, or number two, would allow themselves to be treated this way. So if you watch these videos and this strikes you as the normal interactions of adults who are talking, I want to hear from you, because maybe it's me in, my sissy liberal northeastern city, as many of our viewers like to say, but this is not normal behavior that I've observed between adults anywhere. This is the type of behavior I see between drunk adults on the Las Vegas Strip shortly before they get into a fist fight, right? That's what it reminds me of. Let me know what you think. We'll have a couple of these clips on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman as well.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It is great to have back with us today Rob Larson, who's a professor of economics and also author of the book Bit Tyrants, The Political Economy of Silicon Valley. Rob, great to have you on.
Thanks, Dave. Great to be here.
So when I was on the Joe Rogan program a few months ago, we had this exchange where he started talking about how, of course, a company like Google is a liberal company. And it was an interesting conversation because it seemed that what he was talking about was, does Google have a policy about anti-trans bullying and that type of thing? And I pointed out, listen, Google is a company that is advocating for less regulation, is advocating for, at a financial level, against some of the antitrust interests that the people may have and may want to have exercised through their government. And so if they, have an internal policy where you can't misgender people, That's not really making them a liberal company when you consider the sort of broader circumstances of where they are in the world of regulation and not paying taxes and so on and so forth. What is the right way that we should sort of think about the political orientation of these big tech companies that often have a sort of progressive-ish seeming public side, but behind the scenes are really very similar to, an oil company or whatever else the case may be?
Yeah, right on. Well, that's, very true. These companies definitely do affect a very, woke, very pro-diversity sort of public posture. But to me, I think, based on my research, the right way to sort of frame this issue is to look at it from the point of view of what the company wants and then what like the workforce wants. And if you sort of dig into it, a lot of the time when people talk about how these companies are liberal and they're so on the left, it sounds goofy because these are, after all, publicly traded corporations whose stock is held by the wealthier households of our society and big financial institutions. How could they be leftist and anti-capitalist? I think a lot of the confusion is people look at what, the workforce is saying and then impute that to the company, like, well, the company must be liberal then. But of course, as we've seen just in the last several months, we've had a couple of fairly significant labor actions against Google where the workforce, various components of its enormous workforce, are doing walkouts and going on small strikes and doing independent organizing. And just lately, I mean, I think maybe the ultimate rebuttal to claims these companies are liberal is just lately Google has been retaining like the same classic union busting, anti-labor organization law firms that Walmart and Microsoft have been hiring for years, And especially too, when you look at the interface with public policy in the face of all these new investigations that big tech, including Google, are subject to, what they call the techlash, So the congressional investigations, the FTC and Justice Department probes, and the state attorneys general as well. Google is now one of the biggest lobbying firms in Washington, spending many million a year, more than all of its tech peers, more than Amazon even, on lobbying the government. And of course, they play a big role in election financing, both directly and through their PACs. So to me, what I would just suggest to folks like Mr. Rogan is it's really worth taking a small amount of time to differentiate between what the labor force is pushing for and what the company wants. And then, yes, like policies that are, say, for example, diversity oriented for a richer representative staff, as in like protecting the rights of trans workers, versus like the real money aspect of the equation, which the firms are most interested in, all the lobbying and maintenance of their monopoly. And Google got the FTC to just stop investigating it during the Obama years. Like that's where these bodies are buried.
One of the big differences between tech companies and a lot of other companies is that there's often some kind of almost like a fairy tale, a romanticized story about the origins of the company. Mark Zuckerberg invented it in his Harvard dorm room, invented Facebook. Jeff Bezos was in some job he hated and, had the idea to start Amazon and whatever else. You don't see that with a lot of other types of companies that many of us interact with regularly, whether they be car companies, airline companies, or whatever the case may be. I'm curious whether part of that is because a lot of those other companies have just been around much longer, so the story of their creation seems less relevant because it's further away, or is there something more? Has there been a concerted effort to keep the mystique through these sort of fairy tale origin stories?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, pretty much those are the two dynamics. If you look at all of our great blue chip Fortune 500 companies, including your classic old company giants, like GM and so on, or Ford, IBM, they all have this very folksy, yes, small business. I developed this company in my mom's basement in the Depression sort of origin mystique. It's true. These companies are all much younger, of course. Several of them are only 10, 20 years old. So their origin story is more recent and therefore more foregrounded. But also, just because of the information-based nature of these products, there's a little bit more of but how did you get the great idea for this company? Because since they're information-based, the idea for their platforms and for their services is kind of more of the core of the whole business than it is if you're manufacturing light bulbs and stuff. So it's true, like there really is that small business started in a garage mystique. But of course, as I look at in one of the chapters of the book, the firms vary, of course, but very typically their origins in terms of their technology comes straight from the public sector. So Google, again, is a classic case. People talk about, Sergey Brin and Larry Page. They had the idea to start the firm, and it's this great idea, and they've built all these great businesses since. I just want to remind people Google's original web address wasn't google.com. It was google.stanford.edu because they developed that at Stanford research labs in their computer science program, one of the great publicly funded research university campuses in the United States, where you've got stable funding and you are allowed to indulge your intellectual curiosity and think freely about what would make a good search engine or what would make a good social networking system. In the marketplace, you're under near-term pressure for profitability, to get your stock price up and keep Wall Street happy with you. In the academic world, you're free to take your time. And of course, the internet itself, after all, was originally developed by DARPA, the Pentagon's research arm, along with the university system. And in the book, I just go through Amazon, Facebook, Google, and the internet, and the hardware itself, like the stuff in your smartphone. Almost all of that technology comes from one or another public sector research institution, or at least through heavy public funding, which again insulates you from that short-term market pressure. So to me, the story of the origins of these firms is one of the juiciest phony aspects about them.
Well, so to stick with that a little bit, can you talk a little bit about what sort of regulatory or financial incentives also existed that allowed these companies to do what they did and to grow as quickly as they did? I mean, certainly at a base level, people increasingly dependent on the internet and more of day-to-day society being run through the internet is a huge boon to a company that exists on mobile phones and on the internet for sure. But in terms of regulation, tax breaks, et cetera, what else was done that allowed these companies to grow so quickly at the start?
For sure. Well, the very loose regulatory framework is an important part of this story. All through the era when the internet and internet-based services were becoming more popularized, like I'm old enough to remember in the 90s, when the internet came to town and you could go to some library campuses and look up other card catalogs. At that time, it was a bipartisan view that what you don't want to do is regulate the internet or online industries, because that's going to impose new costs on them or limit their innovation and their creativity. And for the longest time, like well through the Bush years into the Obama years, that was something that was more or less bipartisan. We don't want to regulate the net. It's growing. It's giving us all these fun free services and so on. Now, of course, as these firms have become so important, and as you say, as we're so reliant on them, and we start seeing their power in elections, in our society, in the way that we deal with everything through our phones, people are a lot more interested in putting some leashes on their behavior and on their power. But to me, the real issue with having had such a loose regulatory framework for so long for big tech is what I talk about in the first chapter of the book. These are markets that are subject to what we call network effects in economics. And network effect is just something that applies to certain markets where an information-based product is at play. And the big thing there is that with those sort of markets, the service gains value the more people use it. So like a telephone, as more people get on the phone network, your telephone gets a little bit more valuable to you because there's more and more people you can potentially call. Well, the same network effects apply to companies like Facebook. You want to be on the network that has all your friends on it, not on the one that has no one on it. And Google search, even as more people do Google searches day in and day out, their algorithms keep learning from that. And the more searches that are done, the stronger their algorithm and search processes become. So the thing about network effects is they're a strong incentive that leads to monopolization or maybe having 2 or 3 very dominant firms in a market. And that is what we see in big tech, from Facebook's and Instagram's, oligopoly to, Google's mobile search monopoly to YouTube. There's a long list, but it's all these straight economic aspects to it.
So there was a big deal made when Amazon, basically after being shamed by Bernie Sanders, decided that they were going to start paying everybody $15 an hour. And the end result, I thought, was great. Of course, it was a calculation for Amazon that there was going to be a PR benefit, more than likely, that in the long term would exceed the additional cost to them of paying the $15 an hour. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's imagine that it worked in that an elected official shamed a company and they made the right decision. When Donald Trump, between being elected and inaugurated, went to, I believe it was Indiana, and announced that he struck a deal with Carrier Air Conditioner that they were going to keep their factory open in Indiana. And what he basically did was just give them money, right? There was a plan where Carrier decided we're leaving, and Trump came in and said, hey, here's some money if you stay. My criticism at the time was this is not a scalable economic policy. This is saying, hey, I found a company that has already made a business decision. I'm changing the calculus by giving them some cash. And of course, in the end, that money was used to start automating away those jobs. Anyway, half of the workforce still went to Mexico. It was a disaster. There's not that much of a difference, in a sense, between Trump giving money to Carrier to get them to stay and Bernie pressuring one company to pay $15 an hour. Now, of course, the one that Bernie did is working out much better in terms of its results. But my question is about the scalability of policy when it comes to these things. We can't really be relying on elected officials to be making one-off deals, can we? I mean, it seems to me that we need something systemic to be done about regulation, incentives, job creation, whatever the case may be.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even like across, the wide spectrum of opinions about big tech, I think that is sort of recognized. So again, whether you're suspicious of big tech from a more left or a more conservative point of view, I think broadly it's recognized what you need, is a set of stable rules that are uniform from one company to another, and stable across time. You can't just be piecemeal threatening or throwing cash at these firms. But again, what it sort of comes back to, though, is the power of these firms. Like most companies couldn't get all of America's cities to debase themselves and beg for a second headquarters, but Amazon absolutely was able to do that, and it was quite a spectacle. And they ended up splitting the investment and walking away from New York, and then, of course, putting tens of thousands of jobs there anyway without millions of dollars in cash, which kind of shows perhaps the lack of necessity for these huge subsidy and incentive packages. But hopefully, with these new investigations we have coming down at the national level, and indeed the international level of these big tech firms, we do have the FTC and the Justice Department here, and overseas, like the strongest regulation so far that any of these firms are subject to is all emanating from the European Union, from privacy to data storage to the right to be forgotten. It's interesting, and of course I talk about it in the book a bit, because of the difference in these regulatory conditions. Plus, it does end up mattering that all of these big tech platform companies and their monopolies or semi-monopolies, they are all American. And the European Union is used to being partially dominated by American firms, from IBM to Coke. But they're a little more willing to regulate firms that are out of state, despite a real political presence that those firms have overseas too. But I think a new rules-based approach is very reasonable, especially one that limits the power of these firms. Again, we have a fairly long record now of all of these firms. Once network effects builds up their market power, from Microsoft all the way to Google and Facebook, they aren't shy about using it to crush competitors and destroy rivals. I mentioned this in the book. There's just a piece of Wall Street Journal reporting about Facebook, and they didn't seem to be using this word ironically, but they mentioned that Facebook has a whole little division in the company whose job is to monitor startups, new small web-based firms that might potentially compete with Facebook or one of its other apps like Instagram or Messenger. And they try to buy up that firm at a very early stage when they can buy it for just $1 million from some founder in their garage, or crush it or go after it legally in some other way. And the way the journal described it was Facebook is out to disrupt any potential challengers, which is kind of funny because, of course, all these firms talk about is how we're disruptors and we're breaking up that inefficient old economy. Now that they're the economy and the 5 biggest companies in the US are all these tech platforms now, which is unheard of, they try to disrupt and put control over their upstarts and small competitors too. So I think rules that rein in these firms' power, or even go further in putting the workforce more in charge, or and in that way potentially partially socializing the platforms, to me those are the things we should look at, things that address the firm's market power.
No question about that. We've been speaking with Rob Larson, who's a professor of economics. The book is called Bit Tyrants, The Political Economy of Silicon Valley. We are linking to the book. Definitely check it out. Rob, always a pleasure having you on.
Thanks, Dave. My pleasure.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
In today's disgusting but totally unsurprising news, Donald Trump allegedly referred to MSNBC reporter Katie Tour's transgender mom as a bitch with a tranny dad. Those are the president's alleged words, so I'm allowed to say them. This is from a new book called Sinking in the Swamp by Lachlan Markey and Asawin Subseng. Katie Tour is the daughter of Zoe Tour. You might remember Zoe Tour from the O.J. Simpson low-speed helicopter car chase in that white Bronco in 1994, if you were around then. Zoe Tour doesn't like Trump, and Zoe Tour is a trans woman. And the book alleges that Donald Trump makes horrible comments about women all the time. He called Meghan McCain, the daughter of the late Senator John McCain, dumber than her father, pointed out that she's been getting fatter after she said things on The View that Trump didn't like. This actually started with Trump getting into it with Katie Tour herself when he was running for president, writing off her questions, sometimes during interviews when he didn't want to answer one of her questions. He would say, "Oh, give me a break. Next question, Katie." Very, very condescending. He started calling her Little Katie, started calling her a third-rate journalist, all of that stuff. And once when she tried to follow up a question with Trump, he simply said, "Be quiet." Then, of course, we get to these latest allegations that Trump referred to Katie Tour privately as, again, a bitch with a tranny dad, referring to Katie Tour's transgender mom. This is the president. Now, he will have defenders no matter what he says, and lots of people probably agree with him. There's a lot of people in this country, I don't know if it's, 15%, 17%, that are extremely anti-trans. And while they probably would never be willing to say what Donald Trump is accused of saying, they aren't going to get too upset about hearing that Donald Trump said it. That's one group. There's also people who don't necessarily even agree with Trump attacking trans people, but they do generally want things to sort of go back to the way they imagine things were in the 1950s. And they see treating trans people respectfully as something that's not quite in line with their 1950s ideal. So they're not really going to get bent out of shape about attacking trans people, but they're not going to go and do it themselves. And then, of course, remember, First Lady Melania Trump's big initiative was going to be ending bullying, fighting bullying. And her husband is one of the biggest bullies of all sorts of different groups of people based on their identity that we know of. I wish it weren't the case, but too many people either like comments like these or they're just indifferent as long as Trump won't let Mexicans in the country, right? Or whatever their priority is. It's one of those areas where we just need to change the dialogue completely. A different president could do that. We talk about lots of the things that would take a long time to change. And Trump didn't create racism. Trump didn't create xenophobia or anti-trans bias or anti-Semitism. But when he says things like this, when he doesn't do anything about the coalescing and growing extremist movements, he makes the people who are into those ideologies emboldened and more comfortable publicly displaying their beliefs. If Trump leaves the White House in a year, that's not going to change the views of these extremists, but it might put them back at least in a little bit of a more hidden position in society where they might think twice about going public with these views. And then over time, hopefully those views will continue to dissipate or age out, as we like to say. We can hope. Imagine being Katie Tour and finding out that the president referred to a parent of yours in this way. It's almost inconceivable, or at least it would have been in 2015, but this is 2020 United States, and this story barely makes headlines in the midst of everything else that's going on. Really, really shocking stuff. An incredible thing happened yesterday, which is that the David Pakman Show YouTube channel reached an extraordinary milestone, 800,000 subscribers. That's an 8 followed by 5 zeros. We have the video. It happened live on last night's Iowa caucus stream. Let's take a look at the big moment. Buckle in, folks. We are very, very close here. We have reached 800,000 subscribers. Amazing. And I don't know why, but this has not updated. How lame is that? It seems to be broken. It's stuck at $7.99. Can you imagine? Oh, there it is. Amazing. Incredible. I hope someone records that. Please clip that. Please send it to me. I want to post that to my Instagram page or whatever. Please email me that. We did it. Yeah, as you can see, a riveting and very, very exciting moment. But in all seriousness, thank you. Thank you to the 800, now getting close to 801,000 of you. Check out a graph of our subscribers that I put together today. I have some interesting little factoids for you. We've been building the YouTube channel for a long time. I went back and looked. Our first month on YouTube, we had 4 subscribers. I don't mean that we gained 4 subscribers a day. After our entire first month on YouTube, we had 4 subscribers. Our entire second year on YouTube, we gained 3,200 subscribers. An entire year, 3,200 subscribers. Just during yesterday's live stream of the Iowa caucuses, we gained about 600 subscribers in a 3-hour stream. And we reached this amazing milestone of 800,000. So thank you so much. The next goal, of course, is 1 million. We'll probably do something little for 900,000, but 1 million is really that nice round number. Now, this is funny. Weeks ago, I started looking at the numbers. We were in, first week of January, second week of January. I was looking at the numbers. I was looking at the calendar, and I was thinking we might be able to do 800,000 by my birthday, which was on Sunday, February 2nd. And as we were getting closer, we were 10 days away. We were 5 days away. I looked, and still February 2nd seemed viable. And we missed it, but my calculation was only off by like 22 hours. The new goal is 1 million by election day, okay? 1 million by November 3rd, 2020. It is very hard to predict with much precision because so many factors can affect this. Right now, on Social Blade, which tracks this data, it looks like we're on track to hit 1 million subscribers sometime between October 12 and December. So we might clear 1 million 3 weeks before the election. We might miss it by 6 weeks. It could end up getting pushed into 2021, depending on what happens. Now, as we close in, I will fine-tune the numbers, but the goal, which would be so huge for the progressive movement to have another show enter this category in the millions, along with TYT, the Young Turks, it would be huge to do it before the 2020 election. I'll keep you posted, but as of right now, it's possible. It's possible. And thank you to the more than 800,000 of you that are currently subscribed to our YouTube channel. Really feels great to have accomplished this. We have a voicemail number. The number is 219-2-DAVID-P. This voicemail doesn't feel so good. Take a listen to what this person has to say.
David, you're a liberal hack, and Trump 2020, Trump's going to win. Nobody cares about you and your f***ing liberalness. The reality of the situation is you're just like Fox News, who you love to criticize just because they love Trump, but you love Bernie, so I don't see the difference. And I think you should be arrested for spreading false misinformation. And honestly, if this was Soviet Russia, you'd have a bullet in your f***ing head.
Wow. Now, I do wonder, false misinformation, is that a double negative? Does that mean we're spreading just information, true information? Misinformation would not be accurate. If it's false misinformation, maybe it is good and the person doesn't realize it. In any case, that's what we are fighting, right? So as a reminder, you're not going to convince that person to vote for anybody other than Trump. So don't bother. Don't waste your time on it. And these, I play these voicemails for you. Number one, just to let you know about the level of vitriol that exists out there. But number two, because these are illustrations that we can't win. It's not a viable strategy to say, let's all go out and convince people like that dude not to vote for Trump. It's not going to happen. The focus needs to be get out the vote, prevent voter suppression, prevent a toxic, destructive primary that will actually do damage to the opportunity to remove Donald Trump. That is the focus. Find the half of the country that doesn't vote and talk to the people who agree with us and make sure that they go out and vote, because a conversation with that guy is a dead end. Might as well run a motorcycle directly into a brick wall. You're not going to get anything accomplished. The focus has to be a different one. We have a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about DNC members who are discussing possible rule changes at the convention to potentially deny Bernie Sanders the nomination if it were to come to it. Secondly, even insured adults who have health insurance are increasingly going to primary care less and less often because of the out-of-pocket costs. These are folks with insurance. We will talk about that. We will also talk about the news, shocking in the media world, that right-wing radio host Rush Limbaugh says he has advanced lung cancer. Immediately will be missing a lot of his show, undergoing treatment. We will discuss that and much more on today's bonus show. Get access instantly by becoming a member at joinpacman.com or by becoming a patron at the $5 or greater level at patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 357th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. In the flesh. Okay. Well done, Tom. Every day I get up and I do my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. You can go there and read the articles that we reference.
Some of them worth reading.
Yes,
Some of them definitely worth
one or two of them is worth reading. The rest you can ignore.
Well, that's about right.
Thanks, Tom. It takes a lot of work to do this. You know, I spend about 4 hours every day doing it, and nobody pays me for that. I do get donations to the blog, and they're just about enough to cover expenses.
Well, that's encouraging.
It is, and the donations that we got for the show were just about enough to cover it too.
Uh-huh.
We came just that close to it.
Okay.
So I'm going to pay a couple of dollars extra for my membership dues this year. Anyway, what happens is the news goes up daily at geoharvey.com, and if you want to read one of these articles, which we will start with on January 30th, you can go to the blog and click on the calendar for the date starting January 30th. We'll try to keep you up to date on when these things appeared. And you can click on it, and then you'd have about 15 articles usually to search through to find the one you want. So.
Well, obviously I read the articles.
Yeah, Tom reads the articles.
And some of them, as I mentioned, are worth reading, and I'll try and mention those that are.
Yeah.
Because some of these are long.
Some of them are long. The long ones I do not read all the way through. Tom reads the long articles all the way through, and I, on the other hand, have to look at about 400 titles every day to figure out which ones we want. And if you think about this, over the time that blog has been active, I've probably looked at over 1 million titles.
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
So there we go.
Let's get started
anyway,
here. We got a picture.
We have a
up of
picture.
An UPS truck.
And I'm not going to make an appeal for money today, because this is, we're into a new section.
That's an UPS truck.
That's an UPS truck.
It's funny because I have just to make it fit on my computer, I've shrunk the picture.
Oh.
So on my computer, it looks like a much longer truck.
Oh, really?
It looks like here.
It does not look like it's low and long. It looks a lot like those self-driving shuttles that we've had.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I mean, in terms of the shape.
Yeah.
Very
much so. We'll be talking about one of them a little later on.
So this is from Clean Technica.
And let's...
What?
I'm trying to get somebody up here like me.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Okay. Tom is the engineer who maintains this thing, which is why a lot of the time he looks like a deer in the headlights, staring in the headlights, because he has to look at... We've got monitors all over the place here.
Yeah.
Including one behind us, but we don't even look at that. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, you'll look at the picture in the background, but it's a UPS truck.
Yep.
And UPS orders 10,000 electric delivery veils from Arrival. Now, that sounds a little strange until you realize that Arrival is the name of a company.
Yes, it is not a rival, it is Arrival. Arrival's electric delivery vans are priced about the same as conventional delivery vans. That's important. They're the same price, but have 50% lower operating costs.
Now, that's significant.
This turns it into, a squirrel could figure this out. Arrival's unique skateboard. The skateboard is the whole bottom of the vehicle. It's the motor, the wheels, everything. The skateboard platforms allow the company to create vehicles in any weight, type, size, or shape to match customer requirements.
It's sort of like the old Beetle VWs. You could take the motor off I'm take the body off and still drive it.
Yeah. And you could take the body off and put a body on.
Which I did.
Did you? What did
Yeah.
it look like?
It was called an Aztec Avenger GT12.
Oh my gosh, I
looked,
remember those.
It looked like a
Porsche.
sports car.
Maserati.
It looked like, and it wasn't a very good car because it made a lot of noise because the plastic that the body was made of just rebounded sound.
Oh dear. Well, there were a lot of those. There was one that
yeah.
looked exactly like an MGTD or whatever.
Oh, there was all sorts of Mizugai, and
And of
we're
course-
still driving one.
Of course, VW did the same thing. They had the Carmen Ghia, which had the same.
Basically, it was the same thing.
car.
Yeah, just put a different
Okay.
body on it.
We are digressing monumentally here.
Well, the market, this is a couple of takeaways, or are they takes
Takes away.
The market for delivery vans and trucks is huge, okay?
it's
which
huge.
you could expect.
Well,
worldwide, there are more than-
10,000 vehicles.
More than 300 million commercial vans and trucks on the road.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
UPS will buy 10,000 electric vans between now and 2024, and possibly another 10,000 after that.
Yeah.
They're going to place these vans in service in Europe and North America, and just to keep Arrival on their toes, Amazon has ordered another 10,000 electric vans.
Now, where is Amazon? I mean, Arrival based. Do you remember? I don't remember seeing it.
I think it's American, and I think it's a startup, and I didn't make too many notes about it.
Okay.
But
I don't think there was much about it in the article.
I'm sure they're American because.
Did you actually put that up so people could see it better than?
Well, I had it up there. We'll take
Oh, you
another
did.
look
No,
at it.
don't worry about it.
Well,
There you go.
There it is.
There's the new
Right,
UPS
so.
truck with, as we sat down today to start the show, Tom was talking about how big that windshield is.
Yeah.
It's a big windshield. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
From Green Tech Media, we have an item.
Renewables set to overtake natural gas in the U.S. power mix, according to the EIA.
Now, this is the first of two articles that we're going to have about this particular thing.
This week.
This week,
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
And you know, as I put this together, I was thinking, why have I got two of these? And then I read the two and realized there's a reason to have the second one. The DOE's Energy Information Administration has finally come around to the view that renewables will overtake natural gas in the country's electricity mix. The EIA has long been known for its implausibly, I want to repeat that word, implausibly conservative predictions about renewable energy. They keep saying year after year, well, they kept saying, they haven't been saying it in the last year. Every year they would say, renewables have been growing exponentially, but that's going to stop in 18 months.
It ain't stopping though, is it? No. I got a little quick takeaway here. A year ago, the EIA predicted gas would remain the company's top power source through 2050.
Right.
It's changed its mind. All power generation sources will lose market share by 2050 except for renewables.
Yes.
Okay? And the USAIA annual energy outlook for 2020, wind's share of the renewables mix will fall to 33%.
You know,
that's renewables.
You know,
okay, solar will rise to 46%.
Yeah, and I've been keeping an eye on these things. And
there's a lot of changes coming, folks.
I've looked at this, and in the last 2 years, the number of the amount of capacity for upcoming additions to our generating capacity, the amount of capacity that comes from natural gas is like falling off a cliff.
Well, it's been a disappointment.
A disappointment.
They're not getting anywhere near the yields they predicted.
Well, not only that, but people are just not building natural gas burning power plants as much as they were. These
well, they cost money to run. They cost more to run.
And the capacity that's in line today is something like 50% of what it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So this is really, I mean, that's a 50% decline. But
well, we'll be mentioning that again.
Yeah, we will. Okay.
There's a picture here I'll bring up. It's making steel.
There it is. Wow,
and
that's
if I can get this
bright.
mouse here.
There you go.
There we go. Get the mouse up.
There you go.
And there is steel being made.
Yeah, if you dropped your toast on that, it would burn.
I think it would. I think it'd get around pretty quick. Well, the article says a Nordic steel giant to use renewable hydrogen to produce fossil-free steel by 2026. That is significant.
It sure is. This is excuse me. We've seen things about this kind of thing in the past. This is just another one of these, but still, it's really interesting, and it makes sense to look at. Momentum is growing toward the decarbonization of one of the world's most energy-intensive industries. Svensk Stål, which is badly pronounced, I apologize for that.
Swedish steel.
Yeah, is turning to renewable hydrogen to replace coal in the production of steel nearly 10 years earlier than it thought would be possible.
Well, this is very interesting. I got a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
The production of steel is highly energy intensive.
Yes.
Okay. Significant amounts of heat are required to melt the iron ore to produce the steel.
Right.
In addition, carbon is an essential ingredient. The carbon is added to the iron to make it steel.
Yes.
Okay, so they have traditionally used coal.
Yes.
For this purpose. Now they can't eliminate the carbon because then it wouldn't be steel.
Yes.
But they're eliminating the carbon-based heat.
Yes.
Okay? So the use of hydrogen for thermal heat dramatically reduces the amount of coal required. So this company, Svensk, expects to have fossil-free, carbon-free steel. They say carbon-free steel.
They mean it has the carbon in it.
Yeah.
But it's not. They're not
steel's
using
actually an alloy.
Well, yeah.
Between iron and carbon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird idea to think about. Why is it that you take something as soft as carbon and you put it into steel and it all of a sudden makes it into iron and it all of a sudden makes it steel? Well, you can think about that and ask yourself, why is it a diamond is so hard? Because that's carbon too. Carbon's a very funny thing.
There's a bunch of images in this particular link.
Yes.
And it says here, well, this is from the images. Breakdown of the steel production process using thermal coal versus using hydrogen. So if you want to get technical, you'll go look at
It's an
graphs.
interesting article with interesting material with it. Okay, we've got an item here from Utility Dive, and this is one of the articles that I thought was really interesting this week because of its implications. Go ahead, Tom.
Coal plants increasingly operate as cyclical, load-following power. That's interesting.
Oh, man.
You're going to explain what that means.
Leading to inefficiencies.
Leading to inefficiencies and costs.
Yeah. Increasingly, coal plants operate as cyclical or load-following generation units as the power market becomes more saturated with intermittent resources.
Well, they traditionally didn't. You turned them on and you just left them run.
Yeah. A white paper from the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners says, well, these are the baseload power plants that people used to say and still do. We can't run without these plants because you have to have baseload to know that your electricity is going to be there when you turn on the light at 2 o'clock in the morning.
But now we have different ways of acquiring baseload.
And we don't, more and more, we don't need baseload plants. So the coal plants, in order to keep operating, have to stop operating as baseload plants and try to make sure that they can.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, the
follow
times
the
they
load.
are changing.
Yeah, and one of the things to remember here is that a power plant, coal burning power plant, natural gas burning power plant, any thermal plant, nuclear, is like a gigantic tea kettle. You have to heat up the water in it.
Yeah.
Well, it takes a long time to heat that water up. So it's really...
they keep them running.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to change the output of one of those things. I see nuclear plants come online after they've been down for a while for maintenance or fuel refueling or whatever. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks to get them online.
I was thinking days, but you say weeks, huh?
Not very often, but sometimes it takes a long time. Yes, it always takes at least days. So, we're up to Friday, January 31st, and we have an interesting picture here.
Coming up here.
This, to me, is an interesting picture.
Yeah, that's Block Island. I've never been there, but I looked it up on the map.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where they were taking this picture.
Yeah. And one of the things that I find interesting about this, they took this picture from a long way away. Those wind turbines, it's hard to believe, but those wind turbines...
They look like they're right adjacent to the island.
Yeah, they're 3.5 miles from the island.
Okay, so this is really a telephoto picture.
Oh man, was it.
Big time.
And it was a telephoto picture taken from so far away that it's got all 5 of those wind turbines. But just look at how small the boats are in the harbor.
You can see.
They're tiny. So anyway, what do you got?
U.S. government sees renewables passing natural gas in 20 years.
Yeah, this is the second of the 2 articles that we had about this. For the first time, the EIA's default projection replaces renewables as the largest single source of electricity generation, with renewables surpassing natural gas sometime around 2040. But the renewables prices seem to make the report's projections obsolete already.
Well, a takeaway from the article, these reports are very conservative. And they've done a terrible job projecting the rapid growth of renewable power.
Yeah, but you know, there's one line in this.
That just came right out of the article.
Absolutely, and there's one line in this article that's really important that people have to understand, and that is when the EIA is making the projection, it assumes, for the purpose of the projection, that the political environment will not change. So they're assuming that Donald Trump and company will be in charge of things for the next 20 years.
Well, it's all a hoax, so why bother?
Yeah, well,
let's move along.
He's been let off the hook by the impeachment people, but it's not going to keep him in office. Okay.
U.S. wind hits 9 gigawatts in 2019.
Yeah.
Now, I've always said gig is big.
Gig is big. The wind industry has experienced its 3rd strongest growth year on record in 2019, with 9,143 megawatts added to the grid, according to the American Wind Energy Association.
Yeah, that's where they get 9 gigawatts.
That sure is. Utilities and businesses also set a new record in 2019, announcing 8,726 megawatts of new purchase agreements, this power purchase agreements. So this stuff that's going on the grid is almost all being sold under power purchase agreements. So the 3rd best year in the history of wind isn't depending on incentives. It's depending upon the fact that organizations like Coca-Cola and GM and Nike are signing up to buy the power for the future. That's right.
Well, the PPA is proportional to demand.
Yeah.
Okay. When more people need power, they buy more PPAs.
Yes.
Okay. Well, a quick takeaway here: there's now over 100 gigawatts of operating wind capacity in the U.S. That's more than I would have figured. Comprising more, and you ready for this one? 50,000 wind turbines.
Yes.
In the U.S. Another 40 gigawatts of wind projects are either under construction or in advanced development. This is changing the whole picture.
It's changing the picture. And a lot of that, by the way, is offshore. We're starting
and much more of it's going to be offshore because it makes sense.
Absolutely.
I mean, we got a shallow Atlantic coast there.
Yeah, that goes a long ways out.
All the way down to Virginia is real shallow, and it is still shallow to Florida.
Yep. And a lot of the Gulf Coast is pretty shallow,
and
too.
the Gulf Coast is and Lake Erie is shallow, too.
That item, by the way, was from Renews.
Renews, yep. And we got another picture coming up.
We do. You want to put that up, Tom?
No, but I will anyway.
I don't blame you for not wanting to put it up. What do you got for a title?
Well, we were just talking about this before we started.
Yeah.
Canberra residents flee their homes as state of emergency is declared.
This is from the Daily Mail. Out-of-control bushfires are forcing residents near Canberra, the capital of Australia, to flee their homes as a state of emergency is declared. The worsening erratic conditions have prompted authorities to release a series of urgent leave now alerts and to people in affected areas. And we will be saying more about this in the next item that's coming up.
Well, this article is a long article.
Yeah.
There's 20 pictures in it. They're mostly fires.
Yeah.
There's maps. This is one of those links. I think that if you got time, pick it up and read it. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
Yeah, I want to say, by the way, as I've been watching these fires, I've been comparing them with what has gone on in the past, because the Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, has been saying, well, we've had these fires for a long time. They've always been here, in fact. And
Well, there's truth in that. but
there
it's
is
still
truth in that.
deceptive.
There is a difference in these fires, and we talked about it last week. This is the number of acres burned is not the largest in history.
Right.
The number of people who have been killed is not the largest in history. But what we have been seeing in this particular fire season is fires that are so aggressive that they do something that they have never done before, which is to burn peat bogs and rainforests. They've got
So they're burning stuff that's never burned before.
yeah, you know, the gum trees that catch fire that are like gasoline-soaked rags as they burn. That
And the koalas and
the
the
koalas live in them.
kangaroos
Eucalyptus. Those burn. They burn. They will not recede if they don't burn. And
yeah,
and
that's
you know,
part of their life cycle.
it's part of their life cycle. But this peat moss burning,
something else
that's a
again.
little bit different. Okay.
Well, I got some takeaways here.
Okay.
For those who don't know, Canberra is the capital district.
It's a capital city.
Well, they call it the Australian Capital Territory.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just
It's
the
like-
analogous to Washington, D.C.
That's right.
Okay, it's located within New South Wales, but it's not New South Wales.
Yes.
Okay, it's near Sydney. It's got about 400,000 residents, so it's not
A lot
an
of people.
insignificant place.
Yep.
Well, the ACT is facing its worst bushfire threat since poor people died and 500 homes were lost 17 years ago. Okay, there's a running narrative about that in the article. An extreme heat wave swept across Australia on Friday. Now that's last Friday. High temperatures and dry winds expected to spark more bushfires over the weekend, which happened. Okay, and there's more than 80 blazes are still burning as of this article, which was a week ago.
Now, we're up to Saturday, February 1st, with an item that continues this, and this is from the BBC.
Yeah, we do. Australia fires. Residents are told to seek shelter in the Canberra region.
A bushfire near Australian Capital Territory grew to more than 35,000 hectares, which is 135 square miles. So if you want to think about this,
It's a 12-mile square.
Yeah. On Saturday, as officials closed a major motorway, residents in some areas near the capital of Canberra were told that it is, quote, too late to leave, end quote, and they should try to seek shelter. In other words, the roads that they have to get out of where they are, where the fires
They're in fire.
have been cut.
Yeah.
They can't get away.
Yeah.
So they have to find some place, you know, to protect
No,
themselves.
there's a 1-minute time lapse of the fires burning in Canberra. Okay, and this is what this is what they're being told. They're being urged to fill up their bathtubs, buckets, and sinks, so that when the fire arrives, they have access to water to extinguish flames and to drink. They can't even leave.
Yeah.
They're going to sit there and watch.
Try putting out a fire in your house with a bucket load of water. It's not an easy job. However, I want to point something out, and that is we won't talk about it much this week. Next week we might.
There's more stuff happening.
There's more going on, and what has happened is the entire east coast of Australia has been hit by torrential rainstorms.
Yeah, you were telling me before the show started.
Yeah.
So what'd you say? 7 inches of rain?
In one town in Queensland, they had 7 inches of rain.
Wow.
And a lot of this area in New South Wales and Queensland, we're talking about, they had torrential rains a year and a half ago that were so bad that they couldn't plant their crops. And then that was followed by a year and a half of drought, which ended with these fires. And now they've got torrential rains and flooding again.
Kind of crazy.
Well, this is climate change is producing
It's a hoax.
very strange. How the Chinese are having effects in Australia, I don't know, but Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up here,
We do, and this is a picture of the Newport Bridge.
which has absolutely nothing to do with the article.
Except that it was taken by the author. This is from
Well,
Clean Technica.
I've been over that bridge. It's a nice bridge. It runs along, pretty much along the coast of Rhode Island. The
Yeah.
road does.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful view from the bridge. Well, what it says here is, oh, by the way, it costs you $5 to go across the bridge. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, well, that's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, it is.
Republican strategists praise carbon pricing as a way to win votes.
Who'd have thought? Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called for conservative solutions to address climate's consequences. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who is also a Republican from California, talked of a possible existential crisis for the party. Republicans are starting to talk about carbon pricing. The Republicans' leadership is starting to recognize that they have to do something about climate change.
I think you're right.
Even though
Absolutely.
it's a Chinese hoax.
Well, this is kind of, how would you say it, cynical. But conservative solutions, call it a hoax and eliminate regulations. Well, carbon pricing, for what it's worth, is a market-based solution that offers a cost-effective and fiscally conservative
This is
option.
what they say. It's a market-based solution. So it's not a tax. It's a market-based solution. Because
Yeah.
they want a free market. So they're going to have a solution that works in the...
Well, yeah.
Playing games with words.
I think so. Well, let's move along here.
Yeah, another item from Clean Technica.
Donald Trump's EPA, ruled by the swamp, is letting companies dump sewage in our rivers. And this is happening, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, let me read this first. The EPA under Donald Trump is now allowing cities to dump raw sewage into rivers. A New York Times article says the Trump administration has decided to reverse almost 95 environmental rules because it considers them too costly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, tell people in New Orleans
right.
who drink water that comes from the Mississippi River that it's okay to dump sewage into the Mississippi River and see what they
Yeah, it
say.
makes it taste interesting.
Oh dear. Oh man.
Well, the
You know-
rules, I got a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
The rules that the EPA reversed protected more than half of our wetlands and hundreds of thousands of small waterways from pollution. And these protections have been in place since Nixon.
Yes.
So this is not even
This
a
is
democratic
stuff,
thing.
This is stuff that was signed into law by Richard Nixon and some of it by
A long time ago.
Ronald Reagan. And they're trying to undo Richard Nixon's legacy and Ronald Reagan's legacy. Is this something that a real conservative would do? They would try to undo Theodore Roosevelt's legacy if they could do it. In fact, I think arguably they are.
They're trying. In
They're
some
trying
cases,
to.
anyhow.
Is this really conservatism at work?
I think it's money at work.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Oh, we got another picture coming up.
We
here.
do.
Let's get a.
This is
get a look at
what
this
in the article is called a sea can.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that.
It means
Let's take a
shipping
picture of it.
container.
That's exactly what it means.
It's a term that
That's
exists.
an interesting picture, though.
Yeah, it is. It's a term that exists in a country where people speak English, not American.
Okay.
This is from Canada.
From Canada.
Yeah.
Well, a company braves high winds with high hopes of renewable energy in Nunavut.
In Nunavut.
Nunavut.
Yep. Okanagan. Spearheaded by the Arctic Research Foundation, the project titled Nauervik Inuktitut for fall growing place consists of two sea cans. The picture's got one of them.
Well,
Outfitted to grow vegetables that
Put the picture
proponents
up again.
hope will ease Arctic food costs. They're powered by the wind. Now, they can't power these things with sunlight because they want them to run in the winter and they're north of the Arctic Circle.
6 months of the year, there's no sun at all.
So they have to run them with wind power. But you know, if you think about it, wind power is intermittent, right?
Yeah.
Plants do their growth intermittently.
Yeah.
Somehow there's a match there.
I would think so. Well, this is a quick takeaway. In Nunavut, Nunavut, which is in far northern Canada,
Yeah.
and it's about as far north as you can get and still be in
Yes,
Canada.
that's right.
Power is generated from astronomically priced diesel fuel. You got to bring it up there.
It has to be brought up there. And how do you do that, by the way, in a place where there's no roads? Well, the
With
answer is
difficult-
you have to take it by
Dog-
airplane.
Or dog sled.
Well, you could take it by dog sled, but I think that would be even more expensive.
Well, this entire project is run by wind, and there's only 6 months of sunlight available, so they can't use sun. So.
Yeah.
And I'll put the picture back up.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. The picture is still up.
Yeah. Now,
Duh.
what this reminds me of is that I did an interview with if you go down to the co-op, there's a company that sells vegetables in plastic containers down there called Leaf, which is L-E-F with a whatever the bar is above the E.
And what's unique about them?
Well, it's a New Hampshire company.
Okay.
And they have a greenhouse. They might have more because I interviewed them, I think, a year and a half ago, and they were talking about building another greenhouse. And greenhouses, as you probably know, could go up pretty fast. But they're doing hydroponic farming in the greenhouse, and they can produce 1 million pounds of produce in 1 acre.
That sounds like a lot.
Year. Well, it's 20, 25 times as much as you would get out of a place that's
An acre of ground.
Right. And so when you look at this shipping container, that shipping container might supply vegetables in significant quantities to an entire community. A couple of those would. So this is not a Chinese hoax. Let me put it that way.
Well, this is a very sparsely populated place anyhow.
It is,
Getting whatever you're bringing up there is costly.
Yeah, buy lettuce in a place like this.
Well, I would bet that a lot of those people have never even seen lettuce.
Yeah, well, and their historic, cultural approach to vegetables is a little different than ours too.
Well, these are what people we basically call Eskimos, and they have not been big on vegetables.
No, they have not been, but they are big on fermented seal fins.
I'll take that. Fermented seal fins, huh?
Was it that or fermented seal liver was what it was? Can you imagine such a thing? There was a cookbook that came out from a school looking for support for the school. So they decided they were going to mimeograph off and sell cookbooks. This was about 20 years ago. And they discovered that the cookbook was reviewed by a newspaper somewhere on the West Coast. The school was in the Aleutians, but they all of a sudden got orders for thousands of these things because they had things like fermented seal liver. You take the seal liver, you put it in a snowdrift, you leave it there for 6 months, and then you cook it up and serve it. And the article adds, the recipe adds at the end, children generally don't like this.
I wouldn't bet against that one.
No.
Well, let's move on here.
Okay.
Documents show scientists revolt at Trump's crazy hurricane claims.
Oh dear.
I remember
right.
seeing him talking about
Yeah.
this.
And those, he was talking about this Hurricane Dorian crossing Florida and hitting Alabama, and he had a chart that had a little thing drawn on it. Well, we talked about that at the time.
Yes, we did.
But it's come up in the news again, and this item, by the way, came from the Sydney Morning Herald, which was just a convenient place to get it. It was all over the news. A flurry of emails from NOAA's top officials and scientists show their consternation and alarm after President Trump falsely claimed Hurricane Dorian could hit Alabama. The emails were released in response to a Freedom of Information Act request. Now, that's what puts it into the news now, is that all of a sudden we can see what was going on in NOAA, where, among the weather scientists and so forth, who are, saying, wait a minute, the president is saying something that's absolutely false, and anybody who believes him might want to evacuate or
I can
board up his
remember
store.
seeing him making this presentation.
Absolutely.
And I looked at it and I said, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, this is the takeaway. In September, Trump was depicted in the Oval Office holding a chart with an extended impact zone of Hurricane Dorian.
Yeah.
Okay, Trump claimed that Alabama was most likely to be hit. I don't even know why he did that.
I don't know, but I will tell you, I don't think that this is a conspiracy at work. I think it's just a symptom of the way Donald Trump thinks.
I think you're right. Well, the National Weather Service in Birmingham corrected him.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
and a top NOAA official called the president's behavior crazy.
Yes.
I don't think he even knows why he did it.
I don't think he knows why he does anything, to tell you the truth. Everything that Donald Trump does. Well, I'm going to get into politics.
Well, we got another picture coming up.
We do indeed. This is a guy. I actually saw this guy once up close.
I had dinner with him once.
Huh? Did you?
Yeah, a long time ago. He was mayor of Burlington.
I remember when he became mayor of Burlington, and a couple of very conservative friends of mine were outraged that a major city in the United States had a socialist mayor.
Oh, my God.
All right, we're up to Monday, February 3rd, and this is from Politico.
Power to the people. Bernie calls for a federal takeover of electricity production. That isn't exactly what he said, but
It's not, and you know, this is sometimes we have to correct these things. It's not what was said there. It may be that what they're implying in that title is actually less than what we're going to have to do, because at some point we're going to have to make up for lost time. Let me read this. Sanders laid out a $16 trillion climate change plan that would transition U.S. electricity generation away from fossil fuels toward renewable resources like wind, solar, and hydropower by 2030. That's far faster than any other Democrat candidate's target.
let's mention this. This is a long and detailed article. It's interesting. There's a 6-minute long audio clip talking about it, and it's radical.
It's
but
radical.
It's interesting.
But it's interesting, and one of the things that I find interesting about it is that if you look at this and you look at things that came from Mark Jacobson and things like that, it becomes clear that this could save us a lot of money.
I think it could. Well, this is what he's trying to do. He's not. The article kind of implies, you know, he's trying to socialize America.
Well, that's what the title implies.
That's what it implies. This is what he says. These organizations, though Sanders wants federally owned utilities that already exist, okay, like the TVA,
right,
to build massive amounts of wind and solar power,
right,
on their own in their own territories. Okay,
yes.
These organizations currently provide power from hydro dams to 33 states. They're doing this already.
Yes.
Okay, and they would be able to sell the increased green energy to local utilities nationwide. But nobody's making them buy it. They got to be competitive. So Sanders has defended his plan as the only one that could reduce greenhouse emissions quick enough to meaningfully combat climate change.
That is something that I absolutely agree with Bernie Sanders on. And by the way, just to be clear about this, you know, fair disclosure, I voted almost straight Republican from 1968 until 2002.
Yeah.
In 2004, I did not, because in the interim, I had figured out that climate change not only was a serious problem, but was being covered up by the top level people in the Republican Party. In the last election, faced with a choice between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, I voted for Bernie Sanders as a write-in.
Okay.
With Tulsi Gabbard as
Vice President.
Vice President, and she, by the way, is the person who was the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, who left that position in order to endorse Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
Now, obviously, right now she's running against Bernie Sanders, and she
who's on first?
Yeah, she made a bunch of points that I've been following, and one of them, and this is something that I think is true. You know, I was looking at emails from her and stuff like that and saying, I don't understand why she's doing what she's doing. I respect her a great deal, but climate change is the biggest problem we've got, and she's talking about solving the problem of forever wars. and things of that nature. And then I realized when she voted present on the impeachment in the House
Yeah.
as a Democrat,
Yeah.
I couldn't understand that until I saw her email explaining why. And then I realized we're not going to solve climate change if we can't talk with each other. That's where she is.
Hey, she's got a very valid point.
Yeah. So
Well, we'll move along here.
we will. We have an item from The Guardian, and here is more
We got
fires.
I got Clean Technica.
Oh, yeah, and I'm putting up a picture too early. This is an item from Clean Technica.
Yeah. Super Bowl ads announce Hummer electric truck and the quote, quiet revolution. And by the way, the Super Bowl is the biggest single day in advertising.
Yeah. 30-second ad costs $6 million or something.
Really?
Phew. General Motors will start selling a battery-powered Hummer pickup truck in May of 2020 to whet the appetite of the truck-driving public. The new Hummer is a topic of a 30-second television ad. Did you see the ad, Tom?
I did.
Yeah.
You tell us you can see it here, and you can.
Yes. Running during the Super Bowl, and I was infuriated by this ad.
Were you?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming up with an electric vehicle, and what do they say about it? It'll do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. It has 1,000 horsepower. And I'm telling you, it's saying we don't have to change our attitudes. We don't have to change our dedication to power,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
being number one. What
Well-
we need to do is just, do it electrically because that's what sells. And it made me really mad.
I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from at all. They're not they're all they're looking at is dollar signs.
Yeah.
They're not looking at anything else.
Okay.
But we got a picture.
Now
coming
we've
up
got
here.
the
I'll try and
fires
find it.
near Canberra, and this is from The Guardian.
That is Canberra, and the article says, if there is a silver lining in the clouds of choking smoke, it's that this may be a tipping point.
As a climate scientist on sabbatical in Australia, I've had plenty of conversations about the climate crisis lately.
When did you do that?
Well, I'm quoting this guy who wrote, this is an opinion piece. Although the Murdoch media make it seem as if there's plenty of debate, the reality is that most Australians I talk to get it.
Well, Australia's horrific bushfires could be the catalyst that pushes the world to a mass recognition that it's time to act.
You know,
That's a
there
good
was
point.
There was an article that I didn't put into for the show, and I don't even recall whether I put it up on my blog. But it was saying basically, in the United States, most Republicans want to deal with. They want us to move to renewable energy, but they are not willing to admit that there's a climate crisis.
Puts them in a box, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Okay. Are we done with that one?
Australia's horrific bushfires could be the catalyst that pushes. I said this, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
It's not a physical tipping point where the global climate undergoes dramatic, irreversible, and catastrophic change, but a psychological one.
Yes.
The fact that the bushfires tore through Alaska as we ended the hottest decade ever recorded is no coincidence.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, we're up Tuesday, February 4th with an item
We got
from
our friend here again.
Clean Technica. Oh, no picture of Greta.
No picture coming up.
Yeah.
No. Oh, you gave it away. Greta Thunberg, nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Wow, she's only 17 years.
This is the second time she was
This is the
nominated.
second time.
She was nominated last year by a Norwegian legislature.
Yeah.
This time, well, you're going to tell us who.
Two members of the Swedish parliament nominated 17-year-old Greta Thunberg for this year's Nobel Peace Prize. Thunberg started just 3 years ago with alone climate protests on Fridays at the Swedish parliament. Since then, she has emerged as a world leader.
Well, people know who she is now.
They certainly do.
Action for reducing our emissions and complying with the Paris Agreement is an act of peace.
Yes.
Okay, that's not me talking.
Yeah.
Last September, Greta delivered a strongly worded speech to the UN Climate Action Summit in New York City, in which she said, and I remember her saying this, "How dare you You've stolen my dreams and my childhood
Yeah.
with your empty words.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now we have
Oh, you know the
an
picture coming
item
up
from the BBC, a very colorful item of an oil
It's an
terminal.
oil. It's an oil terminal. It's an oil. Yeah,
This
that's a
I
terminal,
thought was
isn't
a
it?
really interesting article. It was something that I did not expect to see in the news.
Coronavirus and oil. Why crude has been hit hard.
The world's biggest oil producers could be about to reduce output as they grapple with fallout of the coronavirus. As China has responded to the medical emergency, travel restrictions are in place. Factories, offices, and shops remain shut. The result is a 20% reduction in the demand, for oil.
That's interesting.
Oh, man.
Quick takeaway here. China is the world's second largest economy and a key engine of global economic growth.
Yeah.
Any negative impact in China is almost certain to ripple across the world.
Which is why Donald Trump has got a trade war against it.
Yeah. The cost of crude oil has hit its lowest level in a year after falling 20% since its peak in January. That's last January.
And by the way, today in my news, there was an article that said that ExxonMobil has lost 41% of its market value
No
in the
kidding.
last 5 years. Yes.
Wow.
And I
That's
looked.
significant.
It is, and I looked that up and found that guess what? You know, there's a Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index. The Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index has lost 47%. So ExxonMobil is actually doing a little bit better than other oil companies.
That's interesting.
But you know, I mean, they're in trouble, and the
Well,
trouble.
at times they are changing.
I guess. Okay, we've got an item from CNN.
That we do. Scientists find another threat to Greenland's glaciers lurking beneath the ice.
The warmer air is not the only threat to Greenland's ice sheet. A study published in the journal Nature Geoscience found that the ice is being attacked from below. Warm water, ocean water is moving underneath the vast glaciers, is causing them to melt even more quickly.
This is Greenland.
This is Greenland.
Last week we talked about Antarctica.
Antarctica, yeah.
Something very similar, or at
this
least
is-
they're trying to find out why it's melting so fast.
Yeah.
Well, there's an interesting 1-minute video here which depicts a bunch of sled dogs
Yes.
sitting in a lake. That's interesting.
We
because-
actually had that picture at one of our shows
I think we did,
quite a
yeah.
long time ago.
Well, mass loss from Greenland's ice sheet is currently the single largest driver of sea level rise globally.
Right.
Okay, it is currently melting 7 times faster than it was in 1992.
Wow.
The ice sheet holds enough water to raise global sea levels by more than 24 feet.
Which would put.
Well, it's going to take them a long time to melt all
Yeah,
of that
it
ice.
will.
We're talking like 100 years. But,
Yes, we are. But, you know.
but still, it's significant because every little bit counts.
That's right. There was an article the same day about a guy who jumped into what they call a supraglacial lake in Greenland.
I bet he was surprised.
No, he wasn't. This is I was surprised. I mean, he put on goggles.
Yeah.
And he put on just ordinary bathing trunks.
Yeah, he
And
didn't have a wetsuit.
No, and he just went into the water. The guy's
Whoa.
50 years old. And he said it was really kind of frightening. because-
Invigorating.
Invigorating, yeah. This is one of those guys who goes swimming in ice water.
Yeah.
You know.
There's one every year.
Yeah, he
Makes the
said that
newspaper.
he saw that there were super glacial lakes, something like 65,000 of them or
Oh, yeah?
whatever, in Greenland, and he wanted to go and investigate. So he did. And he said, under the water, there are tunnels going through the glacier, and that water is able to move.
Dissipating all over the place, huh?
It's crazy. He said it was really frightening. Not because it was cold, but just because it was frightening to see what he saw. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, February 15th. We're just cooking along here.
Yeah, we're cooking along. We'll have
And
to
we
go
got-
back and revisit some of these. Well, the Saugeen, or Saugeen, I don't know how you say it, Ojibwe Nation has saved Lake Huron from a nuclear waste dump.
Now, you know,
This
this
is
is
significant.
from Counterpunch, and this is the only place I found this. But Counterpunch generally publishes articles because of things that actually happen. So I don't know what the truth of this is, whether they actually, that Ojibwe Nation actually stopped the thing, but this is sufficiently...
Well, they did because of an agreement. An agreement was made about 2 years ago that this couldn't go forward unless
without
the
their permission.
Ojibways gave them
So
permission.
they actually did sink it. I missed that.
And they voted on it, and it went down.
Okay.
It went down significantly.
In a major victory for Canada's First Nations, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation overwhelmingly voted down the proposed deep geological repository for storage of low-level and intermediate-level radioactive nuclear waste next to Lake Huron.
Well, 85% of them said no.
Yeah.
And in saying no, they passed up $150 million.
Wow.
Okay. There's a nice article, nice sub-article on this article called A Sordid History. A Sordid History. If
Yeah.
you got the time, read it because it's interesting.
Yeah. Passing up $150 million for a
small tribe, that's a lot of money.
I wonder how many people are in that tribe. That's a lot of money.
There's not a lot of people in it.
Yeah. That's a lot of money per person.
A lot of money.
So, yeah.
Well, the First Nations in Canada are starting to exercise their power as independent nations.
Yes.
They have that status in Canada, which they don't really have down here.
They're supposed to have
They're
it.
supposed to have it, but it's been diluted.
The United States, as far as I know, has never been truthful in treaties with the American Indians.
Duh. Didn't they make movies about that?
Well, you know, there was a guy whose name was Christian Herter, and I think he was the Secretary of State for Franklin Roosevelt.
Uh-huh.
But his family ran a company called Herter's, which went out of business, and then it was revived, and I think it's still back in business now, in Minnesota, where they sold sporting goods, and they sold guns, and they sold
That kind of stuff.
you wouldn't believe what their catalog was like. It was unbelievable. They'd have an item about a silent dog whistle that they sold.
Yeah.
And they would tell you that you could do wonderful things with this silent dog whistle. And then right below it, they'd
Everything
have a
but
thing saying...
Everything but call a dog, right?
Yeah. And then they would say right below it, silent dog, another thing for sale, silent dog whistles don't work. Use this one instead. This was the way they did things. It was hysterical. But anyway, Christian Herter said, anybody who trusts the federal government of the United States doesn't have to think beyond what it has done to American Indians to know that it can't be trusted.
That's a valid point.
You know,
That's
I'm not quoting him there.
No,
I'm
it's definitely a valid point.
But that's the point he was making. Okay.
Well, we'll move along here. We're talking about Indians again, but this time it's a different kind of Indian.
Yeah.
Thanks to renewable energy, electric bulbs will finally glow in 1,200 Indian schools.
This is from the Kashmir Monitor. And, you know, I have to check.
That's Kashmir, India.
Yeah, that's right. I have to check these news sources. CNN, I'm pretty sure that if I put a link into a CNN article, when a reader for the blog goes to that link, it's going to
CNN
get
links
there.
are all pretty good.
They're usually pretty good. But when we're talking about, when I come across a news site, and I don't actually know in my mind.
You mean like the Kashmir Monitor?
Like the Kashmir Monitor, Counterpunch. I didn't know. Can I rely on Counterpunch?
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is, I've seen things like the Sydney Morning Herald go squirrely because or BBC, because there's an article. I put in the link to the article and the little blurb about it. And then for some reason I click on that to see what's going to happen, and the
Something
article
else comes up.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Something else comes up. That was what happened. Well, I had to check this Kashmir Monitor. So I'm sorry, I went on a little diversion there. Students in far-flung areas across the Kashmir Division have a reason to smile as more than 1,200 government schools will be provided with round-the-clock electricity from clean, renewable energy sources. Previously, only 36% of the schools had power.
There's a quick takeaway here. Solar power will generate a kilowatt in elementary schools and in secondary and high schools, 5 kilowatts.
So
Okay, where they didn't have any power at all.
they didn't have any power at all. So all of a sudden they're going to have light bulbs.
Yeah.
You know, which are probably going to be LEDs. But you know, I had to check this Kashmir monitor to make sure that people would be able to get to it.
Yeah.
And it seemed to work
I think it was
out.
slightly a different article, but the message was the same.
Really?
I think so.
No,
yeah.
that's another thing. They changed these
It just
articles.
had a different title. It was basically
Oh,
the
really?
same energy.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, and we are up to our final item for
We got a
today
picture
from the
here.
CNN. And this is a picture that reminds me of my brother. I'll have to explain why.
Well, that's Billie Eilish. And
Yeah.
I didn't know who Billie Eilish is.
Did you try to find out?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I went to YouTube and I listened to her sing.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, she has a very nice voice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, what the article says is from Billie Eilish, or is it Eilish?
I don't know.
Like E-I-L-I-S-H. It's E-I-L-I-S-H.
I will say Eilish.
To Maroon 5, green touring is becoming the new normal.
Green touring.
You're going to have to explain to us what
Yeah,
they
right.
mean by that.
Green touring has been around for decades with musicians including Neil Young and Bonnie Raitt among the movement's pioneers. But effects of climate change, as the effects of climate change continue to intensify, the music industry is now making this approach mainstream. There are a bunch of musicians that this article talked about.
There's pictures of about 20 of them.
Yeah, who have decided that they're going to approach, you know, their touring
Well,
thing.
I'll explain what they're doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Green touring venues are banned from giving out plastic straws and are required to have water refill stations, which are expected to eliminate over 35,000 single-use water bottles.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing something.
Yeah, and in the case of Billie Eilish, whose picture you should put back up, she has made her hair green and she's made her clothes green and she's
I would
under
say.
green lights. My reference to my brother, I have a brother who lives in western New York State, and he has done something that I think he should be very proud of. He's a ceramics engineer.
Okay.
And he's lived all over the world. And he developed a filter that is ceramic. So you make this filter and you just put water through. The water actually goes through the ceramic because it's got pores.
Yeah.
And you can backwash this and get rid of whatever junk
sediment is in the
accumulates. But he figured out that if you do this and you wash this with silver compound, silver nitrate, for example, and then you treat it by, for example, firing it, you get silver all over the. It's not terribly visible, but it gets all over the ceramic, and silver is deadly. It's deadly toxic to microbial life forms.
Is it really?
And when he was living in Bangladesh, the government of Bangladesh took one of these things and tested it by putting water straight out of the Ganges River into it. And they came up with water coming out with a bacteria count of 0.
No kidding.
And
That's significant.
Yeah,
That's
especially
very
considering
helpful worldwide.
Well, Bangladesh has got a third of its population dependent on wells that were dug by the British before they left.
Yeah.
And the British tested those wells every which way to find out that the water was safe, except they forgot one thing, and that was arsenic. And the result is a third of the population of Bangladesh, and this is millions of people, are suffering from potential arsenic poisoning. A lot of them are dying of cancer. So they were thrilled about this. Reed has got patents on it, and the patents are utterly worthless because any village potter can make one of these things for about $3 anywhere in the world. So how do you maintain a patent on that? You don't.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You want to put that up?
I don't, but I will.
There you go. It's time to say goodbye, so we're going to say have an unmistakably ducky week.
Huh?
This is. Why don't you put us both up so we can wave goodbye? This is part of my effort to say goodbye. You know, my daily thing.
Yeah.
All right. I take the.
Now you got a weekly slogan, huh?
Yeah, I do a thing like this every day at the blog, and so I figured I'd do it for the week. So, see you next time, or hope you see us next time, because we won't see you.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Let's stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So additions to the agenda. We're going to need an executive session right before department committee reports. We need to add the treasurer under bills and warrants. Under new business, certificate of no appeal or suit pending, and contracts evaluation of utilities. We need to table the emergency services billing and the approval of minutes, because the minutes that were published were missing a couple pages.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Chair's remarks. I don't know if those who knew Betty Bailey, but Betty Bailey died yesterday, which is sad.
Sandy, it's hard to hear you. You have a wonderfully soft voice.
I'm trying to yell.
Yell at me.
Okay. Okay, it's now open public comments, agenda items only. Can you hear me now? I don't see any. We have no guests. So I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session. Yep.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, 1 VSA 3133A3.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Sorry, we are in executive session. Okay, we met in executive session from 6:32 to 6:45. No action was taken. We do wish to tell you that we accept Josh Unruh's resignation from the board and wish him well in his future. Did you hear me? Okay, department committee report, fire department.
Yeah, I'm doing all the talking, thanks. Hi there.
Hello.
So, we're coming to you folks due to the fact is that we got a notification a little while ago, and we were hoping that the federal government would say, oh, let's hold off a little bit longer. The LifePack 12 machine that we have, that we bring out on medical calls to do EKGs and other stuff, is no longer supported by the FDA. As of yesterday, if it breaks, it doesn't get fixed. So the concern is that if it breaks, we have nothing to take its place. And we had been working on this coming fiscal year, next fiscal year, with the capital plan for monies to replace the said machine with two, due to the fact of call volume that we've been watching the past few years. due that this has come out and the FDA has said, no, we're sticking to our guns, we've come to the board to ask to look at purchasing the 2 LifePak 15s. I had done research and had gotten information, which I had sent to you folks last week, with amounts, cost. The one that I recommend is from Coramed, due to the fact is that everything we are looking for in both machines and a service contract for $36,688 is the best way to go. The other ones were the 15s of the other companies weren't the right version. They're like 2 versions down. They weren't going to do everything we wanted to do unless we paid extra money for it. So that was the recommendation I'm coming forth with. My suggestion is that there's already $15,000 in the capital plan for this. The other monies, my suggestion to put to the board is the ambulance fund that is out there. That is, the department is allowed to purchase medical equipment through, which would purchase the rest, or the rest of that amount of the monies would come out of there. And that's only a select board approval for that. And then the rest of the monies that were set for next year's budget of $15,000 for the capital plan would actually be, we wouldn't have to ask for. And the town wouldn't have to put that forth.
How many LifePaks do you have now?
Right now, we have one. The deal that came out this last week is that for $16,900 and something a piece, you got everything you wanted. And that's when I started doing, I did some quick research and stuff, because we were gonna come to the board in the next couple weeks anyways. We had talked to Chris about this in the past month or so. And this was the best deal out there. I've been trying to work with Rescue. They've been working on things because they also have LifePak 12s that they're gonna have to look at replacing at some point. And they're still trying to figure out what they're gonna do.
So, this letter is saying they'll support you through June 30th.
No.
No?
If you have a contract. We do not have a contract with the company.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's only with people that have the contracts through the company.
So I'm thinking that this LifePak is on the rescue vehicle?
Yes.
You would want 2 of them on that vehicle?
No. The other one would be on the engine. We've been doing dual responses with calls. And with that, in the past, what the board had asked is, when we initially purchased the LifePak 12, is we were looking for 2. But what we did is we purchased only 1 and looked at how the call volume was gonna go throughout. We've looked at the call volume. The call volume has shown that with the multiple calls we're rolling out at the same time, it is benefit to the town to have 2 LifePak 12s, or 15s in this case.
Tried to look on your website for your call volume, and it's
That's a
not-
work in progress, so.
Yeah, it's not updated, so it's hard to
So
know what that is.
the EMS side runs roughly about 90 to 95% of the call volume in town.
Yeah.
So.
And how many of those are actually at the same time, JJ?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but you're probably looking a couple times, 3 times a month that happens.
Did you have more than 1 call that would require that machine?
Yeah. This is an elderly population, and it's not getting any younger, and we're just.
So if we don't know what Rescue Inc. is going to do, we have no idea that if we spend $17,000 on this machine that when they show up, that they're going to be able to plug and play on their way to transport?
Right now, they have 4 LifePak 12s. The rest of the machines they have right now are LifePak 15s. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the cost-benefit analysis of where they want to go. Do they want to lease machines? Do they want to purchase outright machines? That's what they're looking at. So everything that's there is still supported. They're just looking at which way they want to go with. They want to lease the LifePak 15s, the additional 4 or 5 LifePaks, or purchase them outright.
So you guys get toned for a medical call. Rescue Inc. is toned at the same time, correct?
Correct. Within a couple of minutes.
So chances are pretty good that, and I'm not giving you a hard time, but by the time you get your 15 lead or 12 lead hooked up, Rescue Inc.'s probably sitting in the driveway waiting.
That maybe is once or twice out of the calls.
They're not far behind.
They're not far behind.
All right,
No.
so I don't see the logical reason that you need 2 of these machines. And unless you can prove to me otherwise, I don't see why you need to have one on an engine and why you need one on the rescue when Rescue Inc. is toned at the same time you are.
Well, let's say, and it has happened, and it's been happening quite often, and if you've been at the board meetings for Rescue Inc.
You want to take that job now, JJ?
I can.
Okay.
But they're running calls to in the area from Townsend. So I don't know if you want to wait for the truck from Townsend to get down here, which has happened quite a bit, or...
But you're asking to dip into $17,000 from a different fund to have 2 machines when you have 1 now, and Rescue Inc. is responding. Does the Sheriff's Department have anything in their cruisers?
They have an AED 500, which is going out of service.
And are they going to replace them?
I do not know. Probably not.
Well, I don't think we can make that assumption. I think if they're carrying it now, they may.
Yeah.
It came from the fire department.
So, Chief, what is your thoughts on 1 versus 2 of these machines?
I honestly don't go on very many medical calls. A lot happen, at nighttime, during daytime. I think we should probably get some solid numbers on times when we've ran a call and had a simultaneous call.
Yeah.
I'm the chief. I've been, trying, told to save money where you can. Obviously, it's a very important piece of equipment. Do I think we need to? I don't think we do. In Jay's perspective, being that this is Jay's job, day in, day out. His opinion is obviously very different.
What does Guilford have?
Guilford has a Zoll.
And how many?
1 right now, where they're looking at purchasing the second one here shortly.
As a second or as
As a second.
an updated model?
They have a different setup than us.
I have no idea.
Oh, it's
Don't
down
answer
there
it.
on the ground.
Don't answer it.
It's right down there.
Town office.
Tom's not here.
The
I'm not here.
Abby from Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
Who's they supposed to be?
Are you guys calling her?
Tell her that I'll see her tomorrow. Tell her.
Sandy Harris said she'll see you tomorrow. She'll see you tomorrow. So she's not going to be part of the select board meeting?
Right.
That is correct. That's correct. Okay? All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
JJ, what's the expected life expectancy for one of these units?
You're probably looking 10 to 15 years.
10 to 15 years.
10 to 15.
And
it will depend on, the electronic life and the FDA. We weren't even nobody was expecting the FDA to do what they did.
Weird.
Yeah. We also do, and just to let you folks know, we also, if our patient is hooked up to our monitor, all of our stuff goes with if it's a critical patient, our stuff goes with the patient. We don't take anything off, it goes with them. So when that.
You don't plug into rescues?
Yeah, but we lose everything. All the stuff that's with that monitor isn't with it. It all comes off and goes on to their monitor.
Like what though?
The leads, the paddle.
But those leads are a one-time use, aren't they?
No.
The leads aren't?
No.
Okay.
None of that stuff is one-time use.
I knew the paddles, but.
Yeah.
Kevin?
Jimmy, when the life pack becomes a certain age or whatever, it needs to be pulled out of service.
Yeah.
You said the sheriff's department is yanking theirs.
They will be, and when it dies, they can still use it.
Yeah. Okay.
But as soon as it dies, they can't, that machine, which is part of this, the 500s, are no longer gonna be serviced.
Because either the board or somebody ought to check that one upstairs and.
Those are different machines.
Yeah.
Those are Zols, cardiac sciences. Those
Yeah.
aren't the life packs, so, that stuff is still okay.
Okay.
Linda?
I wanted to just let you know from my own personal experience, we had to call 911 for my mother, and the fire department was there in 2 minutes, which was the longest 2 minutes I ever waited in my life. I thought nobody was coming. And 2 young men came from the fire department, kids, in my opinion, came and took care of my mother, had everything done, and rescue didn't come for 17 minutes. When rescue got there, they didn't have to do anything but put my mother in the ambulance. I could have brought her myself, but because of the situation, if something happened to her in the car, I wouldn't have been able to take care of her. So we had them transport her. But those 2 young men did everything for my mom, and rescue had to do nothing but load her.
Thank you.
And it was 17 minutes before they came, because it seemed forever before the fire department got there, but it was really only 2 minutes.
Cindy, how much money is in the ambulance fund?
I cannot tell you that off the top of my head. I could have if someone had asked me. You want me to run up and look?
Well, what do you think about tabling this to the next meeting so he can bring in the figures on how many dual calls they've had?
I agree. Specific to dual cardiac that would require the use of this machine, not.
My question's gonna be, what happens between now and, I mean, granted, we're just playing it, but between now and then, if the machine I have now decides to.
You call and we have a special meeting.
Okay. And I can, as of right now, with not doing this, these 2 machines were gonna go away. They were only sidetracked until this meeting. So I won't have these abilities to have these machines after tonight. And I'm not trying to push this, I'm just letting you know.
But if the quote says 60 days.
But they were already, the quote is, but those 2 specific machines. The quote does, but not the machines.
So they don't have 2 other machines other than these 2?
At this company. The version 4 is the latest.
Are they getting 2 more, or is this the last?
They may or may not.
Did you say that this was a refurb?
Yes.
Yes.
And the other ones are new?
Nope. They're all
refurbs.
Yep.
Okay.
You're brand new, you're looking between basic life pack is 30 grand.
Right, and isn't that what we were trying to get you to the $30,000 for, was so that you could buy 1 machine?
Nope, we're 30 grand to purchasing 2.
Well, how are you gonna purchase 2 at 30 grand if they're not 15 grand a piece?
At the time that was developed, they were roughly about $15,000 a piece.
Last year?
Yes.
And they've jumped up $15,000?
They've jumped up at minimum 5 grand a piece. As you can see in one of those things. Yeah, this one here is 18, and that's a version 2. me just to purchase one, I'll purchase one. It's just my recommendation.
What does the board want to do?
Well, I think go ahead and get one now. Going to end up getting one anyways, so.
Chris?
I would agree with one.
Jean?
And you're talking about using the ambulance fund money then, right? Because,
No, there's $15,000, well,
Oh, okay.
yeah, we would have
For
to
the
use,
balance.
yes, yeah, for the balance.
okay,
Just to let you know, the balance, if we'd gone with the full two, the balance out of the ambulance fund would have been $21,688.
So I guess if we're gonna give him permission, we do need to know what's in that ambulance fund before we dip into that.
Okay. Cindy will go check it out.
Last time I kind of seen it was like $100,000.
And what is that supposed to be used for?
Well, right now it's used for paying for subscription fees and for if the fire department's looking to purchase equipment.
That's why I have you called.
That was when Dave Andrews.
Yeah, Dave
yeah,
Andrews
I know,
was
I
chief.
remember reading something
Yeah.
about that.
And as far as your time, I've already
It's
started
not on the
speaking
agenda though.
to try and figure something out, so. Yeah, so,
I'm not trying to, I just,
and I'm aware, but timing and all of that is
Unless it
just,
should be special, or we can just,
not a whole
Yeah.
lot left to give there.
unless it should be special,
Especially
where
when,
you can just sit
because
and
of
talk
the
to
EMT
them.
classes,
Yeah.
they're
Right.
doing them all up in Townsend.
I agree.
I already drive that route 2 or 3 times a day. But your thought is that Rescue Inc. is gonna stay with
Yeah.
the spray,
yeah,
the life pack.
yeah. Because if they go any other way, they're gonna end up spending a huge amount of money. Huge.
So how does that work in Guilford? Rescue Inc. shows up, they have to take everything off and switch it over?
Yep. Yep. Yep, they do.
So in the last, we'll say 1 year, has there been a time that you've been on a call and said, oh crap, I wish we had another one of these machines for that other call that those guys are headed out to?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 107,649.
Thank you.
I make a motion that we approve the purchase of one of the recommended life pack. What is that, JJ? The LP 15?
Yep.
In the amount of $16,995.
Are you wanting, there's also
Yeah, there's
a
other stuff.
service contract?
There's also some other things to it. We'd have to add
So
the,
that, yeah, all right.
the 650 for the, which is the CO monitoring, especially for doing rehab for firefighters and stuff like that. That's an additional, and then it would be the $699 for the annual contract, service contract, PM.
So if you divide the 36,688, it's 18,344, right?
So I would make a motion that we allow the fire department to spend $18,344 in the purchase of one LP 15 life pack.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hard work. And if you can get those other figures for us, that'd be great.
Okay. Work on it.
Thanks.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 16T accounts payable, $1,809,158. 3S payroll, $8,000. $11.57. 4S payroll, $8,436.85. And the accounts payable has school payment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Cindy?
Thank you for adding me to the agenda.
Thank you.
At the last select board meeting, I had this, prior to the meeting, I had this handed to me. And I was asked to check and see if we were invested in these bonds. I checked with Gordon Christensen at Edward Jones, and he said we had approximately $2 million invested. So he provided me with some paperwork and stuff and suggested that I might want to have the town attorney look at it. So I sent emails out, and the 3 of you said, go ahead. So I did. I sent it to the town attorney, and he sent me back an email that said that this was a litigation and that he didn't think the town would want to invest the money. It would take the cost of taking the time for him to look into this, contact Edward Jones, and because there's a deadline tomorrow. So he kind of threw it back at me and said, contact Edward Jones. They may be reluctant to advise you, but they should be able to provide you with the information. So I contacted Gordon, and he came in this morning, and he looked at the stuff and said it's a conflict of interest for him to advise or do anything with this. That the paperwork he gave me provides all the information that I need. So I have to go through and figure it out myself. And what I found so far, I worked on it all day today because I talked to Gordon this morning. I worked on it all day today. I found $900,000 worth of bonds. They have to be electronically submitted by 11:59 tomorrow to the antitrust settlement litigation place. And I need to know if you guys want me to move forward with this. I am not a lawyer. The lawyer doesn't want to take the time, or doesn't feel that the town would want to spend the money on the time it would take him. And Gordon can't help me, so I'm doing this on my own. I have the paperwork here, but I have to submit it electronically. So you can look at what I filled out. I filled it out just so you can see what I did. I need to know if you want me to move forward with this or not. Gordon thinks it's a waste of my time.
What
But
happens if we don't? I
that
guess
we
that's
just, if there's a settlement with people that have these bonds, we wouldn't get any money from the settlement.
It's a class action suit.
It's a class action suit. If we submit this and we have all the, it falls into the parameters, then we would get some settlement.
So, but you essentially, have you filled it all out already? So,
I filled this all out.
yeah, so the time's already been,
Right, what I'm saying is I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I did between what the attorney said and what Gordon sort of said, and I did the best I could. But I'm not a lawyer, and Gordon really said it should be done by a lawyer. But yes, I have it all filled out. I have to submit it electronically.
what's the harm of doing?
But once I
just
put my
sending
name on it, it's under perjury of death and dismemberment. I don't want to be dead or dismembered. So
Kevin, how's the life insurance policy? You good? Not good.
like I said, I think there's other money. I think there's more because it's from January 1st of 2009 to January 1st of 2019. And we've had some bonds that have matured. But when I called to find out from Edward Jones, Michelle, Gordon's assistant, said the bonds were bought through People's Bank. They can't tell us when they were bought. And I said, well, can you tell me, like, you get a bond, you get a 10-year bond or 5-year bond. So if you can tell me when the bonds matured, what their year was, I can subtract back. And she said they can't do that. So I think there's more there, but I can't find it. And it's, I mean, we're now at tomorrow's the day, and I don't think People's Bank would have time to look through their records. We withdrew all of the money out of there.
Can I ask what your suggestion is?
I wish we had more time. I think, given that we have $900,000, it can't hurt for us to put it in. The most we can get told is no. The best that can happen is we get some money. Because
I mean, the worst that could happen is you
I
get
could
dismembered.
I could dismember. If I disappear, you guys will know why. And I don't even know how much money, there's a lot of people, so
Right.
our settlement could be tiny.
Right, it gets divided out.
Jean?
If you feel comfortable that you've done your best on the paperwork, which I'm sure you have, I'd say to go for it. It's just, I mean, you get class action things sent at home all the time that you can complete and do, kind of take it on that level.
And all the information that I provided on this is information that came from Edward Jones, so.
Yeah.
You can blame them if.
Jeff?
No, I think you already got most of the work done, it's just a matter of submitting it. And who knows, we might strike the lottery.
We might.
Entertain a motion to authorize her to do that?
So moved.
All those in favor of Cindy takes care of that? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you very much, Cindy, for all your hard work.
I'll keep you posted on our progress.
What's the motion?
To authorize Cindy to file the class action papers. Okay, Wyndham Solid Waste Management District
Thank you,
appointment.
Cindy.
Thank you, Cindy. We have a letter here from, and I would ruin your last name, so I'm just gonna say Sandra.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yes, Rulovich is interested, Rulovich, in sitting on the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Board.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. You are appointed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, assign articles. You have a copy of your articles.
Do we?
Yeah.
Or that just, okay.
No, it's in your packet from Michelle.
Thank you. Let me keep digging.
It was right after the Wyndham Solid Waste.
There we go.
Okay. So we will start with number 4.
Yeah. Oh, that's the biggie.
Chris, do you want to take number 4?
I would love to.
Okay. Number 5,
So
6,
do we-
7, 8.
Yeah, why don't we just
Do a
do a bunch of
second
it
or
all same person?
just
rather-
anybody gonna just shout it? I think before we had like motion and second,
Oh,
right?
Yep,
No?
just a motion.
It's just a motion?
You usually make the library do the next bunch. So, Jean, you're down through 8, or you have Bronna do it.
What did we do before? You did them before, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Last year Sandy did it.
Our money article. Oh, that's right.
But
Okay.
in the past, it's either or. In the past, trustees have done all of them. I'm not sure what you
I
want.
think the trustees should do it, because we're a little
Trustees.
short-handed here.
Right, trustees,
And that's all of it, yeah.
okay.
Fine. We're
Thank
ready.
you. Marsh Fund and Memorial Day Committee. I can do those two. No, I'm on the Marsh Fund, I can't do that one.
I'll do those
Jean.
then. I'll just take them both. And
Thanks. The capital plan would be Linda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Want me to do that? I can do that.
That would be great.
Or Tom can do it.
Okay.
One of those.
Curbside trash.
oh, gosh.
Gotcha.
All right, so you want 12, 13, and 14?
Oh, geez, now we're getting carried away here.
Gonna go through 16.
Through 16, okay.
Now I changed my mind.
Sorry, I already wrote it down.
All of those?
Yes.
Now I'm done, though.
You're a champ.
That's all I got. Highlighters away.
You have a highlighter?
Yeah, you want one?
Oh, no. I don't want to know.
Okay.
I don't know, I can do a bunch of the next ones.
Okay, how
Do
many?
23.
17 through 23?
Yeah.
Mary Lynn will probably do the next one.
Okay.
Historians. I can. You want to do that one?
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw Carol jumping up and down over there for that one.
Carol, did you want to do the historians? No, okay.
Can you give that to Heather? I could volunteer her for that.
Yeah, okay, why don't we put Heather down there?
Do you want her to do it?
Sure. I think it's better comes from.
Well, now this is looking awfully unfair here.
Oh, I think it's perfectly fair, Chris. I think it's wonderful.
I'm not doing that one.
The fireworks?
No.
I'll do the fireworks.
Well, no, I'll do it and I'll speak to it.
Okay.
No, no.
You want to?
I'll do it.
All right. I'll do 27 and 28 and 27, 28. And probably Art Miller will do 29.
Okay.
30.
30, that's the change. Cusick, huh?
Yeah.
I will read it, I guess. I have nothing to do with,
All right.
ever making any decisions on that.
And I'll do the last two. Wait a minute, Jeff. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Man, that was so much less work than last year.
So
There's fewer of us.
I will type out the verbiage for each of us.
Oh, okay, like the whole script?
Yeah. Okay. Because I can do that.
Could
All
I
right.
be a complete pain and ask that we type out the number so I don't fumble my way through those numbers? That was much easier last year.
Oh, really? Type it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Type out
Oh,
numbers.
the word, you mean?
Yeah,
8,000.
Oh.
It was just easier last year to make sure that I didn't get lost somewhere in that number.
I know what you're saying.
Okay, okay, I can do that. All right. Presentation points, I don't know what that is.
I don't know if that's
Seems like
supportive
that's-
information
Oh,
for
okay.
any of those articles, I don't know. Or for things in the budget,
Okay.
which, I don't know, it
Well, presentation, would that be coming from the department heads for their
Probably.
individual budget
Okay.
lines?
And I will try to put a PowerPoint for Cindy.
so they should. So you're saying like just for them to be doing that from the floor, not necessarily anything that's gonna go into the PowerPoint?
I don't know, there's been school board, there's been, Seth has submitted
Seth
stuff. I
submitted
think
stuff,
they've
yeah.
always,
If they
or
submit it, I
they
can
have
fit it
been
in.
submitting it.
Right, well, that's what I was gonna say, so
Yeah.
maybe we should put that request out there if they
Right.
want anything in a PowerPoint.
To send it to me. Yeah.
Yeah, because we do one that I used to send on to
Okay.
Michelle to have it come up at the appropriate time.
Okay. Okay. All right, next is an executive session, interim town administrator, not manager, discussion. Jean?
Okay. Same one?
It'd be contract.
So on the other side?
Let me see.
Sandy, I'm sorry, may I ask that we jump to the public participation
Okay. Yes.
before we go into executive session?
Okay, yes, we'll go to public participation, non-agenda items. Michael?
I just want to express interest if you need somebody to fill that slot for the person leaving. I'm interested in it.
I've been interested for a while. I just didn't want to run against any of you all because I respect all of you. But
Thank you, Michael.
thank you.
Thank you for your interest.
Yes. Okay. Is there a contract on the first page?
Oh, okay, this is a two.
No, the back one's. Yep.
Subject for two, so, oh, good.
Right.
So this and
That
then
one, mhm.
I move to find that, is this right?
Yeah, you want me to do it? I move to find that premature general
okay.
public knowledge of a contract for an interim administrator would clearly place the town or individual at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing this negotiating strategy.
Second.
Second, yeah.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I move that we enter executive session to discuss the town's contract for a town administrator under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A1 of Vermont statutes.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in executive session. 3-minute executive session from 7:24 to 8:10, and no action was taken. Okay, enforcement of ordinance enforcement.
Move that we table that.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I missed that completely.
Okay, move to table and ordinance enforcement.
Okay.
All right. We have a certificate of no appeal or suit pending, saying that the listers have no appeals pending or suits from the grand list. We just need to approve and sign it.
Okay.
Need to have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have while she's doing that, we have two contracts from George Sansucci for appraisals of Great River Hydro and First Light flowage rights and New England Power.
Here somewhere.
So what is the pleasure on those two?
We sign them.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Is that just for you to sign, for
No.
chair, or?
Everybody. I think it's new.
Like the ones where everybody signs,
Select board.
Right.
not just the chair. Makes you feel a part of it.
Make it easy.
Yeah.
I'll open that page up.
Ah, thank you, Jean.
There we go.
Carol, can you be the witness for these?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, this goes.
Would you like a little update on these contracts for the, we'll be getting, from Sansucci, we'll be getting, I forgot the name, oh dear. Discovery, the documents that he will be asking for doing the appraisal, and I put them on our town letterhead so that it comes from the town. But he pretty much tells me what I need, what I need to include, and that's the 1st of February. and then we should have everything back, if they cooperate, so that we will have a value by June 1st.
Great. Do you want these?
Yeah.
Okay. Building report.
Yeah.
You're up.
So, the phone system is very crippled in the building right now. The phones weren't working at all at a point, so it was discovered the problem was in the answering machine. The batteries were so corroded. And when they were gonna pull the card to stop the answering machine, and everything was all corroded inside. So they kind of got things so that the phones are ringing, not correctly, but somebody will pick up the line. And we've got a part coming tomorrow morning to kind of patch this along, but it's an 18-year-old system, and I think in the future we're gonna have to look into taking care of that. So we can use the phone, but there's no answering machine. I don't think anybody gets like the prompts like they used to get. Yeah, that machine is out.
So when somebody calls in, how do they get to the person they want to talk to? Just whoever answers the phone, then they say, can you?
The phone in the library, it rings once and that's it. I pick it up, I have a dial tone. If I do catch it at the right time, it usually isn't for me. And we're not able to transfer calls, so I've had to ask people, would you mind calling again? And I won't touch the phone.
It's like a party line, like the old days.
Yeah. So that's just something down the line I think we're gonna have to investigate. So they're supposed to be getting some kind of quote and what should be done, so.
Who's that through?
Oh, Marty, and I can't remember his last name. But he's also our person that has done the fiber optic in the building. He said what he's gonna do for about $350, this part is gonna probably get us through for a year.
Do you know how much a system would cost to replace?
Well, he's supposed to be
Just
working
the-
on that. But it looks like it was just very neglected, and if the batteries were corroded and everything. And then there's the elevator. Cindy opened mail, and the elevator had been inspected. Well, they came to inspect it, but it did not pass because we either don't have an alarm on it or the alarm is not working. So she had gotten a list of places to call that work on those elevators. And she did contact someone who's gonna come down. The $325 is their call charge, and then $185 an hour to do the work.
I am in the wrong
You
business.
definitely
Get in the elevator business.
No kidding.
So,
Cooking for kids is nonsense.
we don't have a lot of choice because we have to be compliant.
And it is used.
Yeah, so we're gonna be taking care of that.
You gotta figure out where to find the money.
Probably like the building repair and maintenance. And this company has recommended that we have a yearly maintenance contract with them where they would come down and check it all out, like before the state were to come.
For $325 plus $180.
$375.
Oh, sorry.
For a yearly contract. But they would maintain, they would supposedly fix little things that might be not right. And we have till April 22nd before the state's gonna come back to inspect that. We have till April 22nd to get that thing in compliance. So that's been my week, and my new job is
How many
building.
companies did we reach out to about that?
She called a couple of
Okay.
others on the list that said, we don't actually do elevators. They were, I don't know, whatever, but this was the closest company there in Williston. Others were even further away in the
There
state.
Bay State elevator?
I think there is.
Bay State elevator?
But they're probably out of Springfield.
Springfield, Williston, Springfield's closer.
Closer, yeah. Yeah, sometimes with state lines, I'm not sure if they know the compliance and
Yeah, they might have to.
inspection
Is it
situation.
state of Vermont inspection?
Well, I'm pretty certain
Yes.
that Bay State does BMH.
Okay.
I think so. And I have no idea if they're any cheaper. I was just curious.
Well, this is a lift
Right.
elevator. It's a little different than what you have in other buildings. So there was a big list, and there were only certain ones that even,
We have
just
that
a
exact
few.
same one at the high school. I will ask our maintenance guy tomorrow who they use for theirs,
Okay.
just to see. We have until April, right?
Yeah, if she hasn't gone ahead and
Okay.
called.
I'll still ask just in case.
Yeah.
Thank
So,
you.
there we go.
And you all got the Next Track and Michelin Group in there. I guess our contract runs out in March 1st. And this is, he says, significantly cheaper. Does anybody know about this?
What is this?
It's a GPS tracking for the vehicles. She's working with Michelle,
Yeah.
We have a contract?
not with them,
Oh,
with whoever we have right now. David would probably know.
We actually put those in?
I was just gonna
I
say
don't think
there.
we ever went all the way through with that,
I
did we?
didn't know they got put in.
I know that it was discussed at one meeting when I was not here. It was
Okay.
discussed again at a meeting that I was here, and I don't, do you remember if we voted on that and actually implemented it?
I thought we went ahead, I don't know if it was implemented though.
Okay.
They said on September 13th, the state of Vermont accepted their GPS offer, and now it needs to go to the town for approval to the board. Michelle had said that we looked it up, and told them we would address it in January, and told them to call back in February, so they called. Our contract comes up the end of March with whoever we have right now.
End of March. Right.
Yep.
So we can put this off.
Yep.
So that's
But how-
like it's already been a year? I mean, it's probably an annual
Somebody
contract?
else, no, it's a different company that contracted, that we have is with. And this, she
Right,
said.
but how would we have a contract that would be up in March if we didn't discuss it? This hasn't been on the table for that long.
I've never.
It was this fall that we started discussing it.
Yeah, this is an option to what we have now.
Right, but I don't.
But we're all like, what do we have now, and how did that happen?
Yeah, so
And
you
it certainly
need to talk to
wouldn't have
David.
been last March.
No. So you need to talk to David and ask him about it, because he has all the town vehicles practically except the van. Well, he has that too.
Right, because in the fall time, we were still discussing what vehicles we even wanted to put those in.
Right.
So what could this contract be that's up in March?
I don't know. Would you mind asking David?
Sure.
I gave you a copy, I think.
Yeah, it's in here. I have to set reminders or I don't accomplish anything.
Okay. That's, if you have any correspondence that Michelle, do you have? Upcoming meetings, we have a special work session this Thursday at 6:30. The select board meeting February 18th at 6:30. Town meetings March 2nd. The reorganization meeting March 3rd after the vote count. Let's see, did I forget anything? We are adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I will call this meeting to order. New Plain Select Board, Monday the 3rd of February, moving right along. As far as the first item on our agenda pertaining to additions or amendments to the agenda, I would like to recommend that we move Mr. Fisher up on the agenda so that he can get out of here. Not that I don't want to let everybody else get out of here, but. At this.
Make a motion on that, or?
Yeah, that would. I will amend. I'll change the agenda. I don't need a motion. You can. I'll go to jail for it. I would like to go through the minutes of January 21st. Does anyone have any comments, suggestions, additions, or corrections? Yeah, motion.
I make a motion to accept the January 21st meeting.
I'll second it.
There's a motion on the table. All in favor of it, please say aye.
Aye.
I'd like to cover road business too, Jay.
I met with a representative from NICOM, gave us suggestions and pricing on crack sealing the pavement. We also prioritized the road sealing, their crack sealing in town for the next couple of years. By doing this, we should be able to get a little longer from the pavement. The sand salt shed project should be on the agenda for review at the next meeting. We received the AOT environmental approval on the Depot Road box culvert, so things are moving a little forward at least. So last week, Wade from VLCT came to the garage and did an inspection. He's made suggestions for us to complete like he did with the office in Waynesville Hall. One item he wanted was the load rating posted on the upstairs parts area. The engineer had done this when the building was completed, so we just need to locate it and post it. Another suggestion is VLCT's online training, which I've been completing. They're, I don't know, 15 maybe different ones. They're an hour to an hour and a half each. So I'll keep working on those.
Is that for the road foreman specifically?
No, it's, well,
different kinds of stuff.
Town garage stuff, you know, machine guarding, PPE, protective equipment.
Yeah. Safety stuff.
Compressed gases, because we have tanks for the torch. So we have to have all of those, and then I have to turn around and explain some of that to the guys and document that we talked about it. And
right.
So. Jeff Nugent from Wyndham Regional Commission has loaded the erosion and inventory, culvert inventory onto my iPad so I can use it while out and on the road. It works nice because you can actually locate their segments where they start and stop, and you can actually see the notes from culverts as you're going over them, what they are, so it should be kind of handy. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions, anything for Jay? So we'll have a motion, please.
Make a motion to approve it.
I second.
Is there discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of approving Jay's report, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. I would now entertain a motion to go into executive session with our attorney and our administrative assistant on a legal matter.
I would make that motion.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Apologies to everyone else, but we got to get this one going. Thank you. In open session, and I would entertain a motion to invite Mr. McFadden to a future select board meeting to continue discussion on the solar field question.
With Bob Fisher. Attorney
With Mr. Fisher.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Is there discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, we'll keep in touch, and thank you for your
Thank you, everybody.
efforts.
Enjoy your night.
Back to the agenda as original. Administrative Assistance Report, please, thank you.
The town report was sent off to the printers on Friday. I will have the proof back by February 11th to make any changes needed. Town report will be delivered here by the 20th and need to be mailed no later than the 22nd, which will be 10 days before town meeting. On Friday, January 31st, I received an email from Wyndham Regional Commission. They had found a problem with the mapping documents from the US Census Bureau that we were given and notified me that this has been, until this has been corrected, I need not send in that document. They will let me know. There's a boundary that is inaccurate and it's not listing 16 homes on one property. I attached the email to my administrative report for clarification.
Thank you. That's it, and
That's it. I've been busy.
thank you.
Great job on the report.
Thank you.
Motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion before us. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Now the good part of the meeting, unscheduled members of the public.
I am
You are
actually a scheduled member of the public who, in order to save the town money, did not use the ink to get on the schedule. I came in this morning. So
no problem.
So I'm often in no man's land, so it's a voting place. I have to say, what a sense of deja vu it gives me, Mr. Chairman, to see you back in that chair, where we're pretty close to where I started out with you in my service on the board.
I don't remember that so long ago.
Well, Mike Rowan was chair when I started. Then I think you filled in for a little while, and then I filled in. I was elected, but then headed off to the legislature, so I think you resumed the chair, and it's nice to see you back there again in any event. We had good times. I wanted to just commend Dick Merrick, just for the record and for public television, so they know who it is. I wanted to just give you a quick update now that we seem to be into a premature spring about the work we've been doing up on the hill at the first common and the first burying ground. We have substantially completed clearing that. We've got some logs to still get out of there, and Bucky Pelsu was very helpful last fall with chainsawing and helping, and he's volunteered to help with his tractor this spring, probably around April when the snow disappears. We'll get the rest of that cleared. We enlisted Gary Katz to make some more sign containers. He had made the one for the front of the common. Barb Barber has faithfully promised me that she will get that sign back up. The ink faded on it after the first season, so she's redoing it in real house paint. So we'll get that sign back in. We put up a replacement sign with the help of Mel Martin, who did the layout for us after we had the text worked out. We did a replacement sign for the Newfane Hill Cemetery that we got in last fall. We added some information on that. We added information about the various veterans who were buried there, what wars they were in, some other things. We basically replaced the Stuart Halliday sign. We tried to keep as close to his style as we could, but it's on a sort of an anodized metal background. So with that and the pressure-treated casing, it will probably outlast all of us, which is a good thing. We won't have to face dealing with it again. But the old sign that was just about completely deteriorated. It was torn down the middle from the temperature changes, and the wood was going, so we decided that we would help out. Gary Katz made that case. He made the one for the front of the common, and he also made one for the burying ground, the first burying ground back on the corner of Otis Lane. So we are getting ready to put that one in the spring when the ground thaws again. We have found 19 marked burials in the first burying ground, which was used from 1773 to 1795. There are no gravestones there. There's one memorial marker that we think was put in the 1890s for Mrs. Park, who was the mother of the first child, and she's actually buried there somewhere. We found 19 burials that are marked with groups of field stones lying flat on the ground, which have gradually been popping up here and there as we clean the brush out. We keep kicking over one of them, finding stones. So that's kind of the snapshot. I brought along a copy, which I assume you can have copied, and each have a copy of the text of the sign that's going to be up there, which I thought might be of some historical interest for you. We know 7 of the people who were buried there from various, or 12 people I should say, from various records. Park family members and the Sawtelle family who died in the fire up there in the 1780s. We know they're buried there from pretty good historical records. We also have from the journal of the first minister of Newfane, Hezekiah Taylor, who was minister from 1774 to 1810. We know all the other deaths that occurred in Newfane during the period that that cemetery was open, up to 1795. So we have a list that is going to be on the sign of people who could be buried there. I'm pretty confident that a lot of the burials were probably marked with wooden markers, which have left no trace at all. But we know that they went to the Hill Cemetery in 1795 because the one up there was getting fairly crowded. And the 19 burials don't occupy that big a piece of it. So there obviously were a lot of other burials up there. And there were quite a few other deaths during that period. About 2/3 of them children who tended to die young or else survive to a ripe old age usually. So we've got a lot of stuff done. The request I have tonight for you, since I knew you'd want to have some role in this, we managed to get the wood donated from WW for the signs. Gary Katz donated his labor, Mel Martin donated his work, and we got the fund for the Newfane Hill Cemetery to pay for the anodized signs for the 2 burying grounds. So far we've had no public funds expended. What we would love to get though is to keep that area clear so it doesn't go back to woods. Would be to have Mark Ray start adding that to his clearance list for maintenance of the old common, since it's all part of the old common. It goes back to the jail area. For those of you who haven't been up there, and if you're interested, I'd be happy when the snow melts and it dries out a little to go up there with you. We've cleared out the area, a trail back to where the first jail and the jailkeeper's house was in a well. We found the foundation of what we discovered from the minutes of the early town meetings here. It was a schoolhouse, the first school that was in that same area. And then we cleared another trail back to the corner, and we've cleared the entire first burying ground, which is about 2/3 of an acre. So the goal now is to keep that from going back to the jungle it was, where literally when we went in there, I wouldn't have been able to see any of you if I was sitting here and you were there. It was just totally overgrown. So we'd like to get Mark to add that to his list. I'd be happy to meet with him in the spring and show him, what would need to be. It's basically weed whacking a couple times a season to keep it from growing back up. So that's one thing. The other thing that maybe in the future is that I would kind of like to see if I could find a place that might be able to give us something like a taller version of the markers they use for veterans' graves, and the post with a little medallion device on it. So we could have something that says, the burial of one of the first settlers in Newfane, because these were really the founding people of Newfane for the most part up there. It was used in the period before there was a cemetery down the hill, before the one up behind here by Mantell's, which dated a little bit later. But this was the first burying. It's one of the first burying grounds in Vermont, as far as I can tell, from the old cemetery association. So it's kind of an interesting project, but we'd like to keep it. We'd like to keep it from going back to jungle. So.
Could I ask?
That's my pitch.
Quickies.
Sure.
What's the approximate size of the area that you would have Mark work on?
It's probably under an acre. I'd say it's a little bigger than the area he currently does, but most of it is cleared enough so it really just requires some weed whacking to keep it down. We've grubbed out a lot of the roots of things, so hopefully that's going to keep it. And I want to actually continue doing some of that, take out some of the smaller stumps so that they don't keep putting up a lot of growth. But it's not a huge area, and some of it's relatively clear anyhow. The area sort of in front of the jail gets very little growth. It's fairly heavily shaded by mature trees. So that area gets nothing. A good bit of the burying ground, which is, as I said, maybe half to 2/3 of an acre, half of that or more is ferns, and I wouldn't touch those. I'd leave those as they are. So you're probably talking a 1/4 acre there at the best.
Of course, the basis for my question is our budget's all set.
Yeah, right.
But maybe we can be flexible enough to take this under our wing, even with the current budget, and then.
My guess is it's somewhere around there from the standpoint of the budget.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, no, it's a very valid question.
I have another thought too. Have you thought about writing grants though through the town? To be able to maintain that?
I'm not sure who we could
preservation
get to fund it. Usually, when cemeteries are created, there's usually a fund created to
But I'm
a
saying
perpetual
state of
fund.
Vermont, they have a lot of different
Well,
grants here.
There might be, I don't know of any offhand that we fit, but there could be.
There might be enough interest in town or in the county to work on establishing a fund that would work for the future, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and
Wild idea.
that's not a bad idea at all. And I don't think it would have to be a huge fund to generate enough to pay for clearing it 3 or 4 times a year, maybe.
What was
I went up there, I
question?
saw a lot of it
What was your
cleared
other
out.
question?
I saw a lot of clearing. I was like amazed
Yeah, it was.
how much had been cleared out.
It's pretty much all been hand clearing
And-
too, because it was so thick that you couldn't
I was
use
thinking
anything
there was a
else.
lot of older people too doing it.
Speaking as one of them.
Boy
You've really done a
Scouts.
great job with
I
that.
made the comment when I did the little walking tour that I wasn't English, but I left 40 pounds up there.
It's a good job for Boy Scouts to.
Yeah, that would be the sort of thing. We wanted to be careful of it as we worked on it, that we had people who knew what they were doing. We'd like to actually, we've had one conversation, I think, Laura Bacon, with the state archaeologist about the possibility of looking at doing a dig up there at some point in some area, maybe try to find where the refuse heap was for the jail and the school, and see what's in there, and have some museum quality items, hopefully.
Yeah.
So far, we found some shards of pottery and 2 or 3 buttons, but
Maybe it's another Oak Island.
On the potential markers for supposed veterans, I wonder if there might be some help from one of the service organizations.
well, these are burials of, we don't know who they are.
Yeah.
We know who 12 people are who were buried there, we don't know if any of these markers are for them, but I don't know of any offhand who I've identified as a veteran who are in there. They're early settlers, but I don't know of any of them that I found any link to the only French and Indian War veteran we have in Newfane is Luke Knowlton, and he's buried in the Newfane Hill Cemetery. And I did discover that they didn't know that he was a veteran, so I talked to Bob Litchfield, who puts the flags up, and said, you probably should add Luke to your list, because he's our earliest earliest veteran.
Well, certainly these people wear their own Department of Defense.
Yeah. There are 2 militiamen who the Centennial History of Newfane says are buried about 1,000 feet from the courthouse in the woods, but their graves were lost even in 1875 when they wrote the Centennial History. So we know there are 2 militiamen from Fort Dummer who were killed in an Indian skirmish who are up there, but we don't know where they are. So we give a mention in here, but And I'm not sure I want to indicate too clearly where they are, because somebody will go up there and decide to do a dig of their own. So anyway, that was my reason for being here.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. I'll tender this to you and.
Okay, or give it to the boss.
Okay.
Does the board feel that we can go ahead and ask Mark to work on this using our existing budget? If we go a little over, so what?
I don't think it hurts for him to have a conversation with Mr. Merrick and to
Well, I
see
think
what.
that's great, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, to have a conversation and then come back and talk some more.
Yeah, okay. See what he thinks should be involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think just to put this in stone, could I have a motion to?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Whatever.
To ask Mark Gray to take on minimum maintenance of the area and to meet with Mr. Merrick. All in favor?
Aye.
That's not.
You know, I'm gonna say you have a much more cooperative board than I ever had, because they approved the motion before they even heard what we were moving. That's raw power.
We work well together.
Well, you know, I mean, there's one good thing about doing something like this anyways, because
yes,
just like she said, it's, you know, the same with like a lot of our boards.
Yeah.
We're all older people.
Yeah.
We gotta start bringing in some younger blood
Yeah.
to do some of this stuff, and
Yeah.
at least if you put it in this, that we're gonna Mark going up and mowing the thing once or twice a year, it's gonna go on for a long time.
I go up there and,
You know?
and commune with nature and.
You know, use it
Yeah,
as-
I've seen a fair number of people actually using it to walk through, and I'd like to get a hold of the school and maybe arrange to get some of the kids up there.
We used to do
And the
field
south
trips
side
up
is
there
up
when
there
I was
too.
younger through the elementary school, so it's nice to see it cleared
Yeah.
up again so that the kids can go up
I never
and learn
been
about
there.
their history.
We also have about 8 or 10, we used Gary as much as we could before he disappeared, Gary Katz. We've got about 8 or 10 posts and small little platform things that we're going to use to put, because things like the jail keeper's house, the cellar hole is there, but there's no marker for that. There's a marker that the jail was there. There's no marker for the school. There's nothing in the front that tells you there's anything in the back. So we're going to try to spot some of those around to get more information.
Yes.
And they're the same type of thing we used at the railroad station to be able to give information about different spots around the locale. So I think that makes it more interesting for people too.
My daughter went up here once during one of the school things, because I never knew nothing about it really until she brought it up one day. She said something about a whipping post or some kind of change.
Yeah, well, the whipping post. Yeah, the last person whipped in the state of Vermont was
up there. So she see that, I didn't know. Maybe the teacher just told them that, so they make them behave.
And we used to go, I went to New Brook Elementary School, or it was New Fane Elementary School at the time, and we used to go up regularly for field trips to learn about our history.
the early history.
Seymour stores up there.
I see that.
Yeah, kids I think enjoy that, and they learn history in a way that's palatable as opposed to memorizing dates. And,
Well, that's one of the things she remembers every time we go by it now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
No?
Have you anyone in mind that could build a new whipping post?
That'd be a good idea.
The danger is who they decide to use as the whippy.
I used to be a living history tour guide for the Philip Schuyler Country House.
Mm.
So I'm totally into living history and telling the history.
Doing that is
In costume.
Yeah, that. Well, I would point out that the history of the 250th anniversary of the formation of the town of Newfane was coming up in 4 years. And we've already started having a little bit of conversation in the Historical Society about that, but we ought to wake up on that one, because that really shouldn't go unmarked.
Yeah. The other thing is that I also was involved with an old cemetery in Saratoga Springs, New York. And all the founding fathers were buried there. And we had an author or a playwright actually create a play, and I presented it to the public of all the different people that were buried and what their history might be and different you know, they came out from behind the stones, basically. They told their stories.
Yeah,
So if you could find somebody to write a little play.
Yeah, and some groups have done that, and have done it as a, you know, as fundraisers for that matter.
Yes.
Around in the autumn, around Halloween, Friends versus Michigan had a very successful.
Did you do it on site?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, you do it right at the location, and we certainly have a lot of interesting stories.
So if there's some, I'm sure there's a writer out there who would love to do that.
Do the scripts.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of ideas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Comment?
Before you leave.
Yes.
Yes.
I quickly Googled grants for cemeteries.
Uh-huh.
I 20 plus, then I Googled grants for Vermont cemeteries. I'd said if you've got somebody who's Googleable on your group, I'd suggest that's an avenue for the future.
Yeah.
To,
We'll take a look.
and involve the community in
Yeah.
what's going on, and the kids, as you were saying. So.
Get more people into it.
Yeah, so it's the Vermont Preservation Trust.
Yes.
And grants for preserving cemeteries.
Okay.
And also doing the sonograms under the ground and finding where burials can be that you're not aware of.
Yeah, Roger Elby had thought he had some sources for that as well. For that. We may up the number of markers we need though, so we have to be careful with the balance.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Suggest metal.
Thank you.
Suggest metal markers.
Thank you, Linda.
Not wooden.
That was awesome.
So another 200 years we can find people.
Okay, the next item on the agenda doesn't need much, except that there is a hearing as required by law to be held by the select board. Let me just read Newfane Select Board hold a public hearing as provided for in 24 VSA 4442 at 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 19th, 2020, at the Newfane Town Office to hear comment on a proposed amendment to Article 3, Section 343 of the Newfane zoning bylaws to establish natural burial as a conditional use in resource districts in the town. So 5 o'clock on the 19th, here, the select board's hearing. And
We're having a hearing?
we have to.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to.
I'm just asking.
Unless you want to move, we talked about it earlier, and I agreed to.
No, I'm not saying, I'm just saying it's a hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put it in my calendar.
Okey-dokey. Next item is broadband wireless, and I feel just far short of ridiculous bringing this up because I know nothing really about it, except that broadband has to do with quality of communication of various sorts, and there are areas that have good broadband coverage and there are areas that do not. The state of Vermont has just made it possible to do some preliminary exploration, if that's the right word, in towns to try to find out in this area, is to try to find out what towns, what areas in town are either not served or unserved, and in many people's minds, unserved is not served. It's not a big difference. There have been a couple of meetings so far. The state put out a grant. There have been some meetings, I've been to 2, where they talked about the process, which is aimed at deciding where these areas of non-service are, by doing a survey, and then taking the results of that survey to make it come up with a potential business plan for getting coverage into those areas. On Thursday of this week, there will be a meeting at Newbrook. I'm not exactly sure what time, but
6.
And see if I can find out before we break up tonight.
I believe it's 6 o'clock.
I think it is too. I probably have it written in here.
It's at Newburgh Fire Station or the school?
Fire station.
It's fire station. And that meeting, I understand, is to be dedicated to the survey. Which brings us to what I think is Newfane's biggest problem. How do we get everyone in the town of Newfane to, one, get a survey, encourage them to fill it out and get it back so that the next step and possibly the next steps can be taken.
I think we put it on Front Porch with a link with a copy of the survey.
Yeah, but
People can
the
send
problem is that people without broadband, without connection, don't go on Front Porch.
Unless they're at work.
So the planning commission did a survey a year and a half ago. We had a response of 151 respondents and would have had more if we had known that there's a switch that you can, we do Survey Monkey is what it's called. And there's a switch that you click and you say more than one person can answer the survey on the same computer. So we had couples that only one person really could answer. So I think we would have had probably about 175 if instead of 151. What we did was we placed the survey in both post offices. We did door-to-door mail that told people where the survey was, because that can just be a flyer and that's cheap. That's $150, I think, for the whole town. We did that. We did the $35 ad on the bottom of the page on the Commons and the Reformer. We did the signs, the sandwich board signs.
At the town hall.
And we also had a community forum that told people it was going to happen. So we did every way that we possibly could by mail, by, and the other thing we did was we let people, you could either fill it out by paper or you could do it online. And doing it online, anybody who wanted to, they could do it on and if by paper, then they drop it off at the town office, and then Angela and I went through and entered the results from that. And it sounds like it's going to be a pretty simple survey. I know when we did our survey, one of the big things was that people didn't have broadband and they didn't have cell service. So I volunteer to help on that.
You've just been appointed chair.
I second that.
You gonna volunteer?
Do you expect?
I volunteer.
Would you expect that that survey is quickly and easily available? A copy of it?
Oh, the old one?
Yeah.
The old one that we did?
The old one that you
Yeah.
did, yeah. Because I think I'd love to look at it before I go to this full meeting, this group.
Yeah. Sure.
Thursday evening.
Once the filming gets done, I'll pull it out of the drawer.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very surprised by your saying that you made it available at the post offices.
Yeah, I remember when you did that survey. It was all.
We asked and they said, okay.
Because I can remember at least once when I was told nothing that does not have something to do with post office business can be done in there. So we'll try again.
It was our lucky day.
It's worth a try.
The Williamsville Post Office allows us to actually, in addition to town meetings and agenda, they actually let us, if there's an event going on that is about the area and the town, the villages, they let us post that. Or I should say, they post it for us, we hand it to them.
Yeah, well,
We
I
don't post
suspect that things may change with people changing and so forth. I'll have more on this after Thursday, but my immediate reaction was that we may very well have to mail something, and I hope it's one piece of paper, very quick and easy and inexpensive, to everybody, to say we did give everybody a chance to answer. Because a lot of people, Survey Monkey, you gotta get to it. For a porch, you gotta get to it.
Or do you want to have something where then people mail it back to you?
Well, I think that certainly is to be discussed. There may be some discussion on it Thursday evening. It may be that they want it to go to one central location like Wyndham Regional. We'll tiptoe into this and see where we come out.
Can I also add the fact that Southern Vermont cable telephone, all that is being sold off. And a lot of
Yes.
people are very upset about it.
To Comcast, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the concern
That meeting is tomorrow evening.
over in Landmark College.
Yes, Landmark College.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
Yep.
Well, and I just got an update that Comcast, who's supposedly taking over Southern Vermont Cable, is raising its rates, not just for cable, but also for internet and also for the different subscription.
It's going to be very expensive.
Just cable is expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's $160. I pay $160 for it, and I do that because otherwise I don't get internet.
For Southern Vermont.
How much?
142?
That's
I got everything. I paid $204.
And I paid
From Southern
$207.
Vermont?
Then you
Oh my
must have
God.
different stations.
I have the
No.
triple play and I pay probably 140,
But see, why I do-
150 a month.
Because I got programs for the kiddies.
Oh, yeah. You have extras.
Wow.
Don't fight.
HBO and all those things.
It gets expensive.
No, I only have, I do to Netflix and Prime, but that
But those
doesn't
are
go-
separate.
Those are separate.
No, those are separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
But
no,
if you don't
were
have
saying-
internet.
So
you
anyway.
can't.
Yeah.
On broadband, after Thursday, I'll know a little bit more, and next Tuesday, not next Tuesday, but Tuesday, the 18th, I think, is our next select board meeting. Tuesday because Monday is a holiday, and I'll try to get as much information to you as I can then, if not before then.
I will not be at that meeting, I apologize.
Your next meeting, excuse me, is Tuesday, February 18th. I think I wrote it down.
Anything else under new business? Do you have anything you'd like to add to what I
No, thank you.
stumblingly brought forward?
You did perfect. I'm proud. I'm
Okay.
proud to be your backup.
So then on the 18th is the select board meeting, and then there's the hearing for,
The next night at 5.
at 5
I
o'clock.
suspect we'll be out of here pretty soon, quick.
And the hearing is for what again?
It's for Article 3 of the bylaws to add
This is an
the
amendment to the zoning
Burial.
bylaws.
Oh, it is the green burial.
Can I speak to that? I just will say, when the planning commission had our hearing for that, we had about 12 people come supporting that. I was, usually the planning commission has a hearing and nobody shows up. One person, two. This was like we had a whole audience. We had to get extra chairs. It was great.
That is awesome.
Good.
Correspondence? Maybe.
Sorry?
Correspondence?
Yeah, I was just trying to remember one other thing that I had thought of and had not unthought of.
And then you rethought it.
I did. Correspondence, we have a hefty piece of correspondence here from Downs, Rackle and Martin, which in essence says they're going to make some modifications to the cell tower on Oak Hill. they intend, it is an intention to do that. I have to admit, I'm not sure whether there's any kind of a
Their plan is to upgrade from a 4 gig to a 5 gig.
yeah, my question of myself and so forth is whether there is any already scheduled hearing on this proposal, or what is the process for our doing so if we decided we wanted to.
No, they already did that.
Sorry?
I thought they already did it.
I don't know. Is there a feeling in among the board members that we ought to get further information and look at it more, or just let her fly?
Well, you
Let her
said,
fly.
did you say Oak Hill?
Mm-hmm.
Is that up on Brown's?
Our one cell tower.
It's around the parish.
Parish.
Oh, it's over on Parish?
You go over Grimes Hill, you headed towards Williamsville, you look. Just you start down, you look straight forward, you'll see the tower.
Really? Into Waynesville?
Yeah.
It's a
Off
big
Graham's Hill. Off Graham's Hill. I'll go right.
Come to my house, I'll show it to you.
But isn't there one also off of Brown's?
Yeah.
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 AT&T? Yeah.
They put that one in up on the Bill Statz's. They did one up to Stub Thomas's on Dover Mountain at the exact same time.
Yeah.
I think I just let them do what they do.
It would, okay, Mike?
Well, it just says that AT&T proposes to modify telecommunications antennas and equipment at the existing telecommunications facility, so they're just looking to upgrade that one spot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that in essence will help folks with this broadband issue, so I don't see why we shouldn't go forward with it.
Yeah, I think you just notifying us to let us know what they're doing, that's
I
it.
think at this point, we keep an eye on it, and if anybody gets upset, we decide whether we go with them or what. Thank you. Is there anything else that anyone would like to bring before us at this point? Hearing none, I would say that we will go to pay orders and eventually adjourn. Eventually.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Kate Ogden. I'm the Advocacy and Movement Building Manager at 7th Generation. I want to start by thanking and welcoming representatives from nearly 30 Vermont businesses, as well as advocates from Vermont PIRG and Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. Your presence today is a continuation of a proud history of participatory democracy in our state and a recognition that our voices are needed now more than ever to tackle the climate crisis. We know that the climate crisis is the greatest challenge of our time. We also know that the most marginalized and vulnerable populations in the United States, around the world, and here in Vermont are being hit first and hardest by the impacts of the climate crisis. You cannot live a healthy life on a sick planet, and you cannot have a healthy business on a sick planet. Unchecked, climate change will continue to have a devastating impact on our economy, our health, and our planet. I am joined at the podium by representatives from a diverse range of industries from across the state. These folks are here to share their reasons for traveling to the State House today, to make their voices heard, and to demand that our elected officials take bold and urgent action on the climate crisis. I'd like to start by introducing Christopher Miller, Head of Global Activism Strategy at Ben & Jerry's.
Thanks, Kate. Good morning, everyone. I want to start by thanking the, I think, almost 100 employees from 30 different companies around the state of Vermont for taking time out of your busy day to come here. I come here from time to time, but having folks who have taken the time to come and join us here is super important. And I also want to say I'm really proud to be here representing Ben & Jerry's, a company that has given its employees time off to come and talk about this issue. You know, as someone who grew up in the state of Vermont, I take real pride in our state, and I think many of us fancy Vermont as being a leader on a number of issues, whether it's LGBTQ rights, marriage equality, and the environment. And the truth is, on the issue of climate change, Vermont is a laggard. Our emissions have risen 13% since 1990, at a time when our neighboring states' emissions are going down. You know, we're, if I'm honest, blowing it. And that's a problem for our business. Our single biggest piece of our supply chain is dairy. Purchase it from northwestern Vermont, and climate has a real impact on agriculture. So the issue is personal for us. You know, I guess I would just close by saying there are people that have been coming to this building day after day talking about the need for climate action. You have employees from Vermont businesses, you've had youth from all around the state showing up. You know, the time is now to act. There is a sense, I think, under the Golden Dome that action on climate will cost money. And I think if you look around the world, whether it's, you know, the situation around the fires in California, the utilities had to shut the power off to large swaths of the state, costing literally billions and billions of dollars in lost economic opportunity. The cost of inaction far outweighs the cost of action. So on behalf of all of us at Ben & Jerry's, I would urge our leaders here in the State House to act, and act now. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Next, I'd like to welcome Marina Wojciechowski, Vice President of Sales and Community Outreach from Vermont Craft Mead.
When I was a child, we had winter, true winter, a steady and consistent layer of snow, cold temperatures, and heat waves that would only reach the mid-30s. On January 12, 2020, it was 70 degrees in Boston. While some met the sudden temperature spike with excitement and cheer, I met it with dread. That's not normal, and we need to make sure it doesn't become the normal. As a B Corp company, we are constantly striving to better ourselves by meeting the highest level of environmental awareness and consciousness. But we are only able to accomplish so much without the government's support. I urge you to think about the consequences of delaying action on climate change any further. Think about our farmers, the communities that depend on seasonal business, along with Vermont business owners and their employees. How will our food system look in 10 years when the farmers only have a fraction of the crop to harvest compared to now? How will those communities look when ski mountains have to close due to bankruptcy? How will Vermont businesses, especially those that depend on a thriving agricultural scene, escape bankruptcy when their only choice will be to export and suffer the consequences of inflation? I want my future loved ones to grow up experiencing Vermont the way I did. Not vicariously through tall tales from long ago. I want them to be able to go to the farmer's market and stand in awe by the beauty of the local produce. I want them to be able to skip the day and go shred on the mountain. I want them to be locavores like I am. But none of this will be possible if change is not enacted immediately.
Thanks, Marina. Next, I would like to invite Zoila Stokes, Solar Advisor at Sun Common.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Forgive my voice, I do have a little cold, but I feel like this is very important and too important to miss. My name is Zoila Stokes, and I have felt the effects of climate change by a first experience. Growing up in Miami Beach, the ocean would come into our home on a daily basis. My husband and I decided to move to Vermont, where he's from, and basically because you can't set roots in sand on a shore that's washing away. It's not because of his love of plowing or clearing off the car of snow. I work at Sun Common as a solar advisor because I want to be a part of the climate change solution. The solar industry in Vermont installed 40% less solar in 2019 than it did in 2017. 40%. And trust me when I tell you that we actually do work. It's not for lack of interest, and it's not for lack of trying. My team is pushing hard. We're pushing hard as fast as we can, but the policy changes have hampered our efforts. Vermont should be setting the pace. We need bold climate change action now. We need to set the bar where we need to have it at 100% renewable by 2030. What are we worried about? Creating cool new jobs? Or enjoying the benefits of lots of energy money in our local economy? I speak to Vermonters on a daily basis, and one of the stories that sticks out the most is from this gentleman in Hardwick. At 80 years old, he decided to go solar, not for himself, but for the benefit of his grandchildren. If an 80-year-old Vermonter can invest in solar, I ask you, all of us, our state's elected leaders, to do the same, lean in, be brave, and be bold for our future. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Tony Hemmelgarn, Financial Planner with the Wealth Management Division of Brattleboro Savings and Loan.
Thank you. I first moved to Vermont a little over 20 years ago, and I quickly realized that our communities and natural resources make this a unique and wonderful place to call home. Back then, we used to talk about the epic ski seasons. Nowadays, it seems like we talk more and more if there's going to be a ski season, and if so, what is it going to be like? In 2003, I thru-hiked the Long Trail, and never once did I ever encounter a tick. Now I can hardly work in my backyard, go for a hike, or walk my dog without pulling off a tick. The reality is we are all experiencing the impacts of climate change all the time. As a representative of Brattleboro Savings and Loan, I can say we believe, all of us, individuals, businesses, and importantly, government, have an obligation to do more to reduce carbon emissions. As a community bank that has served the residents of Windham County for more than 100 years, we feel a responsibility to take a leadership role in our community, to move from aspiration to action. To that end, in 2015, we purchased a solar array that produces enough electricity to meet more than 97% of our consumption needs. In December of 2018, we became the 9th bank in the nation to become a certified B Corp, the second in New England, along with Mascoma Bank. We believe or we view being one of 37 certified B Corps in Vermont as an affirmation of our efforts to continue to do more. Moving from aspiration to action is important, but we must ultimately move to accountability. We all aspire to live in a world that is not ravaged by the impacts of climate change. Many of us have taken and are taking action, big and small, to make a difference. But real and lasting change comes from action with accountability. In the words of Jeremy Grantham, was recently quoted as saying, "When it comes to climate change, we are in the race of our lives." We couldn't agree more. That is why I and my colleagues from Brattleboro Savings and Loan are here today and proud to be a part of this group. Thank you.
And last, I would like to invite Jen Swain, Global Senior Sustainability Manager at Burton Snowboards.
Thanks, Kate. Burton Snowboards was founded in 1977 in a barn in Londonderry, and Vermont has remained our home base since. We now have 400 employees at our headquarters in Burlington, Vermont, and 1,000 around the world. These roots and our shared values with the Green Mountain State are a proud part of our company culture, and it's part of our identity as well. But Vermont has fallen behind on its existing climate commitments, and we're concerned about the outlook for the environment and equity in this state. Burton pioneered the sport of snowboarding. It still remains core to our business, and climate change is a direct threat to both the sport that we love and that we built and the mountain lifestyle that we and our customers lead. That's why the climate crisis is a priority issue for us. There are clear signs of climate change seen through the lens of a snowboarder: decreased snow accumulation, melting glaciers. In the Northeast US, the number of days with snow cover has decreased by 1 to 2 weeks since just 1970. It's estimated that by the year 2100, only 4 out of the 14 major ski resorts in the Northeast US will still be profitable. And this is under a higher carbon emission scenario, and that's the scenario that we're tracking toward today. We need action now. If shrinking snowpack and water scarcity aren't concerning enough, let's think about the implications for the economy. Low snow years in the US see $1 billion less value for snow industries and lead to 17,400 fewer jobs. Consider the even larger implications for the outdoor recreation community and tourism more broadly. For Vermont, outdoor recreation fuels Vermont's economy. It generates $5.5 billion and directly provides 51,000 jobs. That's 1 in 7 jobs in this state. We can't afford to put this integral part of our economy, our communities, and Vermont's tourism brand at risk. As a state that touts its environmental legacy, a strong outdoor brand, it's well past time to take meaningful action on climate. Burton urges Vermont's lawmakers to pass systemic policy solutions that are equal to the severity of the climate crisis that all of us face. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank all of our speakers and also everyone who came out from the Vermont business community today. This group of folks has dozens of meetings set up over the next 2 hours, and unfortunately it is a very tight schedule, so we're not going to be able to take questions, but I do want to direct any follow-up to Samantha Sheehan. Thank you so much for coming.
Welcome, everybody. This evening, we don't have a whole heck of a lot on our agenda outside of the panel cost and funding options. So we are going to get started. So I will work from my left side, starting with Chris Campney. Introduction of the panelists, please.
Chris Campney, Wyndham Regional Commission.
Laura Sibilia, representative from the House Energy and Technology Committee.
Sarah Coffey, I'm a representative for Wyndham 1, Vernon and Guilford, but I'm here as a citizen appointee by the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee by Senator Pro Tem Timash.
Bob Leach, appointed by the Governor. Josh Unruh, Chair, appointed by the Governor.
Madeline Arms, Town of Vernon.
June Tierney, Commissioner, Department of Public Service.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services. I work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
David Pearson, North Star.
And we have two people on the phone.
I'll go first. Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the Governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Second person on the phone, let's hear from you. Who is it?
It's Commissioner Emily Boddicker.
Tony, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, excellent. Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Okay, let's take a review and entertain the motion to approve the minutes from January 2020.
Mr. Chair, just as it was a snafu, but we do not have printouts of the meeting minutes this evening. They are available online. I don't know if anyone has had opportunity to review them.
Seeing that there's nobody jumping at the chance to review and approve January 2020, maybe we will move those to the next meeting for approval. Is the panel happy with that?
I think it's fine.
Okay, great. So we will begin our discussion on panel operating cost and potential funding options. I will open up the floor to Representative Sibilia and Coffey, as they have an option for us in this respect, and then I will turn it over to Commissioner Tierney to give her option as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think all of the members received, and I think it's posted, a letter talking about what Representative Coffey and I have done, as well as a draft discussion proposal for some potential funding. I think pretty simply, we went out to gather more information about what was possible, what opinions, informed opinions, might consider as possible. We did speak with North Star. We also spoke with members from the Institute for Nuclear Host Communities, which is an organization that started out of this region and thinks about local and regional impacts. And in doing that, we put together, gleaning from what we've heard from the handicap committee, some possible, and North Star, some possible activities that might be helpful to the panel. Those would include looking at having a dedicated communications staffer, so having the panel having the ability to communicate through press releases, etc. Some dedicated support, administrative support for the panel. as well as we have heard notion of the cost associated for citizen participants, so a slight increase in a per diem. We put that down for possible consideration, as well as some estimated costs. I think the commissioner, when she is able to review her costs, can update equipment needs costs. We did not anticipate, given the late status of where we are in this process with decommissioning, the need to bring additional experts here. I think that might have been instructive earlier on in the process, and it may in fact be something that other communities may want to consider. But at this point, it doesn't really seem that that's necessarily helpful. Folks that could help us, that have experience, probably can participate via phone, I would think, at this point. I think we have put together something that would envision it going as long as NDCAP is engaged in the process of decommissioning of the plant. And in our discussions, it seems that the current statute would already allows for the possible participation of North Star. I will tell you that the legislature has attorneys that can review different materials, and we do have a legislative attorney that is reviewing the possibilities here, but I hope folks will take our documents as a place to add some information and some knowledge from outside experts into how we might improve this process. We're happy for them to contribute to a better conversation and maybe a productive conversation this evening. And now I will let Representative Coffey very much approve what I've said.
I mean, I think everybody understands, but for the public, you might know, that understands the context for this funding proposal. It came from whether we needed to change language in statute. And just to give back up a step, is that in putting forward the changes to the statute regarding the composition of this panel, which had been the primary changes that the panel had recommended, the question came up about how do we fund this activity, and it's been a question that's come up because currently the Department of Public Service bears those costs, and so that's where this is coming from, and it's by no means seen as an end run around this panel process. It's just that we happen to be in the State House, and folks, some of the folks who work with North Star suggested that there might be a way to bring in funding that did not require a change to the statute. So really, we're bringing this here as we hope as a starting point for us to have a productive conversation about how to do it. So I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts and also from the commissioner.
Yeah. And I would add one more thing, if I may. So at the last meeting, we heard an idea about possibly just a straight up shift in financial accountability in the regulation from the department to North Star. And that, folks may recall, that felt a little like, wow, that seems like a pretty tall mountain to climb in terms of legislation. And that really was my motivation in terms of understanding what we could do in this legislative session, what was possible, readily possible. I think we certainly could change the language. I think that will be involved, and I think this panel will need to be pretty sure about what it is that they're trying to accomplish and how it is that they plan to engage in that process. Good.
So I'm going to open it up to the panel and specifically to Commissioner Tierney to make comments regarding the proposal that was brought forth by Representative Civilian Coffee, and how it varies from, you know, what you're looking at and how it would work within your department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the panelists first. Do folks have a copy of the document that I provided online that summarizes costs? So folks do have that for discussion purposes tonight. I thought it might be useful to provide a little walkthrough of this, much as Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey just did, of the documents that they have put before us. I would begin first by thanking Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey for the efforts they've made in coming up with the information that they've provided. I find the $35,000 figure that you've identified instructive, and it's precisely that kind of spade work that this panel has been needing to do for some time in order to have a frank conversation about expectations as to what can and cannot be done realistically in the framework of this panel. I note Representative Sibilia's comment about the need for experts, and I think that too is instructive. That goes to the heart of the matter that has prompted my concern. I am very eager to hear from other panelists as to what their views are in terms of anticipating future needs, because it's that prospective need that has driven my concern about amending the statute if we're going to go forward with that kind of work using experts and the like. It is certainly a topic that's come up in the past on this panel, though earlier in my tenure, which I think predates a couple of the panel members we have here today, I started this work in January of 2017. And I should also note that at that time, my agency was running a deficit and had been running a deficit for a while. And this is something that I was only able to straighten out last legislative session, so that this year, for the first time, I actually have enough funding to pay for my agency's operations. That's huge, because as you can see from the document I've provided to you, the costs that the agency's been bearing over and above what I call the Section 1 costs are considerable. And I have had to think for some period of time now hard about what realistically that can come out of the department's budget in order to underwrite the activities of handicap. So turning to the document I provided to you, at the top on page 1 you see Section 1, and those are the nuts and bolts logistical costs of our meetings, things like the room that we're in tonight, the videography that we have, the notes that get produced afterwards, and the like. Those costs are not substantial in isolation, but I would just point out that in the year that I took over, they appear to have peaked at $11,000, and that followed several years of going upward. That cost curve was bent down a little bit thereafter, and then significantly in 2019, and this reflects the fact that the panel started meeting less frequently at that point, and so the costs came down. That will continue, I would expect, and so I think it's fair to say that the cost figure from 2019 is probably representative, just on the nuts and bolts. If you drop down to Section 2, this is the time cost of my agency devoted to handicap activities, and I might say that this is distinct from the other agencies in that under the existing statute for supporting handicap, it is the department that is assigned primary responsibility for doing all of the activities that the work of Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey would shift to an individual who is dedicated as a communications staffer under the control of handicap chair. So that's I would just highlight that most of the activities that have been identified in the what I'm going to call discussion draft proposal from we'll just leave it at that, the discussion draft proposal that Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey walked us through, those functions, while they may be reasonable and prudent for the panel to have the benefit of, right now by statute, those are all things that my agency is required to provide for the panel. So right there, you're looking at a statutory change if we're going to have somebody else do that, in my opinion. And I do not believe this is something that can be altered by MOU. In any case, as you can see looking at my document, the costs in my agency of providing support for handicap have been substantial. Just to give you some context, in the fall of 2018, I had to conduct a reduction in force where I had to release 5 positions in my agency. That $43,000 would have come in handy, or the $61,000 of time equivalency would have come in handy that we incurred for 2019. So this is not an inconsiderable issue for the department. Turning to Section 3, this is just to give you some insight into what preparation and attendance at these meetings alone costs. It comes to something like $14,000 for a year. These are costs that the agencies do not bill back to North Star, just as I do not bill back the Section 2 costs to North Star as well. In my judgment, reading the statute, I do not have the authority to bill back such costs right now to North Star, which is one of the reasons why I'm so keen to at least recover the logistical costs from Section 1 from North Star, as well as to clarify that the company would be responsible for any other costs that are incurred under Section 1700, I think it's A6G, meaning the experts and the contracting for services and the like. So on the bottom of page 2, you see just a snapshot of what the cost of handicap was in 2019. In my judgment, the $4,000 is something that North Star definitely should have been paying. I think there's a case to be made for the $61,000 in time costs that my agency spent, but I also think that there's a case to be made that that ought not necessarily to be billed back to North Star absent a different statutory change. And the $14,000, you know, I think there's an argument to be made for that being billed back to North Star as well, but that's not driving my concern at this point. What really drives my concern, to repeat myself, is if this panel is to make use of the option that is reserved to it under 18 VSA 17 G6. This is on page 3. It's the middle statutory provision where I've underscored the language. In that section 6, it says hire experts, contract for services, provide materials and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. To be candid, and this is why I wanted to have the conversation with the panel, in my time as commissioner, this issue has not been forced because we've been preoccupied with reorganization, adapting to a new chair, trying to figure out what our issues would be. The settlement with North Star that resulted in the decommissioning process starting sooner than anybody expected was a real game changer. So this issue of where is this panel going and what resources does it need to get there has sort of been dormant under the surface. But we're there now because we're looking at amending the statute. As I have said at prior meetings, when you open a can of worms, which is what statutory amendment is, you are well served by getting it all done at once and not doing it piecemeal. And that is the spirit in which I came to this panel and said we need to have this conversation about expenses, which I've been trying to have for quite some time now. And I thank the panel for its patience and its willingness to convene tonight's meeting. I will also say that the process we've been through and the conversations that we've had have informed my thinking. I really do go back to Montpelier and reflect on what I hear here. It is never a meeting that I get over and then just go home and forget about, because I'm the commissioner of everybody, which is also the commissioner of this panel and the public that we serve. And it's incumbent on me to reflect on the things that I hear, so that while I respectfully have to disagree with the proposition that an MOU could be prepared that would allow Entergy to pay a certain amount that is fixed, in order to pay for these costs that I'm concerned about, I can recognize that there's a limit as to what can be achieved in any one legislative session. So I have heard what our legislative colleagues are saying about what realistically can be achieved. And from my own view, I have looked at the existing statute, and I have language that would amend the statute to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I don't know that that would necessarily be to the satisfaction of this panel. And I'm happy to share that language with anyone who'd like to see it. But in a nutshell, what it says is North Star will bear the costs under 6G, and North Star will have an option of seeking review of the reasonableness of those costs from the PUC. And in the first instance, it would remain the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service who determines whether those costs are reasonable in the first case. So I do not see that as a complicated statutory amendment, but I do appreciate that I don't sit under the Golden Dome day in, day out, and I especially do not sit on House Energy Technology, so I must defer to Representative Sevilla's judgment as to what the likelihood of success is in seeking an amendment of that kind. I do give you this notice, if you will. If I have to accept that we will not be amending the statute on this particular issue this year, notwithstanding the panel's vote last time around that we did want to shift costs to North Star, it is very likely that the department will seek this amendment in its own right next year with the proper timing, because it is, in my judgment, a matter that needs to be addressed in this fashion. Turning to the materials that Representative Coffey and Sevilla have provided, the reasons why I don't think the MOU route would work are as follows. Looking at the existing statute, I don't see any authority for NDCAP to be entering into contracts or directing actions that would result in an MOU. NDCAP has an advisory mission. The ability to contract or to otherwise make arrangements for logistical support is vested in my office. And I take that to mean is that I would have to be the one who acceded to an MOU. As you well understand, I have a regulatory supervisory relationship with North Star. It is a relationship that seeks a constructive dynamic, and I should hasten to add that in my judgment, the company has been a good faith partner in what it's doing here as a decommissioning company. But if things go wrong or if discipline is necessary, that originates in the first instance in my office. And so to put me in the position, or to put my successors in the position of also being a counterparty to a freely entered into MOU, in my judgment, is not tenable. And even if it were something that I was inclined to do, I have serious reservations about entering into an MOU or a contract that effectively displaces statutory responsibilities as presently enumerated for my office. In other words, I question whether I could enter into a contract that hires an individual to do things that the statute says my office is supposed to do. Footnote there, I would take from the proposal the suggestion that perhaps there are things that my office needs to improve by way of the services that it's providing to NDCAP. And that's certainly a conversation I'm willing to have with anyone at any time. But I do not think the solution realistically is to contract for them elsewhere. The language about there being the ability to enter into such an MOU because the statute provides that the funds for our activities shall come from the department's funds and quote, such other sources as may be or become available. In my judgment, it is not in scope such that it would permit the MOU contemplated here. I read that language to mean that if the NRC were to approve decommissioning funding, for which you've heard me advocate, or if the legislature were to make an appropriation to support NDCAP, that those would be things that would be encompassed by that language. But an MOU for which I lack the authority to sign up, I do not feel falls within that scope. I think I've covered all my points. And I think I'll close my comments at this juncture by saying that I am prepared to accept that I am not going to be able to effect the change that I would like to see in this legislative session. But I underscore that that is not uniquely my decision. Tonight's conversation is about what this panel would like to see its future be, and for me to get guidance on that point. And now I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
So go ahead, Chris.
I have a question for the commissioner. The cost increase under staff hours for 2019, can you shed some light on that? I don't doubt that but I didn't know like to what extent that reflected staff doing the work that the previous chairs had done, or what?
That's exactly what it is.
Wow.
I think what you're seeing there is, for folks who were not on the panel at the time, you did not have the pleasure of working with Kate O'Connor, but Kate was a real dynamo, and we learned at the end of her tenure just how much she had been doing in her capacity as chair. And I think for those of us who are still on the panel, it was a real revelation to understand not only that she had been carrying so much administrative and frankly expense for the panel, but also we understood that this was not an acceptable thing to continue to expect from a chair. And Chris, you'll recall your tenure was vastly different in nature as a result, and I think for Mr. Unruh it would be the same. But that's what that jump represents.
It was actually a condition of my chairing the.
Indeed it was.
The only other thing I'll observe, and I'm not disagreeing with the numbers at all.
Not at all.
I mean, because that's important to note how much the volunteer hours were contributing to the support of the panel. But in the earlier years, and Tony and Bill and the others who were here earlier on, when the commissioner was chair, did we not start doing reports until Kate was chair?
I'm sorry, Chris. These are things that I wouldn't know anything about.
Well, I was just looking at the numbers. Again, I'm trying to think about what I'm thinking about the cost of what it actually takes to support the panel. And what I was trying to remember was in the first years, I know the statute said we had to prepare a report. I'm not remembering if we did exactly or not, or who prepared it, if it was Tony or Chris or somebody else in your all's office. But of course, Kate was very heavily involved in not only setting the agendas, but even recruiting who was coming to speak. So I'm sure that took some time away from Tony. It's just, I almost feel like we should send another letter or something to Kate saying thank you. But I was just trying to think about those earlier years, because we had a lot of meetings in those earlier years, and there was a lot of work to be done. But did that still primarily fall to Kate once she was chair?
Two issues on that point. One, it's entirely possible that the answer to that is yes, Kate did a lot of that. I wouldn't want to discount that. It is also possible that the records from that time are not as robust as they are now.
Yeah.
I can only, with perfect confidence, speak to the records that date to my tenure.
Okay. Commissioner, I can shed some light on that if it would help. To answer, okay, first the specific question on the annual reports. The history on it, the first annual report, there was one done for 2014. The the department subcontracted that out. If you remember, we had the Consensus Building Institute on contract for several items, and one of them was to finish the 2014 report. 2015, 2016 annual reports, Chairman O'Connor basically said, Tony, don't worry about them, I'll get them done. I didn't realize that meant that she was going to be doing them personally, but what I had expected was that there was going to be a small committee of panelists would actually work on it, but she was doing that herself. The 2017 report, actually, for those of you who remember David Andrews, I know he pulled a lot of that together. And then 2018 and 2019 was, well, okay, 2018 you provided feedback on what you wanted as panel chair, and 2019 I pretty much ran with it on my own, offering an outline to the panel. Some of the other volunteerism, listening to Commissioner Tierney, I realized that very early on there was a discussion between the previous commissioner, Commissioner Recchia, and several senior Entergy staff to provide what was called in-kind administrative support. So for a while there, Entergy provided a note taker. It was someone from Entergy staff who took notes and was the primary generator of meeting minutes. But then when that person moved on from Entergy, there was no replacement for that. So that became a cost that the Public Service Department wound up picking up because, well, we needed someone and we needed a low budget staff person for that. So a lot of it was the prior, Chair O'Connor, but there were some other here and there's of, at one point Entergy covered some costs, at some point the department covered costs, and where the costs have been covered has moved around a little bit in the history of the panel.
I'll just wrap up. I think, just for the panel, I was just trying to offer some, or think through the history of how we function in our expenditures. So I would imagine that even though 2019 looks a bit like an anomaly, it's probably reflective of what it actually costs to operate the panel when you're just having quarterly meetings, and frankly, not really taking on that, not doing a very heavy lift. So we're, from a budgeting standpoint or a time standpoint, however that translates into hours and effort, that's probably reflective of what it actually takes.
So let me throw my 2 cents in because I'm really good at that. I think for us tonight, it's, if we decide to, I think it's a determination of a dollar amount, not necessarily how that dollar amount is spent. Representative Sebelian and Coffey have laid out a fairly good plan of how those dollars that they propose could be spent, and the ways that they can be most effectively used. But I think for us as a panel, we need to determine a dollar figure of what it takes to run this panel, because as we transition over the next several years, those particular positions that are laid out in Representative Sabine and Coffey's proposal may change. The needs may change as we go through the decommissioning process. So I think a dollar figure is more important than necessarily how it's spent. That's my opinion, and I'm open to hear different opinions on that. I'm okay with the dollar figure that was, set forth by Representative Sebelian and Coffey to, help us to function appropriately, but I don't want to pigeonhole us into a specific way to spend those dollars. So I'm open to discussion on what we've heard thus far, and anybody's got an opinion outside of what I just said.
So I actually appreciated Chris's summary there, that the 2019 expenses as described at the bottom of page 2 of the Commissioner's prepared document is probably more likely the actual costs as opposed to those costs that are itemized on the document from our representatives. Given the ease at which it is possible to actually review and account for those costs in state government. So I would feel that we may be underestimating what it would require to sponsor 4 meetings a year if we were to stay with the 35,000 as represented in our representative's proposal. And I think it would be better to probably work towards the higher figure, which is approaching $80,000, as represented in Commissioner Tierney's document.
I know we're all sitting here contemplating everything that's going on. Representative Sabia, you got something to say?
Well, I think I would most like to hear from other panelists if they have thoughts first. So I can wait.
Tony, this is Emily Bodecker, if I could jump in with a question.
Yes, please.
So as I was looking at this, there's 3 things that I'm primarily evaluating. One is I think we need a permanent solution, a long-term solution, rather than trying to do something for an interim. So I'm interested in understanding how we can get to a permanent solution. And one hopes that we will continue to have good relationships with all parties involved, but money can get tricky at times, so I think a permanent solution, and by that one which is, solid in law, is important. Who authorizes the costs for the panel, I think is really important, and so I too appreciated seeing what the panel actually costs, and would also be interested from some of the longer term panel members if some of the assertions about this being the right grouping of costs, that we wouldn't be looking for additional experts and things going forward. I'd just like to make sure that we have a good consensus from the panel for that. And so in terms of how we proceed from here, I would also like to revisit the question, I'm not quite where Commissioner Turney is, about ruling out a change this legislative session. I appreciate that there's a lot on the docket. There's some very big bills that the House Energy and Technology Committee has. But if there is a very simple change, the few lines that Commissioner Turney had identified, I also don't want to rule out that possibility of potentially taking this to the legislator, getting clear language in the statute, and having this resolved so we can focus back then on the core work of the panel. So if anybody has any comments and thoughts on any of the statements I've just made, I'd be very appreciate hearing them.
I just have one thought that I would like to just make sure I am absolutely, perfectly clear on. So this panel can move forward with recommendations for statutory changes this year? Absolutely. Some of the, you have heard me put forward some cautions, which are intended to reflect just the reality of the situation on the ground. But if there's consensus on this panel that they want to move forward with changes in legislation this year, they should do so. I have made cautions about making sure that it is clear what the panel wants, that there is a clear plan for supporting those changes in the legislature by the panel. And so that's it. I just want to make sure that it's understood. If the panel wants to move this forward, they should. I feel like I've tried to be responsible in letting folks know, here's kind of the situation on the ground. Representative Coffey and I have been cautioning folks for the last 2 or 3 meetings about the timeframes involved in this second year of a biennium. To the greatest extent possible, just to help inform and allow this committee, this panel, to have as much flexibility as possible, so.
And so I wanted to say two things. One is also, if I agree, the committee is going to be taking this up. It does mean that it gets negotiated in that committee and in a money committee. And that the recommendations from this panel are not the only recommendations that might come to that committee. There can be other folks who might want to weigh in on that. But I think what I'd hope that we could figure out tonight is what are we really hoping for the support of this panel, and how can we get there? Because, I think I've heard a lot of different, this is really just throwing something, it doesn't need to be necessary. These recommendations that we have, this is a brainstorm really about, these are the kinds of things. So I think I'd like to start, how does this panel want to work and operate? What are we doing well? What's missing? What are we've done a little, like the beginning of research. We got a letter from Ray Shaddis here about what they're doing in Maine. I really think because we're one of the states that's in the early wave of decommissioning these plants, and we have an opportunity. I mean, folks are going to be looking to this process as a model. So, and is it the best use of, our nuclear engineers' time to be setting up tables for a panel? I'm not sure if I, as a taxpayer, see that that's the best use of somebody's time. So could we kind of get into this a little bit? Since this is our main piece of business tonight, it would be great to have a sense of the panel. What is it that we need? How much do we think it might cost? Build in some flexibility, and then whether the solution is whether we do it in statute or whether there's a creative way to do it. I think there's a willingness from North Star to pay for some of these costs. I don't really think that is the question. I think it's about how we get there. So I really would love to hear from other folks and other folks who have been, I've been on the panel since September of 2019. So I want to hear from other folks what they think that we're missing. I mean, because I think we've heard from the public that the meetings are not very well advertised, beyond what the Department of Public Service can do on its website, and whether it's that we need somebody like a communications staffer or a part-time person or a very part-time person to get the word out on the meetings. Because I think it's really important that people know about these meetings and that there's participation from the public.
See, I would, personally, I would challenge that particular line of thinking, because when this panel started, especially through the sale process, the meetings have been always worn the same way. And we've had several people throughout the sale process attend these meetings. Our meetings were full. We had 30 speakers, times coming up and, voicing their concerns to the panel. And we haven't changed the way we warn the meetings in the time, like as far as the time length that, they get warned out and that kind of thing. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of how the meetings are being marketed or put out to the public. I think it's just a lack of interest from the public to attend the meetings at this point, since the sale has gone through. That's my personal opinion on it, just basically from seeing where we started to where we are now, and the lack of public participation from the beginning of the sale process till now. And it doesn't mean that anybody's any more interested or not interested in what's going on at the site. It just means that less people are participating in the actual handicap meetings themselves.
May I say something? My comment is coming based on what people have come in and said here. It's not based on my opinion. So about participation, but I think going back to it, it's like, is this what we currently have in this budget that the commissioner has put together? Is this sufficient to do what we need to do? the work that needs to be done? Or do we want to be, I've heard, I mean, there are a few people who are not here tonight who have advocated for having folks come and participate in this meeting, or for, as participating in national conferences. I mean, there's been a wide range of ideas, and we haven't been able to get to those ideas because there hasn't been the funding there. So that, I would rather have us have a conversation about that part of it for what we want to do.
So I would add, I think the vice chair has often spoke to the need to have potentially additional experts, et cetera. I know this probably is not official. I'm certain that it is not official, and certainly she cannot vote. But Representative Coffey and I and the chair did receive, and Tony, did receive an email from her at 4:30 this evening thanking us for putting together the draft discussion proposal, and noted that it seems reasonable.
Mr. Chair?
Going to go to Chris, and then we'll come back.
So I'll just start with just what I think would be useful from as far as from a panel perspective, and this is regardless of anybody's proposals or anything. We basically have a roadmap forward about how the decommissioning and site restoration are going to occur, and we have reporting requirements in the board order that says what North Star and the state have to do at a minimum, and that all ties back to the March report, as I recall, to the state, and then I think the state is supposed to then provide like a report to the public, and what I was thinking when being involved in that docket around the sale was that a useful role for IndyCap would be looking at that schedule. And let me just tell for the panel members and the public who don't also know, if something goes wrong on the site, if North Star discovers something that wasn't expected that affects the timing of the decommissioning or the cost, they have to notify the state within 7 days. But I'm just talking about just the regular schedule. My thinking had been that a good structure would be plan a big, I don't know exactly what this means, but the big kind of annual meeting of IndyCap for like May or so, after the report's been in, after the state agencies had the chance to do some analysis, after North Star's had some time to kind of process what it all means. And so then we have like the big, I would say kind of the spring big annual IndyCap meeting. And then the meetings that would follow on after that are kind of check-ins to see how things are going with the regulatory agencies, with North Star itself, and if North Star's hear from the town of Vernon how they think things are going, but that we would kind of organize ourselves around that initial reporting of data, that kind of annual check-in. And then, of course, we would also, if something did happen and that you trigger that 7-day notification and something material has changed that's going to potentially affect the cost and schedule, then of course we would want to have another meeting. And so I was thinking that the real function of IndyCap is to take that information, present it as fully as possible to the public, allow the public to comment on the information that's presented, and then that after that spring meeting, that could also inform other topics that we take up during those other meetings that we have. As for cost, I just have it seems to me that the costs of regulation shouldn't be externalized, and North Star should bear those costs. And as far as who ultimately does the work, as far as like whether it's a state nuclear engineer or if it's, Tony actually, doing his job as a nuclear engineer, and then other consultants are hired to provide support work that maybe they're less expensive than state employees, maybe they're not. That seems like another analysis that we could do. You could have other supporting staff or supporting consultants to do the logistical work and other things that maybe Tony doesn't need to be doing. But that was the kind of structure that just for me personally, I had envisioned. Now, how we get there, what we need to change in statute, I've got some ideas, I think, but that could have some effect. You know, I appreciate the proposals that the legislators brought forth to us. I appreciate also the position that the commissioner mentioned about the state budget. But as far as just like the actual function of handicap and its purpose that it serves, those were kind of my notions, and so I just wanted to throw that out there for what it's worth for people to respond to. I'm not claiming that I'm right. It's just that's an idea that I've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I thought what Chris just outlined right now is one very measured and clearly identified path for handicap to define the scope of its work at this time. And I think one of the things that's particularly appealing about it is that it meets the concerns that, or better said, the point that Representative Sibilia has made more than once about the need to ensure that a spotlight stays trained on the events through decommissioning, the progress of the company through decommissioning, so that the public has a genuine window into this. What I would add to Chris's description is this. It's one thing for this panel to lay bare or to make clear in a public forum what the current status is of decommissioning under the board order and the reporting events. It's another thing to provide a place for the public, having digested those events, to come back and to tell us what its concerns are. That too is a part of handicap. And it may well be that through those comments from the public, the panel develops questions or concerns that we can't sit here tonight and anticipate. Some of those concerns might, for all I know, best be informed by the assessment of an expert who could help this panel decide what advice it ought to give to the governor or to state agencies about whatever the particular concern is that has arisen. What has troubled me to date in my tenure has been the prospect that a decision about whether to retain such an expert would turn on whether I have money available in my agency. That to me is a very unfortunate confluence of events, and that's exactly where we have been for the last several years. And to my mind, it's a statutory change that removes that unfortunate nexus so that this panel, should the need arise, is in a position to avail itself of its ability to get expert assistance as needed. Turning to the particulars about who sets up tables and the like, I don't especially like seeing my nuclear engineer employed in this fashion, but those are the resources available to my department, and those are the duties prescribed under the statute. And so unless a change is made, I have to make do with those resources, and it makes even less sense. Mr. Lashinsky actually lives in Connecticut and is down here. It might be less costly, I suppose, to dispatch somebody from my agency who doesn't have the same hourly rate, but I have to figure out who that person is and what work I'm going to remove from that person in order to send them down here in advance of meetings. I suppose another possibility would be to turn to North Star to say, North Star, under 1702, I hereby exercise my authority to have you assist the panel by taking over those logistical arrangements. Those are possibilities as well. But it seems to me that it's the larger picture I've been concerned about, which is how to make sure that this panel is not starved of resources because a state budget is constrained. And to that end, I think a statutory change is needed.
Actually, make sure that the panel member there gets his chance to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I have, well, first off, I want to thank our representatives for preparing this discussion draft proposal. Getting the conversation queued up, it's helpful. I've been quiet over here just because I'm struggling with how much that I don't really know about really what the public needs. I don't know that there's a lot of consensus and agreement on this panel. And certainly that's just a reflection of myself, of what the public, whether or not folks in our community and the public have the same emotional reaction to this. I think that's, we can discuss that, but then also just more broadly and outside of, an emotional response to Vermont Yankee and to the decommissioning is what the public cares about. And I think that while it's true, there hasn't been the same awareness and attention to this project and to this whole situation, that might also just be because there isn't a strong vector of what's happening in these conversations into the community. And so that lack of awareness is a little bit self-perpetuating. I can see both. And so the root of that question and me not knowing what the public needs and what the public cares about here affects the whole question of what this should be and what should it become. It leads into, I think that the question is a good one, which is what advice we ought to give to the governor and what experts we might need to bring in to help inform not just this panel, but the community also matters, which is what the public needs and what's the best way for this panel to be a vector and a conduit to the public. So my instinct, like what I want to do is to know that. And yeah, there's my science training, which is like already designing the survey, the public survey in my head, which, to bring to the community. And I don't know if that might be, I know that that's an extra step. And I appreciate what our representatives and legislators had done to identify, while it's true that, we could at any point make statutory changes, and that might be required in the long run, but I also appreciate the move towards expediting a change that can still be helpful and supportive of this panel and our mission ultimately. And if it can be efficient and done quickly, that would be great. And so I don't want to pump the brakes and necessarily open this up if it doesn't need to be, but I don't know, right now I'm taking a big step back and really wondering at the root of it, what are the fundamental questions that this panel should be asking? And I'm continuing to draw some question marks. I just don't know enough.
And I may be wrong on this, others can weigh in, and Emily, I really appreciate your perspective on this, especially being new to it. Just having been in this discussion for a while now. Part of the context and this is why I was going back to what the board order says, the Public Utility Commission's already kind of weighed in on what North Star what they have to report on. And I would hope that North Star would be really interested in knowing what else the public would like to hear from them. And, and I think it's great, it would be a great idea for the panel, through a survey or through other means to find out what would the public like to know. But I think from a procedural standpoint, there's the Public Utility Commission has already weighed in on what has to be reported and when. And so I was trying to kind of propose from that bare bones approach, that we know that we've got an annual report that's going to be coming out, and it'd be, and an opportunity to gather that information from the public is based on what you're hearing. What else do you need to hear? What else do you want to hear? What else do you want us to bring to you? So that to me was kind of more of an expeditious approach to it, which may or may not make sense. But I think we are limited somewhat. Like even if we found out from the public everything that they wanted, what we can actually pry out may be somewhat limited. But again, North Star, hopefully they would stand up and go, yes, we would love to know more about what the public wants to know about our process and the transparency of our process. And how the public would like us to communicate with them. But some of that's going to be voluntary on that part, which is fine, because they should have the opportunity to weigh in about what they, how they view this whole process too. But I just wanted to kind of weigh in with that constraint. That's why we were, the panel was involved, and maybe not as robustly as would have been desired, but and coming up with an advisory position on what to even communicate to the Public Utility Commission about what needs to be communicated to the public. But that ship in some respects is kind of sailed, but we can always build another ship.
Well, to that point, Chris, I mean, North Star has, taken the steps to reach out in those respects through Mr. Hamilton, doing some community engagement with stakeholders to find out, what the communities are interested in, the community stakeholders are interested in. So I think those steps have been taken by North Star to this point, even above and beyond what the PUC has asked of them in that respect. I think they're resounding gong, and I hate to keep coming back to this, is that the public in general is, after the sale, is not terribly interested. I think there is a good sect that is interested in what's going on, at the plant, but they don't show up to our meetings. They're the silent majority, let's just put it that way. They look from the background and, watch for our meeting minutes and that kind of thing and see what's going on. But they're not necessarily showing up to INDICAT meetings any longer. So I guess the emphasis for this panel is to be able to keep those type of people informed, because they're obviously not here. They haven't been attending for several meetings. They haven't been, expressing opinions and that kind of thing through our panel hearings. But they're there. And to be able to keep those folks informed is our job, whether they show up or not, to our panel hearings. And the question tonight is how do we effectively do that as a panel, and what resources do we need to be able to do that? Again, I'll state that, what Representative Sabine and Coffey have laid out seems to be effective in that manner. Seems to fit some of the bills of some of the questions that have been asked by the public that does attend. How do we more effectively communicate our meeting dates? Further out, how do we effectively communicate what we're going to be talking about, and how do we get the community involved in that respect? Because really, in the end, that's what our INDICAP is for. We are a conduit to the public that is interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, and even those that aren't interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, because at some point they could become interested and be able to look back and see the work that the panel's done and be able to come up to speed in that respect. I don't know that we're going to have an answer to our question tonight, but I will yield the floor to Mr. Irwin to listen to his comment.
So this is my 15th year of involvement with either the nuclear decommission, or I can't even remember what it was called before, the nuclear VSNAP, Vermont State Nuclear Advisory Panel. Thank you. And I can tell you that the things that are working now are obvious to me, and they are the results of the efforts of the Public Service Department. Specifically, the record keeping for this panel is exceptional. It is all open to the public. It is, while a government site, a place that you can go and find everything that has occurred under the NDCAP since its inception. Annual reports have been put together religiously, not always on time, but well-founded minutes records of votes, records of issues, records of presentations. The actual documents are there. I can also tell you that attendance at these meetings is typically measured by the contentiousness of the issues. That when, and frankly in VSNAP, there was always contentiousness. But since the negotiated settlement, the sale, and frankly the turnover from one owner to another, the transition from operating to decommissioning, I think there are a lot of settled issues. What will likely occur is that if there becomes a problem that causes costs to go up or delays or other concerns among the public, we'll see attendance rise again. And we need to be prepared for that. So I would suggest that, one, I think we really have a great system of record keeping that I would be concerned about throwing out because it's not broken. And I would appreciate instead that we continue to do what we're doing with the public service department's maintenance of the records of this panel and the availability of it. And I think the notices to the public of our meeting attendance, that they're occurring. I know we could do more. I don't know if there's anything that's happening in the local papers for notice that might be of use as well. Whether that's already occurring, I'm not sure. I appreciate your perspective, Chris, about a May meeting. I like that idea too, because I think there will be huge answers and questions in the March report. I know I can tell you as a state agency, I only have a timeline of work at Vermont Yankee that goes through December 2019 for the most part. And I'm anxious to know what 2020 has to observe as a state agency / regulator. And so I think there will be a lot to discuss then. And I do believe that the meetings in between those May kickoffs, if you want to call it that, are helpful to have each of the agencies and other stakeholders report on the status as we go from year to year. I do think that we are on a time table that has a certain end date, and that the sooner we act, the more likely we're going to benefit from a decision that we make. That if we wait another year for the next legislative session, we will be much further down this road that is rapidly moving. I can tell you, as someone who was at the site today, seeing what's occurred in just the last month, we are seeing rapid changes. We will see even more rapid changes in the coming months of 2020. There will be dramatic changes at that site, and we need to be able to accommodate those kinds of changes that might occur and interest that's likely to be generated in the public as they hear about these things. So I would, again, think of any sort of monetary figure or budget that might be associated with this to have some flexibility for where there were these kinds of dynamics and we needed to accommodate those. So I would say that, again, I like the estimations that were created by the Public Service Department because I know the care with which they were obtained. And I would put onto that some sort of language or a buffer or something to accommodate where there's likely going to be fluctuations over the course of time. And I would also say that I do believe that it could be much less expensive to have someone brought in to do the physical arrangements at the price much less than the state nuclear engineer, who I value immensely as someone who has toured the site with him numerous times to be able to look at highly technical issues that are occurring there. And it was a shame that we couldn't do more of that this afternoon because he had to come here and make sure that this meeting was set up. So I just wanted to make sure I covered everything in my notes here. And I think I have. Thank you very much.
So I guess I will bring it back to the question at this point in my mind, and I could be completely wet, but is what is the dollar figure that it takes to be able to effectively communicate to the public as handicap? And not necessarily how it's spent and who it's spent on and all that kind of thing, but what is the overall dollar figure of what makes our jobs viable to the public? And I don't know that we can answer that question this evening. I really don't. But that's what it boils down to, how the dollars get spent in the end, whether they're, because it has to be fluid, whether it be a specialist that we need 6 months from now, or whether it's a specialist that we need 2 weeks from now. In the end, it's a dollar figure. It's not necessarily how we spend it immediately. I don't think we can put forth a proposal that says, this is how we're going to spend all these dollars every single year going forward for the next 5 years, because as certain needs arise, we need to be able to flow those dollars to those needs, in my opinion. So I think a dollar figure needs to be reached, whether it be this evening or a different time. God, I hope it's this evening, because I don't want to do this again, honestly. But I think we have a very good start with what the Public Service Department has put in front of us, what Representative Sabirian Coffey has put in front of us, to be able to determine that dollar figure. And again, everything falls back on you, Commissioner Tierney, how those dollars get spent. So I think it behooves us to determine that dollar figure this evening, and your department from there determines whether it's, you know, Mr. Lashinsky's time to set up tables or whether it's somebody else's time to set up tables. That's not in the purview of the handicap panel. That's in your purview of how those dollars are spent. What we're trying to determine tonight as a panel is what do we need as a panel to be able to effectively communicate to the outside world that wants to participate in this process.
So I'm concerned about the notion of, I'm concerned about a few things. I think, I'm not sure if the commissioner was explicit, but I think the notion of putting together an MOU outside of, with North Star for the support of this panel, I don't think is something that she would support. We probably should hear from her as to whether or not it is.
That is correct. I would not support that.
Right. And so that then becomes the place where we get a little sticky in statute. And so if we put in a dollar amount in statute, that's just going to be, I mean, it's fine, we can do that. We can try that. I think that there will be, you know, we have to figure out, is that a tax? Is that a fee? Are there other businesses that would be assessed that kind of tax or fee? So if we're trying to put something like that in statute, and so if we're just putting in place, if we're just shifting who pays, that may be simpler. And although I think it still would have to go to, as Representative Coffey has said, it still would have to go to probably Ways and Means and Appropriations Committee. And I would expect, as I mentioned at the last hearing, that having that be an unlimited prospect in statute will probably get some resistance from North Star. And as we've heard the commissioner say this evening, it has been limited. It has been limited. It's not limited in statute, but right now it's limited by the state budget. So I would just offer that for consideration by the panel. Mr. Chair, I would note that we are a little over schedule. I hate to, just in case you wanted to
Could I make
hear from
Mr. Leach?
If you will put this forward as a motion, I will second it for you. Or would you like me to put it forward?
I think that it might behoove us to, you can certainly do whatever you'd like to do. I think it might behoove us to hear from members of the public who are actually here and who I suspect may have some things to say that may be helpful in this regard, may not be helpful, but they will be instructive.
Okay, so to that end, we are kind of over our time allotted for discussion from the panel on operating costs, potential funding options. So at this time, I will open up to public questions and input on the panel cost and funding options. Willing to hear from anybody from the public regarding that. It looks like you're being coerced. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Chris Williams. I'm from Hancock. I work with Citizens Awareness Network, and I'm also with the Nuclear Information and Resource Service in Washington. I have a lot more questions than I had when I walked in the door. But after reviewing the materials earlier today, my thought was that perhaps the logistical costs could be assigned to Entergy, the non-controversial logistical costs.
It's North Star.
The department to provide funding for the expert staff time as well as outside experts if they become necessary. And somebody said it earlier, lots been said tonight. If you run into a cost overrun scenario where North Star might be saying one thing, it might be useful to have somebody to review what North Star is saying with regard to a particular cost overrun. Additionally, of course, if there are discoveries of both radiological or non-radiological contaminants on the site that are going to raise costs and have not been included in previous site characterizations, that might require an expert. But to take the non-controversial, just nuts and bolts costs of having the meetings and keeping the records properly, and sound, notice, and assign those to North Star if possible. And then look to the department for experts. That's what I would recommend. So I look forward to listening to the conversation tonight and ongoing, and hope that in the future there's less talk about money and more talk about what's going on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. Before I say anything else, I want to remind you that there is no one sitting on the panel from Massachusetts, and there should be, and I hope you'll make the governor of the state that I now live in do something about that. Thank you. I want to kind of echo what Emily was saying about what I would like to see the panel be a vector and a conduit to the public. And besides putting things on the website, basically what gets out to the public is left to whether or not there's someone here from the press and if people read that story. Or if I write a letter to the editor, which I did a couple weeks ago. So, and it's true that people, what you were saying, Mr. Unruh, about people are not as concerned because people don't feel as threatened as we used to, or scared. Thank goodness. But I do think that, and things seem to be going okay right now, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very happy. But they might not in the future. And I think somebody also said it's important for you to have a way to communicate with the public beyond what's on the website. And that could even be regular postings in some of the major ways of communicating, not just in Brattleboro, but all around New Hampshire, Massachusetts, but beyond Vernon. It's wonderful that Vernon is very, very closely involved. You should be. I'm happy about that too. I'd like to see more people on this panel who are actual citizens, not representatives of, from outside of Vernon. It's good to have a lot of Vernon people. And I'd like to see maybe, a monthly piece in some local newspapers or some forums that could be put on BCTV and other cable channels. I think people need to know, and you said it yourself, Mr. Unruh, that it's your responsibility to keep people informed whether they're here or not. So how much you do of that is partially a question of money. But I want to hear a commitment from the panel that that's what the money will be used for. I really do.
Hi, good evening. I'm Clay Turnbull. I'm with New England Coalition on Nuclear Pollution. I'm a staff person and a trustee. And I was glad to hear that a report that Ray Shaddis prepared sounds like it was distributed to the panel. I just wanted to highlight a couple of lines from it. North Star will pay itself approximately 38% of the decommissioning fund to administer decommissioning activities. And there's a modest 10% overrun cushion built into the budget. In addition, North Star anticipates an end-of-the-day surplus in excess of $20 million to be divided 55-45% between North Star and Vermont utilities. At Maine Yankee, we can get a rough idea of the kinds of monies that Maine Yankee spent on its cap by looking at a short list of the kinds of educative activities that Maine Yankee sponsored. The cap toward 2 sites deploying dry-fueled storage systems at Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant in Maryland and Palisades in Michigan. The cap toward plants undergoing decommissioning, including Connecticut Yankee and Big Rock Point in Michigan. The CAP participated in American Nuclear Society decommissioning conferences in Michigan, Connecticut, and Nevada, which included an engineering tour of National Repository at Yucca Mountain. The CAP participated in meetings with counterpart advisory panels in Connecticut and Michigan. The CAP participated in an industry decommissioning conference in Florida and conferences in Washington, Middletown, Connecticut, where travel, lodging, and expenses and conference fees were involved. One should include in any back-of-the-envelope calculations the fact that the CAP averaged 14 to 15 members. This information provides not only a sense of scale, hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars, but it also is hoped that a sense of purpose, that is, education without nuclear-related oversight, can only be arbitrary and vaguely effective. And lastly, Maine Yankee recognized at the onset that in order to communicate effectively, it needed to develop a commonly understood language about decommissioning, and this involved not only attentive and discerning listening to community stakeholders, but also offering them the opportunity to familiarize themselves with nuclear processes and regulation. I don't know where this panel, the line between this panel and the group that New England Coalition fought to get established as part of the MOU, where the line between them is, but to me, the education is a missing link. You know, that the company could be making more of an effort to provide some real education, whether it's to this panel or to the group that we're trying to fund. I think that the general public, there are people that want to understand the technical issues so that they can determine, so that they can say, okay, I'm not just taking someone else's word for it. And you know, Bob Leach, you've got an entire career of education that lots of folks would love to understand. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we're at that place in the evening where we would be contemplating a break. And before we did that, I frankly am unsure of how to proceed here. I brought sufficient copies of a draft statutory amendment that I would be happy to distribute to folks so they can look at what my thoughts have been about what we might do. I have heard the conversation tonight about the $35,000 figure. I've heard Dr. Owen's comments about a higher figure. It occurs to me that this language that I've put together could be, again, modified to accommodate some sort of cap. I just don't know where and how to prompt that discussion. But I wanted you to make you aware of that as an option for tonight. I do have that material here if it would be of interest to the panel members.
I think that makes two of us that I'm not exactly sure where to go from here based on the discussion that we've had both from the public sector and from the panel itself. So I will say that we are going to go to a 5-minute break, and if you'd like to distribute those materials that you have during that 5-minute break, you are welcome to do so. We will reconvene this meeting at 7:35. So we are going to head to additional panel discussion on operating cost and funding options. So during the break, Commissioner Tierney put out a proposed amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, and I will allow Commissioner Tierney to speak towards that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I alluded to earlier in the evening, I had this language has been prepared in order to effectuate the outcome that I would prefer, which was an amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, such that North Star bears the costs of hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel, as the commissioner, meaning me, may consider appropriate on the request of the panel from time to time. The idea is that by June 30th annually, the department would render a bill basically to North Star that details the amount of monies that have been expended on experts or the contract for services and the like. And in turn, North Star would then pay that bill within 30 days into the special fund that's been established per statute to support the Department of Public Service. It also supports the Public Utility Commission, but that's neither here nor there right now. The language clarifies that the monies so paid by North Star into the special fund would be paid solely to the department, meaning they would not be shared with the Public Utility Commission. And finally, the owners of the Vermont Yankee Station, North Star, would have the right to petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses and may amend or revise such cost assessments is what I put in here, but expenses would be fine too. Based on the conversation tonight, it occurs to me that we could insert a cap in here if the panel thought that was appropriate. And if we did so, I would propose that it be in the second line that is underscored from the top, such that it would now read, the owners of the VYNPS as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate, comma, not to exceed. The number we've used tonight is 35,000 or whatever other number this panel settles on. And 35,000 would be would reflect what Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey came up with through their research. To be clear again, I have circulated a statement of costs for the panel to date, principally to raise awareness of what costs are invested so far in the operations of this panel, for better or for worse. The Section 1 costs are those logistical costs that I think North Star ought to bear. The Section 2 costs are the PSD staff time that supports NDCAP. I'm not proposing that that be included in this amendment to Section 6G. I just wanted the panel to be aware that these costs are being incurred. And then the costs on Section 3 having to do with the agency participation, I think it would be fair to put that in, but not necessary. Certainly any per diem increase, as suggested by Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey, would be something that would be fair to include under that $35,000. I do agree with Mr. Omaru that there's no need to specify what the $35,000 is expended on, because with the way I've put the language into the statute, I think it's pretty clear that it is supposed to go, the $35,000 would go toward hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing materials, and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. So the Section 2 costs and Section 3 costs are not costs that I regard as fitting into that or being included in that language. Are there questions from the panel?
Go ahead, Laura.
So I have a couple of questions. When would this end?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and that's something that I was just discussing with counsel for North Star. It's a very logical question to be asking, but interestingly, it prompts a larger existential question for this panel. If you'll note, as we sit here tonight, NDCAP has no shelf life. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to put an end date on here. I can certainly understand if there are folks who feel a need for that, but what you're really raising is the larger question of how long should NDCAP exist? I would say this would go on for however long NDCAP exists.
So I would suggest a termination of, at the time that partial license termination happens. Because at the time, I feel that NDCAP no longer has a value. I hate to say that, but it no longer has a substantial value, I guess, after the partial license termination.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
If I may add one point to that, there's also the site restoration part of this process that is exclusive to the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction. And it would seem to me that if there's going to be a termination date, that it should also include that. So it's not just partial license termination by the NRC, but also when site restoration has been achieved to the satisfaction of the Public Utility Commission, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just briefly, I would agree with that. And another thing that, and not to draw out the conversation, I think it's something that could be figured out later on, but I believe, and Clay, maybe you know, or maybe the folk at North Star know, I think both the Yankee row cap and the main Yankee caps still meet once a year or have some kind of annual something. And so those continue to exist. Now, I'm not saying whether or not it should, but it'd be worth talking to those communities about, is there utility once it's just the ISFC left on the site, is there value? And maybe that's not the Nuclear Decommissioning Centers Advisory Panel, maybe that's something else, but just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner, how would you envision the panel accessing funds? So you've spoken to the fact that we've had a push down because there haven't been funds available from the department. So would you see that changing with this language, with this cap in there? And how would you envision the panel doing that?
Yeah, no, those are also really good questions. And so, yes, if the funds were available and they were the responsibility of the company, I would expect them to then be available to this panel. The mechanism that presently exists is that at the end of the day, the panel makes its request to the commissioner for funds for these activities. That's the existing statute. And I use my best judgment as to whether to make those funds available. And what I have proposed here is that that would continue. That mechanism would continue.
And so experts have, again, that has not been something that's been available.
Precisely. And that's the genesis of my concern, is that they've not been available. Not only has, well, Chris will speak to this in a moment, I think, but I will loosely say, to date, on my watch, none have been requested beyond what Chris asked for in the sale docket, or it's a backstory I'm happy to go into, but the bottom line is we've not had any such requests, but I think it's fair to say that I have sent every signal possible saying there's no point in making a request because I don't have money. And that's just not good enough, in my opinion, which is why I've been so concerned about this issue.
And I'm hearing that that might remain the same.
It's entirely possible.
Because the cost, the $35,000 is...
If we wanted to take that out of my budget today, that's a non-starter.
Because $35,000 is more than what you are putting forth your agency spends on handicap right now.
That would be additional to what I already put in, that's correct.
So it would not cover what you're currently expending.
And I'm not asking to, what I'm looking for is for the company to be responsible for that 4,000 plus for the logistics, and then for whatever is left under this cap, that would be what's available to this panel for hiring experts and contracting for services. For instance, Chris mentioned not too long ago that there was a consensus-seeking process, I think, that my predecessor conducted. You and Dr. Irwin might know about this, or Corey, I don't know if you do too. Yeah. Judging by these figures, the cost of that, there doesn't appear to be a record of it at the department. But it's that kind of facilitation process, for instance, or educational initiatives or the like. Those are things that open up if there's money available to be charged to the company.
Can I mention just one brief thing that may have to provide a little context too, which is when IndyCap was first started, and actually in Public Utility Commission dockets before that, there was a concern about like when IndyCap was first created, it was envisioned that decommissioning wouldn't start for 60 years or so, and so there was real concern about the company funding that because it would be coming out of the decommissioning trust, which would then decrease the amount of funds available for decommissioning. So now we have a more discrete timeline, but I would say that it would be just in case anybody has any concerns about suddenly if North Star is bearing the bill, that suddenly folk are going to go crazy and want to spend all kinds of money. Well, we all have a vested interest in being very, very thoughtful about how those funds are used, because I think it's still coming out of the decommissioning trust. I think that'd be the likely source of funds, because that's the source of funds they have to use. So I don't know that that's exactly the case, but just in case folk remember those old arguments from back in the day about concerns about where the funding for a panel would come from. Now at least we know approximately how many years we're looking at, and what kind of budget we're probably looking at.
So I have additional questions. Looking at the final line here, I'm not sure that it may be a typo or maybe a punctuation issue. The owners of Vermont Yankee may petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for a hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses, and may amend or revise such cost assessments. So is that intended to be that the owners of Vermont Yankee may amend or revise such cost assessments?
No, it's for the Public Utility Commission. And
so I read that as...
Yep, I can see why you read it that way. We could simply put a period after such expenses and say the Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments.
Mr. Chair, I have two other questions, if I may continue.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, or does anybody recall, my sense is this language for handicap was likely drafted as part of the original settlement between the state and Entergy, 2013-14.
I want to say it was 12, but no, but there must have been 13. It must have been winter 13.
It was not part of the settlement.
No, but no, it was not part of the settlement, no, but it was, but I think it came out of the settlement concept. I mean,
It was a logical...
It was not in the settlement, but it was...
It was intended to be a successor to VSNAP, which had its own issues.
So my question, larger question is around, I'm guessing that there was probably some negotiation between the advocates and the company and the government.
I can't speak to that.
No.
I just know Mr.
Can anybody
has strong
speak to that?
feelings.
No? Does anybody recall that? And then, I guess...
It was done quickly.
Yeah. And then my last question, and I don't know if this is appropriate or they'll be willing to do so, but does North Star want to weigh in on this at this point?
Do you have panel members here?
I'll open it up to North Star members on the panel and or North Star Council.
Sure. David Pearson.
Yep.
So, well, looks like Mr. DiCarlo's going to step up, so we're going to hand it over to council.
Greg DiCarlo, North Star Council. I think this is a potentially workable solution, but we'll have to internally confer and report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think my final comment would be one that I had suggested to you earlier. If there is consensus on the panel or some place on the panel, and the intention is to try and move this year, I would hope that there would be some consensus on the panel and that the panel itself would engage with the commissioner in moving this legislation forward.
Sure. So kind of let me recap everything that we've been discussing since we received this proposed amendment. From what I'm understanding, as a consensus of the panel, please correct me if I'm wrong, I will start at the, looks like the second sentence of the proposed amendment. Funds for this purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS, as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate not to exceed $35,000 annually and to terminate at the time of partial license terminations and site restoration is complete. That kind of seems like the general consensus of the board, that $35,000 dollar number is acceptable, and that it is to terminate at the end of partial license termination and site restoration. And then at the bottom of that amendment, there add a period as of reasonableness of such expenses, period. The Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments. Now I'm looking for a consensus on those particular terms of this amendment, please. Go ahead, sir.
Chair, I just had a question of the commissioner before getting to your amendment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just for clarification, Commissioner, you're saying that this fund, if this funding were to become available, it would not go to pay for the costs of Department of Public Service staff?
That's correct.
So I'm wondering, so in effect, it does bring greater capacity and to this work that we're doing here, so which I think is a very good thing. And I'm wondering if we can clarify some of the language, because I also heard that there were a couple of things that the public, or if we could add a word like public engagement, education in there, to the list of things that could be considered, so as to expand upon the possibilities that currently exist.
So you're talking, let's look at the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down in the underlined portion.
Right, so.
Service to hire experts, comma.
Contract for services, comma, and provide for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses for the panel. If the rest of this panel were to agree, I just think it would be good to add some language around, because we've been talking about whether it's attending a conference or doing some broader public engagement in some way, right? I've heard that tonight. So I'm not always the best at wordsmithing.
Okay, so service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contract for services, and providing materials and other, would that be satisfactory?
I'd like some specificity. Contract for services, cover expenses associated with public engagement, or and education. I mean,
May I ask as a point of clarification? I understand what you're driving at, Representative Coffey. In my opinion, that would constitute a reasonable or necessary expense if the panel decides that's what it wants to do, and the commissioner decides it's appropriate. Is it your concern that you'd like to have it specified such that it's removed from the discretion of the commissioner? And it's okay to say yes, I won't be offended.
It's mostly more about the intention of adding this in here to just reflect that. So I don't want to belabor the point. And so my second point is to follow up on the chair's comment about how long this funding would last. If we look at the full statute, I think I would prefer something simpler that said that this would not to exceed $35,000 annually for as long as the handicap or the panel exists. Because I don't think it should be linked to what we think the process is going to be. The rest of the statute doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So my 2 cents.
So let's tackle that portion of it, because the public engagement and education is easy enough to add into that wording. Let's look at the termination of this actual agreement, what the panel feels is necessary. I mean, we can feel it's necessary that we exist for the rest of our lives and get, involvement in this as long as the spent fuel sits on the ISFSI pad, which, if that's what the panel wants to do, that's what the panel wants to do. But at that point, North Star is no longer, in my estimation, is no longer on the site, no longer responsible for the site, because they probably turned it over at that point to some other entity. So how do we, as a panel, charge a company that's no longer in existence in the state of Vermont to fund a panel that we decide, we're just gonna continue this because we have this money, because we still have spent fuel on the pad. That would be my only concern. It seems to be fairly open-ended in that respect.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I appreciate the sentiment that you're expressing. I really do. This has been an exercise in people of good faith trying to set reasonable expectations and reasonable limits. My memory and others on the panel and in the end counsel to the agency may be able to correct me, is that North Star has acquired this site. So when decommissioning is complete, they don't simply turn it over to somebody else. It is their property. They may not have boots on the ground anymore doing decommissioning activity, but they do still own it. So I take your point, though, that we really are getting at the existential question of how long do we expect handicap to continue to exist. And the legislature, at least in prior iterations of this statute, has not specified an end date. I suppose I have sympathy for the simplicity that Representative Coffey has pointed to. But I suppose we could add some, I don't know, I would defer to my legislative colleagues. Is there sunset language that could be put in, or I really don't know.
I guess to your point, Commissioner Tierney, yes, they will still own the property after decommissioning is done, termination of the license, partial termination of the licensing, and site restoration happens. But what is it to say that, you know, they don't turn the property over to a developer, to the town of Vernon, whatever the case may be, and at that point, whomever that is, the developer, the town of Vernon, Wyndham Regional Commission, BDCC, now owns the property, and we are continuing to ask North Star to fund a panel when they have no skin in the game at that point.
Well,
just because we want to continue a panel because we still have radioactive material that sits on an ISFSI, but maybe they're out of the game at that point.
I take your point, though. I would note the language points to the owners of the station.
So that could potentially, this $35,000 could potentially become the problem of
whoever acquires the site. That's correct.
Yeah, the town of Vernon as an example.
And that's a problem. I completely see your point.
Yeah.
I think Chris had a question.
Well, I was just going to.
Which I will clarify, because there was mention from the public that as of yesterday, I have no tie to the town of Vernon. I am no longer a selectman in the town of Vernon. I have no, there is no tie for the town of Vernon with me any longer, with the exception of maintaining the office of Deputy Emergency Administrator. So I am not, I'm speaking in generalized terms at this point.
So I was just going to say, I'm looking at, I don't have the enabling statute in front of me, but I've got the our charter in front of me. And handicap, I think this is parrots the language, handicap shall advise the Governor, General Assembly, and agencies of the state on issues related to decommissioning. That's nuclear. Now, I mean, I would like to see it go through site restoration too, but you could logically say handicap would sunset upon the completion of decommissioning, and then maybe leave an escape clause like this could be reconsidered by the legislature at that time, but that may be the language that you use because that's the actual purpose of the, I mean, it's imperfect to me, and I would defer to the rest of the panel because it seems like it'd be worthwhile for, to have the panel in existence for the completion of the non-radiological decommissioning as well. And maybe that's, and I'd have to look into the in detail at the enabling statute because maybe it talks about non-radiological. Does it? But anyway, I can, but that may be an approach to take, just reflecting on what it says. I am just forgetting, I'm not remembering from the last meeting. Are we supposed to meet again soon, or is this?
God, I hope not.
So I'm almost wondering if we agree in concept with what the commissioners put forth, and if we've heard from North Star that this seems within the realm of possibility of something they would consider, and you'll take it back to your internal counsel, what if, and what if the Public Service Department, North Star had a conversation, come up with some mutually agreeable language, we wouldn't have to meet but get it back to the panel, but then frankly, the individual panel members could always go testify.
Sure. I guess to Representative Sebelia's point is that we need to come to a general consensus as a panel tonight on the dollar figure, a termination date if we so desire, and then I think your point is well taken that allow the powers that be go forth in making the agreement based on our suggestions. I guess I'll start with one particular item. I'll look for a consensus of the panel of $35,000. Does that seem to be a good start or the place where we need to be to continue to grow from here as the handicap and get the things that we need to get done? So I'm going to ask for a consensus on that particular section. It is the $35,000 that was, brought forth to us by Representative Sebelia and Coffey, acceptable to the panel as part of the amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6. But
So, can you ask those questions? I think the frame that Chris has, like if that's a goal, is for North Star and the department to see if there is something they can agree to with the items that you're asking for consensus. Is that what we're doing, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay. So,
May I ask for clarification on this, though?
Yes.
I have tried very hard to avoid being in that very position of it being North Star and department. Go work it out. That's exactly why I prepared this language tonight, so that this panel can decide whether it wants to move forward on this basis or some other basis. If we get consensus on the $35,000, that's a very clear instruction. If we can get consensus on end date being when the handicap, for as long as handicap exists, appreciating there are members on the panel who don't necessarily support that, but if we can get consensus on that, that's clear direction. If we can get consensus on the public engagement piece, that's clear direction. And then I can speak for myself and say that I'm happy to take this amendment, if need be, to the legislature, or our legislative colleagues could put this in if they're willing or not. But I don't see what my speaking with North Star is going to add to this. North Star can certainly testify in the legislature as it sees fit. And I have high hopes that, based on council's comments tonight, that testimony would be largely supportive, but I would leave that to you. I think that distance is healthy, in my opinion.
So I guess that's my goal, is to hit those three things: the dollar figure, determination, the language of public engagement, get a consensus on those things. And I think what Representative Sebelia was kind of aiming at is that we come to an agreement on how that wording happens between your department and North Star. So the clear direction from the panel for dollar figure, for termination, for how public engagement should happen, and then you guys figure out the legalese between yourselves, because that's not our expertise as panel members, is to make those.
That's the part that's making me uncomfortable.
Okay. I would love to be able to give you all the legalese to make this thing work, but I don't know. Mr. Irwin, you had a question, comment?
Just on the notion of the possibility that another property owner would be potentially saddled with the responsibility for funding the handicap. I wonder if changing the language from owners of the VYNPS to owners of the VYNPS license or licenses would help in that regard, because it's either going to be the license for the ISFAC and the plant in decommissioning, which are two different parts of the Code of Federal Regulations, or it'll be just the ISFAC because the other part of the plant would have been fully decommissioned, license termination would have been completed.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure about anybody else. Go ahead.
I'd like to, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, and the license won't really be terminated. What will happen is once North Star has finished the decommissioning and reduced all the contamination to appropriate levels, the property will be released for unconditional use. They would still have the license for the IFAC, but the rest of the property would be released for unconditional use. Am I out of turn there, Corey, or is that pretty close?
That's very close. The Part 50 license will sustain until the ISFAC is finally decommissioned. It's all the same license. But the general terms for which you're describing, I'm sure language could be developed that would satisfy what we're talking about.
And I think that's Mr. Irwin's intent, is that whomever the property goes to, that the onus still stays on North Star as a licensee of the ISFAC or whatever, still exists. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, that is correct. The license is really the key to the problem.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I've had a suggestion from my council, the wonders of technology. If we had a three-way involvement here where Ledge Council were involved as well in these discussions, that would make the department more comfortable, so that the legalese piece that you're talking about would be worked out between Ledge Council, North Star, and the department. That gives me some comfort.
And I'm completely okay with that. So let me circle back to where I started.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. We're working through it. So as a panel, I would like to get a consensus on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually is acceptable to us to be able to move our work forward. And just give me a yes or no. Please start with you, Chris.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a majority in agreements on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually. Let's go to the easy part, the public engagement side of it. So adding the language, again, fourth line down in the underline, service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contracts for services and provide materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel. Noting that obviously this is how the money gets spent is completely up to the public service department. Adding simple language such as in public engagement and education. Is everyone happy with that, or general consensus? Chris?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. So we have that. Oh yeah, sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you have a majority agreement adding simple language regarding public engagement and education to the list of things that will become necessary of the panel. So to the hard thing, termination. We heard a couple of different options. regarding the owners of the VY NPS license or licenses is an option for us. That seems to make the most sense to me at this point. So let's get a general consensus of, does that make the most sense as a termination, standard?
You can say that.
So, let's see, funds for the purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS license holder. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, and I've been corrected by Corey that it is just one license,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to consider multiple licenses.
So that would be the termination, the terminology used in that first sentence. So whomever is the license holder for the property is responsible for going forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I interrupt our process?
Yes.
So I need a moment to actually process the negotiation aspect that has been put out here. And it seems that we're going to do all of that very publicly. So I'm wondering if we could get the department's counsel to come and we could ask maybe some questions just about process.
I guess I'm confused. What are you looking
The
for a
department is
process on?
recommending that, the department council is recommending that rather than having North Star and the department go and kind of fine tune this and bring it to the legislature, that the legislature and the administration and North Star fine tune this. And so I'd just like to ask him to clarify and kind of walk us through that a little bit. Because I've had no time to think about that or ask legislative council or anyone. So, and I'm getting, we're kind of almost at the bottom of the slide and I'm feeling like, oh, we're going to catch this. Do we want to catch this? So can we ask?
I'm certainly happy to ask Mr. Porter to step to the microphone, if that's all right with you, Mr. Unruh.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Thank you. Jim?
Almost made it out of here cleanly.
Yeah. Well, and I have to pick up a soccer kid.
Okay.
I have to leave in 20 minutes at the most. My question is, I want to understand the difference that you see between the department and North Star fine-tuning this and the department and the legislature and North Star fine-tuning this, and what assurances you'd like to give me that Ledge Council will see those same.
So what was in my mind when this came up was the commissioner seemed to have some reservations about the department and North Star going off in a room and drafting the consensus of what you vote on tonight. And I guess my thought would be to have a lawyer from Ledge Council, since we are talking about a bill or a bill amendment. And we've done this in the past with other parties, just sit down with Ledge Council sort of as an intermediary, another party to be there, and we could just both talk with them, was my thought.
Okay, but I want to just make sure that we're all aware that whatever agreement we might put forward, we'll have to go through the whole legislative process. Any of the folks in the audience, in the public, anybody in the legislature that would like can engage in this process. And any legislator can access Ledge Council and work to.
Oh, right, and to be clear, what I was only going as far as coming up with a draft of a bill that we would submit to the committee. And frequently, Ledge Council has little fixes that help with drafting as well. Just that I think we would then come back and share with the committee, not necessarily at a meeting, but.
Okay, great. That answers my questions, and I am comfortable now. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the,
Mr. Chair,
Oh.
it appears North Star's council may have something to say.
absolutely, come on up.
Thank you, Greg DiCarlo, Counsel for North Star. I just want to clarify that my earlier comments were premised on termination at partial license termination, not later. Any questions about that?
You're aware that's not, there's no such thing as a partial license termination. It's a release of property for unconditional use. It's semantics, but words are kind of important sometimes.
It's the shrinking of the license from its current size down to the ISPC only is what I'm referring to. We can work on the proper language, but that's what we're looking at as a potential workable solution.
If I could be heard on that point.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think we've gotten to the place where the committee itself has to decide what it wants to do. And then that conversation that Mr. DiCarlo is teeing up is one worth having, and exactly why I would want the antiseptic of Ledge Council being present. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a piece of legislation that we will put into the hopper of the committee process. And at that time, I would expect North Star to, if we can't come to closure on the point, you show up and testify to that effect. But that shouldn't foreclose this committee from deciding tonight on what it wants to put forward by way of proposal. And I expect, I could be wrong, that we're going to need to have 2 consensus votes. One's going to be on this termination that's tied to license termination and site restoration, and the other to the proposal from Representative Coffey that the obligation simply be coextensive with as long as any cap exists.
Okay, I'm gonna abstain from weighing in on this last piece because I don't feel like I have enough information.
So I guess, Chris, there's a couple different options on the table right now, and I'm just going to be looking for the board, and obviously, you know, feel free to abstain if you feel the same as Representative Sibilia, that you don't have the proper information to make a decision. So we have essentially 2 different proposals on the table as far as timeline goes. One from Mr. Irwin about license holders, and that, you know, this is kind of perpetual to license holders to the end of INDICAP, and 2 to the partial license termination and restoration would be the second option to put an end to this particular agreement. So I guess I'm looking to you to see which one you lean towards to get a general consensus from the INDICAP panel. So we'll start with you.
So I have to start with a question. Because what I originally thought was terminate INDICAP upon the, because just looking at what, I mean, at some level I'd like to change the statute to say site restoration. It's actually in our name because I was trying to figure out, was the intent of the statute nuclear decommissioning versus, you know, decommissioning and site restoration, but it's actually in our name, the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. So what I was proposing was that the INDICAP would sunset with the completion of the nuclear decommissioning, which I think goes back to what you were saying, is basically the license is the partial release, and then all that's left is the ISPC. And then I'd also suggested potential language would be at that point the legislature could take up whether or not the INDICAP should continue once it's just the ISPC on the site. I know that sounds real complicated, but I think what I was, and I'm kind of looking down at Bill to see what he would suggest, because he's more of actually the expert on this question.
Well, I don't know if I'm an expert for sure, that would be debatable, but the language that is in the 2-page presentation by Representative Sibilia and Coffey, number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, the language that's described here, where does that come from? Is that in NRC regulations? Because as Mr. DiCarlo just explained it, actually that is what I was describing. It does not eliminate the burden on the license holder of the ISFSI. It just has narrowed it down to release of the rest of the site for the decommissioning purposes, which is everything but the ISFSI. So I'm actually more comfortable with the original language as presented in the item number 3, time horizon and North Star funding obligation, than I was when this discussion started.
May I ask a clarifying point, Mr. Unruh?
Yes.
So, Dr. Irwin, if I understand you correctly, if we were to insert the phrase North Star's funding obligation to support handicap activities shall terminate upon North Star's submission to the NRC of its partial license termination application, that would make you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'd put that out for comment to the rest of the panel. I could agree to that too. I would be comfortable with that too.
Okay. Chris, you good with that? Yes. Laura, you're abstaining, or are you good?
No, I mean, that's clear enough.
Okay. Sarah?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yep. North Star representatives?
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Okay. We now have a clear directive from this panel to the Public Service Department, and from my understanding is that we are looking for the Public Service Department, the Ledge Council, and North Star Council to get together and make the legalese work. Is that my understanding, panel? Chris?
Yes, and then the idea, I think, is we wouldn't meet to discuss it again, but whatever's negotiated would come back to the panel so that we can, individually if we like, or whatever, or however we want to communicate it individually, communicate that to committee.
May I ask how exactly that is done? I'm hearing no further meeting, but come back to panel.
I just meant like Tony would send us, this is the language they agreed to.
And each individual, so there would be no hit return all.
Unless folk want to meet again, I just don't know that we're gonna, I don't know that this panel is the best way, and I'm also being mindful of the public input, so the public needs to see what it says too. I just don't know that we're gonna need to be in the business of wordsmithing legislative language. So I think what we're agreeing to is the concept that's been presented here, so we're agreeing to the concept. And then the answer, frankly, may come back, hey, Public Service Department, in a meeting with North Star, with Ledge Council present, we couldn't come to an agreement. But at least we know that we agreed to the concept that was presented by the commissioner.
So are you looking for, once the wording is acceptable to our parties, what are you looking for the handicap to do, in your opinion, from there?
Well, I'd like to be clear what handicap would like to have happen if North Star and the department don't come to an agreement.
Then we start all over again.
So, well, that's, so that.
Agreed to this concept that was handed out
So,
by the commissioner.
that's right. So that's an option. So one option is the commissioner handed out language. We made a number of different suggestions. And what I'm hearing is North Star come back with any fine tunes with the department and work with the legislative council to work that through. So North Star may come back and say, yeah, no, we're not agreeing to that.
So let's get a little bit of clarification right now why we can, and I understand, Mr. Carlo, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and ask, based on what the handicap panel has put forth tonight, what is the general consensus? I know you probably can't give us a clear yes because you need to do your due diligence on your end, but based on what the panel has put forward this evening and kind of the limitations and that kind of thing, what is your general feeling of how North Star will react to a negotiation in that towards that end?
Well, you're correct that I can't make a final determination tonight because it's ultimately not up to me, but I am very encouraged by what I heard as the end result of the panel's decision, that we will be able to come to an agreement quickly. If in fact what has been discussed here is what ends up in this final draft.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm not asking, I'm not asking for North Star's permission to proceed, but whether or not the panel would want to proceed or would want to meet again if there was some conflict. That's more what I'm asking.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I have great faith in the efforts of these three bodies that we've identified here to act on our behalf, given the goals as expressed here tonight. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to go beyond our individual rights to go to the hearings about this matter and discuss them as individuals or as representatives of agencies in the legislative process. I think that we've made our position known fairly clearly, and I appreciate the language, the efforts that everyone's made here to provide us this really good basis to make these kinds of recommendations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I? Representative Sibilia, I know we're about to lose you because you're turning into a pumpkin. And Representative Coffey, what is your best estimation as to the time remaining for what we need to accomplish? If the department is able to sit down with a representative of North Star and Ledge Council, say within the week, and if the department is then able to kick back to the members of the panel individually the revised version of the language I've passed out tonight, and if that is posted on the website of the department for public comment for an acceptable period of time, a week perhaps, do you think that is sufficient, that there is still sufficient time to have this then go through the legislative process this session?
So the bill will have to, as you know, it will have to go through crossover. So it'll have to be heard in the House. Crossover will be the week after town meeting. And then it will have to go to the Senate.
Yeah.
And then it will have to, if there are any changes made in the Senate, it will have to come back to the House. The House would have to agree or not, all of that. And then the governor would need to sign. So in terms of moving it through the House, it would have to move through the House by the week after town meeting. So the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee has been kept apprised by Representative Coffey and I of what is being discussed and the possibility for this coming through. It is true, we have some very significant pieces of legislation. So
So if the proposition is, what I am stumbling over the mechanics here more than anything else. If we are able to reach the latest greatest version of this proposed language and get that back to the individual handicap members for their review, and to do so electronically, do we run afoul of any open meeting laws or anything like that? And so if Mr. Unruh gets sign off from all the handicapped members in a manner that is lawful, then, and in the interim, the department has posted this for public comment on the website, it would seem to me we should be able to get this into the legislature in fairly short order.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's necessary for the handicap individual members to sign off on anything in particular. Okay.
That helps me. Yeah, that's what I'm asking basically.
But it I think we've all expressed our opinion, and to Mr. Irwin's point, if we wanted to pursue it individually, we have that option.
As long as it's clear that the representation that will be made in the legislature is that this final version, subject to the guidance you've been given, is the will of NDCAP.
And I think I feel that we've done that tonight in a public manner.
And I'm certain the minutes will be
reflect as much.
Will be, yeah, helpful. And in terms of public notice, Commissioner, I mean, the public can engage on this legislation. It's hanging on the wall right now.
Fair enough.
So we have the bill that is up on the wall in energy and technology now. What we'll be doing is making changes to that.
Okay. So what I'm taking away from this is that the department has a mandate to proceed from NDCAP, meeting with North Star and Ledge Council to get the final version of this and get this thing rolling. Fair enough?
That's my feeling as well.
Okay. I feel I'm moved by the spirit to comment that I feel this has been a very productive meeting tonight, and I thank my colleagues for their patience and persistence.
Absolutely. Do we have any additional input from the panel before I turn it over to the general public?
Did we agree to this in concept?
We should probably do it formally before Representative Sibilia turns into a
Because the other ones
pumpkin.
we've gone through, you've got the yes, yes, yes. You want the yes on this, what the commissioner gave us?
Sure, with revisions, absolutely.
So I would agree that yes, supporting the concept presented here by the commissioner.
With the revisions that were made?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there others?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so we have a direction, we have a means to an end, and I will open it up to general public comment to the panel. Seeing none, we are adjourned.
At 6:03, there is a sign-in sheet going around. I don't know, we lost Putney. Maybe Putney's all been struck down. Ann is not with us today, and Tim is not, so if somebody could just make sure that gets back to Wendy at the end of the night, the sign-in sheet, that would be great. A couple of changes. We have some executive sessions that are listed under 8 that I want to move up under recognition of visitors, and then I also want to just add a quick preamble discussion while our student council rep is here right before we move that new business up to 8, a quick discussion about flagpoles. We're going to run that up the flagpole. So because we have Elias here, our student council representative, so he is going to bring that back to student council, and he may not be here by the time we get to that part of the agenda because he studies very hard. So with that, I will move on. Oh, and I have to add one more executive session to the very end on a contractual matter. So we have 2 contractual matter executive sessions at the end. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of January 22nd.
So moved.
Thank you, David. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? She takes very good minutes.
Does.
All those in favor of approving the minutes of January 22nd, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, and the motion carries. Hello, visitors. Unfortunately, we're or fortunately, you might look forward to this, but we have moved up a probably significantly sized executive session up to the next item after flagpoles. So you can talk amongst yourselves, create an uprising, whatever you'd like. And I apologize for that. Normally we like to move those things to the end, but unfortunately we could not in this situation. If you want to be recognized, if you want to speak, as we always do, before we vote on anything and any topic, we will take public comment. Please raise your hand. Generally, we like to have the board finish their discussion first and then invite the public to speak. Of course, administrators, if you have something to add, raise your hand, and hopefully if I'm not sitting in the two ways you're all taught before, wave your hand in my face so that I see you and recognize you if you have something to add to the discussion. If you have comments that are not on the agenda, we always reserve public comment at the end for any non-agenda items because our meetings tend to run very late trying to get through the business at hand. So with that, I'm going to move on to the first part of our discussion. There was a request that came to me in January, but we were in the middle of budget season, to have the schools, I believe, fly the POW flag. And I know flag flying has been an issue that has been discussed at BUHS in the past, and there's been some talk about putting up a student-led flagpole, and unfortunately we don't have Steve here to weigh in on that.
I can go trade places with him.
Well, I think I just wanted to give it back to the student council and just kind of hear what the student council thought was about that, because my understanding, and I was not on the BUHS board at the time, maybe Sean has a better understanding, but that there was going to be a student flagpole, and just wanted to get an update from student council if that was still the way they wanted to go, because that would probably inform decisions we would make about potential POW flag flying, and have students decide that if that was still a project that was ongoing. I don't know if you have any recollection. Unfortunately,
I do, and it had to do with the Black Lives Matter flag, and I think Steve had said that they would have a dedicated pole that would be for flags that came up from the student body. Yeah, I don't think it's been implemented yet, not to my knowledge, but it is something that was definitely talked about. And, you know, when the Black Lives Matter flag was first introduced, it was introduced by 3 middle school students, and they made a presentation to the school board that was, you know, very thoughtful. And basically Keith introduced the students, and then they took it and made their whole presentation. So that might be, you know, since that sort of is a precedent, that might be a precedent going forward, that if the board is going to consider it on an individual basis, then if there was a presentation by those students that were interested in that, you know, it might be very relevant.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. I like having it be a student-centered project. So, do you have a recollection of when that presentation was roughly? Because it actually launched it on ECTV.
2 years ago in the spring. Ann Beekman would know, but she's in here tonight.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get Ann Beekman to send you that, because you might want to see what the presentation that was made in case people's memory from 2 years ago isn't so great.
Yeah. Keith Lyman would definitely know.
Oh, okay.
And it would be in the minutes also, so I could find it. Okay.
Sounds like Sean's volunteering to get that to you so you can take a look at it. But I think that would be a really great, you know, thing to keep moving on. And I know there was a lot of interest in that, and I think the board that's maybe something that the board doesn't want to determine so much. Maybe I'm wrong, it's a new board, but it would be interesting to hear what the students want to do.
Cool, sounds good.
Awesome. Any other thoughts on that topic? Excellent. I would move to adjourn for 2 executive sessions under 1 VSA 313A7, discussion of a student matter.
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Emily. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And we will
going to move downstairs.
7:27. Thank you, my apologies. And moving on to communications.
Christina, was there any decision?
Oh, I'm sorry, gosh, yeah, thank you, sorry, a little discombobulated after that. I would entertain a motion that the board approves the recommendation of the administration in the second student matter discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll give it to Emily. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the recommendation of the administration on the second executive session matter, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you. Now we're moving on to communications. Any? Sorry? There was only one that required a recommendation. That's why I said the second. Thank you. Any communications? I had nothing to circulate, so nice and quiet. Excellent. We're going to get through the rest of this in no time. Committee reports. Sean, do you want to report out on our recent?
Yes. The Finance Committee met at 5 today, and we did the minutes. We did warrants and payroll, which will come up under finances in a moment here. And then Frank and the committee had a discussion about the Academy School project. So, and that was about it.
Thank you, Sean. Personnel.
We haven't met since.
Okay. You got your mission statement done. I'll give you a pass. Thank you. Policy and Amendment Committee. I need to get together with everybody because we have several policies we need to tackle that have come up. So I will go out with a bang on the policy committee and get some stuff in the works. So I'm looking to do that sometime early next week, policy committee members. So I will send you out an email if you could just let me know when your availability. PPE committee.
So we met on the 29th of January, so last week. And we finished up, we had data dives with different administration just to kind of get an overview and do some information gathering on what systems existed. So our last one was with Paul Smith, which was really informative. And during the meeting, actually, or before the meeting, Frank actually sent along some after-school care budget information and other information that we went into with Paul too, because he knew a lot about it, which was one of the issues that we were tracking, or at least delving a little bit deeper into to see what after-school care looked like throughout the district. So now that we're finished with these data dives, I guess our next step is to think a little bit more about how we can support the decision-making at the board level. And it might be, I know back in September, and I think what's on our task next time is to think a little bit about what data points might be useful for the board to receive once a month, because Lyle does a nice job at sending us these school data points. So now that we have an overview, like maybe there are some things we'd like to subtract or add to those sheets so that it can be more informative and help us to make more longitudinal or long-term decisions. So that's on our kind of task for next time, is to think a little bit more. Now we have all this information, what do we do? And how do we make sure that it's kind of coming from the community and coming from the board, kind of leading our drive. The only other thing I did want to mention is, so right now we're kind of compiling a lot of stuff to look at the after-school care, and since Frank is here and I didn't get a chance to email you that, I know one question we had was on co-curricular activities and their inclusion in the spreadsheet, which I don't think they're included in.
Right.
So maybe we could also get the co-curriculars, and then there was some that included meals, but we were unsure. Maybe you could email me like which one, how the meals were, or how food was distributed in the spreadsheet. But aside from that, like, we're making a little bit of progress, and as we keep gathering more and more data, we'll have eventually something to report out to the board.
Do you have a sense of when that, it might be really interesting to have, you guys have been doing a ton of work and getting a ton of data together, and so I'm wondering if sometime in the next month you might want to have one of your fabulous PowerPoint presentations that make me so jealous.
I think we had talked about next time, our next meeting is next Wednesday,
We talked about next time figuring out what we could actually share with the board at this point, because we do have a lot and we know that there'll be some turnover. And so we wanted to make sure that we had something that was like, so we don't now have to meet with everybody again because there's all this turnover. So we have something that we can share and then can be used to also hand off to new folks who want to be more informed or may want to join the PPEC committee too.
That would be,
Yeah.
that would be fabulous. So keep me posted and let me know when you want to put something on the agenda.
Thank you.
So are you all set with?
Yeah.
Climate crisis.
So the Climate Crisis Task Force met on Monday, and we started to talk about some possible policy proposals regarding climate change, specifically around finance, as far as what sort of role we have in any sort of investments related to fossil fuels or anything related to climate change. And we also started to talk about the possibility of policies to affect our transportation effects. And we'll be meeting again in about 4 weeks.
Excellent. Communications Council.
We haven't met since the last meeting. We are meeting tomorrow. This wasn't really under our guise, but we did, Jamie and I collaborated on the questionnaire for candidates and sent that off to UNN and then sent that out, and I sent it to the entire board if anyone wants to discuss that. But since we haven't met, we don't have much.
Thank you for doing that. That was terrific. And you're working on getting something out about the candidate forum?
We are,
next
Jamie
week.
pointed out that we hadn't done that, so
Yeah.
tomorrow we will meet, and I've already drafted something, so that should be quick, hopefully.
Thank goodness for Jamie keeping us all on task.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When is the candidate forum?
February 11th in the BAM's multi-purpose room at 6 p.m.
How do you get into the BAM's multi-purpose room? I got lost over there.
I don't know.
You go in the band's entrance and just
Which is way down there. Okay.
walk straight.
Okay, thank you, Lana.
Diversity and equity. Anne is sick today, so that I don't think they have met.
Yeah.
You did meet? Oh, you were. You're on that. Yeah.
Well, so is Thomas, who is now the chair.
Oh gosh, that's right. Sorry, I'm behind the times.
Do you want me to just?
I don't have them, so
Okay.
if you don't mind.
We heard, let's see, Paul came because Lyle was ill, and Mikhail was also ill, so she was on the phone for a little while. But so we heard some reports about various things that are progress continues in the schools. Talk about jobs fairs, study groups, purchasing books from teachers, the memo, an MOU, a memo of understanding for using Mike Sostek's time, integrated restorative practices, job fairs, and had some data on suspensions from 2017, 2018. We looked at that and talked about other data that might be possible and how to disaggregate it. Lots of different definitions, lots of different software, so it's hard to really use it. And then we talked about the difference between data and perception, and had kind of a long conversation about how do we get to students' perceptions, and particularly around discipline, not just suspensions and out of school and in school suspensions, but being accompanied to class, or I can't remember. There were a whole bunch of different things, how to frame the questions, and then how to do a survey, or how to to get that information. We also talked about the importance, or the possible helpfulness of unconscious bias training to help people understand real and perceptions of bias, and how they affect students in particular, with the idea that everybody needs to become more aware. We realize there's no data on gender or ability students' levels of discipline. And then we sort of shifted directions a little bit, and maybe Sean and Thomas can help. We started talking about the dearth of employees of color in the district, and talking about how do we attract people, and as importantly, how do we retain them once we have them. So we talked about understanding how we may be unattractive, and how do we fix that. So those, I think those two things, student perceptions of around fairness around discipline and attracting employees of color may turn out to be sort of focuses for going forward.
Excellent. I know Lyle has been working to, in the initial piece anyway, working hard to try to improve that. So thank you all. WSESU board. Every time I pull up the WSSU board, it says we meet 4 to 5 times a year.
And then we laugh.
We meet 4 to 5 times a month. My apologies to Kelly Young, who I suckered onto that board by saying we only meet 4 or 5 times a year. So we met on Monday to determine whether or not to pay our VSBA dues because the VSBA would not allow us to work with Don Collins until that had been settled. And it was actually, I think, quite a good conversation, and we talked about how this was a one-year situation and that I think all the members on the SU board felt like this was a one-year situation. July 1st is another day, and while it doesn't make, they have a lot of good programming that we can access most of them directly and we pay more for them. We'll keep an eye on the lobbying and make sure they're lobbying in our interests because it does not make sense to pay somebody to lobby against your interests. So that was kind of the context, and now that we're not paying the dues, I don't have a duty of care, so I can say whatever I want. And so I will say that I think it would be a good thing to really look at this July 1 and think about, moving back with them and seeing how things are going. We then had asked Carrie to move forward with trying to engage Don Collins and get this ad up and running for the superintendent search. And there was one other thing. Yes, Carrie, what am I forgetting now?
That's really all we did.
Wasn't there something at the end? Oh, there was an executive session. Okay.
I don't think so.
There was an executive session. That's why I don't have it in my notes. But I knew there was something else you snuck in there. Sean.
Well, as long as we're speaking about the VSBA, I would just like to thank you, Christina, for being our representative from Windham County for so long and going to those meetings, and you're going to be missed there.
Well, thank you. A lot less pizza in my life. Yes, Sharon.
I was a little confused about what I think I heard you say. I thought you said we couldn't use Dawn unless we paid our dues.
No, the message that came to Carrie, that came to me, was that they wanted the dues cleared up before any situation, before Dawn, who also happens to be the vice chair of the VSBA, was engaged by our district. So we're working through all of that now. So.
But then you also said we're talking to him. So that's the two.
Now we are talking to him because we have decided to not pay our dues. So we do not.
Still confused.
If you point out that it was a personal integrity question for Don rather than anybody's policy or rulings.
So it was part of the duty of care situation, the duty of care oath that you take as a VSBA member. So the conflict of interest there, where we're maybe on the, maybe paying our dues, maybe not paying our dues. So Carrie's working on engaging Don at this point. We can now talk to him, but they didn't want us to talk to him until we had settled the matter of our dues.
So they don't care whether you pay the dues or not, you just had to settle which way you were going to go.
That's an interesting question. I'm not certain, but.
Sorry, Christina.
So I'm not entirely clear on where that stands.
Okay, thank you.
But we have determined our dues for this year at this point. That's it, correct? Okay. And council reports. Has anybody attended any leadership councils? We have leadership councils on later to talk about as a board holistically, but any reports from anybody that's attended? We do have an appointment though, right? Yeah. Been quiet in the Western Front. We have a possible appointment.
Emily Wagner from Oak Grove to join the Oak Grove Leadership Council.
I would entertain a motion to appoint Emily Wagner to the Oak Grove Leadership Council.
So,
Thank you, Thomas. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Emily. All those in favor of appointing Emily Wagner to the Oak Grove Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Welcome to the Oak Grove Leadership Council. Thank you for your service, Emily Wagner. Fabulous. So, what's our count now? Oak Grove is up and going?
So we've approved Oak Grove, Academy, Green, Dummerston is up and going, Putney, Guilford are all up and running.
Awesome.
I have not heard about first meetings for the others.
And the Wyndham Regional Commission, we're keeping the existing commission that Ann served on, so that one's sort of going. But we weren't going to have them have a whole separate structure when they have this structure already.
Right.
The Career Center.
For the
So,
Career
yeah.
Center, yep.
So,
Yeah, actually EES has their policy council, which is made
There.
up of parents as well.
so, excellent. It's time to do it.
I haven't seen the agenda yet, but I'm pretty sure the Guilford Leadership Council will meet at 1 o'clock this coming Friday. It's-
The Guilford Leadership Council met last Friday at 9 p.m. And the agenda was really centered on preparing for town meeting. The Leadership Council will be doing a 15-minute presentation at town meeting. So we prepared. And the Leadership Council will be meeting this coming Thursday, the 13th, at 7 p.m. at the Guilford pre-town meeting. And we'll be giving a quarterly report. It's an opportunity for people that cannot make the regular meetings on 1 p.m. on Fridays to attend a Leadership Council meeting and to have a dialogue with the Leadership Council representatives.
And that'll be a warned meeting, right?
That's a warned meeting. The warning is out. That is February 13th, 7 p.m. at the Guilford Community Collaborative.
Thank you, John.
So one thing.
Yeah.
So when you said that you named all the places that now have instituted leadership councils, so that doesn't mean though that they've had their first meeting? Correct. Okay. It's because board members haven't been assigned to a lot of those.
Right.
Okay.
That's later.
Okay.
A little more work for us.
Christina, may I make a suggestion?
Sure.
It was a request from BCTV that when people speak, they say who they are.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm off my game tonight, sorry. Yes, state your name when I call on you. Pretty much know all of you by now, but just for the BCTV audience. Okay, moving on to finances. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of January 13th, 2020, in the amount of $107,248.64. From January 21st, 2020, in the amount of $161,284.47. And from January 27th, 2020, in the amount of $713,335.27, as well as the payroll dated January 17th, 2010, in the amount of $1,217,538.79.
So moved.
I should, is there a second?
Second. Okay.
Kelly? Thank you, Kelly, for the second. Thank you, Sean, for the motion. These warrants were all approved by the Finance Committee, recommended for approval to the board from the Finance Committee. Are there any other unfinished questions? Like how Steve Rice's phone blew up when it hit the sound system? That's a pressing issue that I'd like to know, and I wish I'd seen it. Any other questions? All those in favor of approving the warrants as listed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The warrants have passed. Lyle, you're up.
All right, great. I have a list, and it's going to be quick. So I have some handouts for you. Yesterday and Tuesday, we had a great presentation from Joe and Jesse Bruchak They're Abenaki Indians natives from New York State, are published authors. They did storytelling, they did songs, pretty much for a packed crowd both days. So that's just a little information on those two. We have a resignation. Stephanie Moransky, an Oak Grove teacher. Her spouse has accepted a job in Rhode Island, so she is planning to relocate this summer. So I will ask you to accept Stephanie's resignation effective June 30th, 2020.
And what was, I'm sorry, what was the last?
Stephanie Moransky.
Moransky. I would entertain a motion to accept with regret the resignation of Stephanie Moransky. Thank you, David. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Emily. Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the resignation of Stephanie Moransky, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. We're very agreeable tonight.
Great. I'm going to read you a list of other people that are retirees. These are classified staff, so they don't come to you as recognition or as acceptance of their resignation. However, they've worked with us for a very long time, and I think it would be nice to recognize them. So we have Vicki Lynn, who's the Academy admin assistant. Yes, I know.
That's going to hurt.
That is going to hurt. Claudia Fanto, who's a longtime paraeducator from Green Street. John Murphy, who retired once as a teacher from the high school and then had gone back and worked as long as that, again, as a custodian at Academy and Powers House. Deb Bozatarnik, who is a special educator para at Oak Grove right now, I believe. She is. And Brian Thompson, another custodian. You are down custodians at Academy School.
Very hard people to replace.
Yes, they are. So just so you know.
Well, we thank them for their collective years of service, and our hearts go out to the staff at Academy as they try to replace custodians. That is not easy.
Right. And lastly, we are beginning to get our lead testing results back. We do have some sinks that need to have some faucets changed. We've shut off those fixtures to so that we aren't accessing them for drinking water. There's signage up, filtered water in systems, that areas that we need to access for water. And as that starts to come online, we'll give you more information. But right now we have information back on BAMS, BUHS, and Dummerston. And so those principals and facility managers are on top of it, and we're in process. I assume the state will release their results at some point, so I want to make sure you're kept on top of what we're doing.
I think it's important to note that the state requirements are much lower than for schools, which is great, but at home you can have 15 parts per million, not a question. The bottled water you buy can be 5 parts per million by the FDA standards, and our schools are required to be under 4. So, so something that may have to be shut off might have the same lead that is allowed in bottled water. So we just have very stringent, it's a good thing, no amount of lead is a good thing, but just so people understand, it's not pure lead coming out of the pipe. And it's much
an
less
abundance
than,
of caution.
Yes, it's an abundance. Thank you. Good wording. That's a good superintendent phrase.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Lyle. I'm moving on. So we already did our executive sessions. So moving on to the annual meeting warning articles, which we warned, but now I'm happy to say they're a little bit less, so we get to warn them again. So that is with great pleasure. I will whip through the warning articles for our annual meeting that we worked on last meeting. The legal voters of the Wyndham Southeast School District, the district, comprising the voters of the towns of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney, are hereby notified and warned to meet at Brattleboro Union High School in Brattleboro, Vermont on Tuesday, March 17th, 2020 in the gymnasium at 7 p.m. to conduct the following business. Article 1, to act on reports of officers. Article 2, to elect the following officers of the district, which officers shall assume office upon election and serve for a term of 1 year. Moderator, clerk, treasurer. Article 3, shall the voters of the school district authorize the school board to expend $51,171,300, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,932 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 4.1% higher than spending for the current year. Article 4, to transact any other business that may legally come before the meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the warning?
So,
Thank you, Thomas. Do I have a second? Tim, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the warning for the annual meeting on March 17th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and I will send this down your way. Thank you. So you can make it to Lyle.
While it's going back, we have pretty close to final draft for a table of contents of what the annual report will look like, so I'll just hand that around. Okay, and Frank's got some additional that'll go into the annual report.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what is the cap? We're at 18,932, what's the cap?
So
Jody Normando, I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you, Jody. The cap, well, it's a,
18,331, I believe.
the cap is 18,756. However, eligible construction costs are not part of that, and that's around $875. So we are beyond the threshold, but we are not going to be penalized by that threshold.
Thank you. I know you told me that one time in another meeting, but I wasn't sure it was the same.
I know we never had that in our previous budget, so there's always something new to learn. Okay. So, do you want to address these a little bit?
Yeah, really quickly.
Great.
Yeah, so as part of the annual report development, Barb developed a draft of a table of contents, and the financial part of that is what I've handed out. So I didn't give you, page numbers and all of that sort of things. It's obviously going to be absorbed into the report. But I wanted to bring to your attention just a couple of things that you've seen, but in different formats. So the first page you've seen, I just enlarged the graph and got rid of a reliance on color. So you've got statistics there that the reader will see because it's a black and white publication. The second document is one that we reviewed in December, and then I've updated it. So it's an overview. It's kind of the highlights of the financial impact. So it's just a one page, and it's a collection of a lot of different data points. But it's very much a summary level. And we've talked about all the topics. The third page is that tax document you were just referring to, and there is a little bit of good news there again. We got a revision on the equalized student count. It's not substantially different, but it went from 250 to 253.
Are these kids like, is mitosis happening or something?
This is the state revisiting the English language learner weighting and the assignments and realizing they hadn't assigned all the weights properly. So they've given us a new statistic. So that the earlier version of this report was 2250. Now it's 2253 in terms of the student count, line 15, and then that dropped our cost per student from 18,954 to 18,932 that you see there. It dropped the percent change by 0.1%. So at the very bottom, the tax rate is down to a 1.9% change. Before it was 2%. So that's ready for the annual report. The next couple of pages are the revenue assumptions that we've gone over. And the second page of the revenue assumption has the fund balance information. Okay, and then and then you see the summary level by school site expense reports. There's several pages of those, and what we've included on there is on the far right a reference to where you can find the detail on the website. So we've added a header there that says detail report on website, page reference. So if wherever you are on that summary report, if for example I just happen to flip a couple pages and I see the Guilford Central School, you see on the far right, that's on page 54 of that 130-page document, and so on. So that's again what you've seen, what you've approved with just those references for the annual report. When you flip a few more pages, you'll eventually get to the capital plan, just a single sheet. It's the summary that I had handed out that also refers to a 17-page detailed document, and that's all on the website. So that's available. The narrative that follows the capital plan, it's a two-page narrative. It says budget question and answer. That's a document that's been in the BOHS annual report for many, many years, and I've created this document with Lyle's review, and it's kind of a one-of-a-kind this year in that it basically said, in terms of budget, why are we developing a single budget instead of our usual individual budgets, and it just lays out the timeline of events that essentially put us in this structure. The second page of the narrative is very similar to what I had put in last year, just sort of updated the dates, but it's how will the school tax rates be calculated, and it tries to address there's an equalized rate and then there's a CLA adjusted rate. So it explains the school funding law in a very general overview. The following page is the student enrollment that I had shared earlier, so no difference there. And the last 4 pages, you're looking at a double-sided document, so the last pages are the Wyndham Southeast Supervisor Union budget. Typically, we put that in the individual town district reports. Obviously, those are not the format that's going forward. So they're in this report along with, as it has been with the Vernon Town School District report. So, and those are, the format of that are the required disclosures from the statute. So I think that's the overview of the financial section, and then the table of contents refers to the other documents that are being developed. One last thing in terms of the timeline, we've got good news that it looks like we will be able to get this to folks before town meeting. Barb is going to try to create the proofing document and distribute it to volunteers who are willing to proof the document before it goes into print. And so between now and Friday, maybe at the latest Monday, if you're able to provide any feedback, any suggestions, comments, we'll be ready to incorporate those and see if we can get this out to the public.
Awesome. Thank you also for putting that project subject to board approval on the capital plan. That is very clarifying. Any other?
Yeah, I think we had agreed to have the student counts over time included as well. That was always a part of the Brattleboro report. We talked about that last week, and you said you would be able to do that.
Okay, so I did have the 2 years, the November 19 and then the November 18, and I know what you're talking about. You're probably talking about just the high school level.
No, the Brattleboro, well, the town report, the Brattleboro Town Report, had the number of students in Brattleboro, the total number for the last probably 20 years. So you can see the long-term change in the numbers and the fluctuation.
That might be something, Barb.
Yeah, we can work
Done.
on it.
Okay. Yeah, we could add that as maybe an additional page. So this is the whole system,
Yeah,
and,
but it's not over time. It's not like.
yeah, it's just 2 years.
Yeah.
And this, the reason why I chose this data set is because it is the basis for the equalized student count. It's not the equalized students, but it's
Right.
the basis. It's also the same basis we use for the supervisor union assessment. But, yeah, we can.
But the equalized students is for budget purposes, it's not.
Yeah,
how many kids
these
in the
are
building.
actual kids on this sheet.
Yeah,
here.
people have
These-
always been, really,
Yeah.
have commented on that, and noticing that it goes up and down, it's not just
Yeah,
always down.
yeah, while we're talking about it, you can see that last November, we had 2,493 kids, and this most recent November 2019, you see there 2,509, so that's that increase. And that's a lot more kids than what's on that tax sheet. Just while we're talking about it, 2,500 versus 2,250. And you might say, well, why is that? And a big part of that is because the pre-K is only 0.46. So that's a lot of kids. And then there's the weighting for poverty. And then they equalize the whole state by saying, well, there's only 78,000 kids in the state of Vermont, so once everybody gets their weight, they divide by like a 0.87 or 0.88 to get back to 78,000. It's just that the folks with a higher poverty have a higher number.
Great. Nice report.
Any other questions from the board? Thoughts?
Jody Normando. Is this information that Frank's just presented going to be on the web?
Yeah, it will become an annual report, and that will be on the website.
Okay, and the second question is, do you have a hard copy of what the budget's going to be now with you that you can share?
That document has the budget in it, yeah.
You mean
That's not the whole
130?
budget, that's not the
The whole-
132
138
pages of the budget.
Currently it's on the finance page, right, of
Yeah, it's on the-
WSCSU.
And it should be on the board page as well.
But you don't have an extra one
You
that
want a
somebody
hard
who...
copy?
Huh?
You want a hard copy?
Yes. For
There
somebody
will
who
be
likes
hard-
to mark things up.
There will be hard copies available at the,
At town meeting.
at the annual meeting.
And we can start that print job, and make it available to you.
Okay, but you haven't passed, you don't have something that's passed
We
out.
passed out last meeting, we did have a few extras that I thought got picked up, and nobody's carrying around an extra that I know of. But
I think if anybody's interested, they're going to want it before town meeting.
yeah, so I think as soon as we have the book, we can also have some hard copies of the full 130-page detail document as well.
So is that something we could ask Barb to start some of that printing and we could bring them to our next meeting? So if people want hard copies now, we could.
Is that going to be the newsprint?
That one, no, we're just doing as, the board talked about 70 copies, so that we're not knocking down trees, but, and, if the meeting's at the high school, and if we find folks want another 30 copies, we can do them right there. I'd hate to have a bunch to throw away, though.
Yes, Ruby.
Ruby McAdoo. I was just wondering if on the agenda, or not the agenda, table of contents, if there's a spot for leadership councils, a report on leadership councils, not from each individual one, but just to kind of acknowledge and talk about them. That was something I had mentioned many moons ago when you first started talking about the I'm going to assume that's a no, so I'm just going to go into my
So there
All
was,
into, like,
we
comments.
put in school reports from principals, and so decided to include that because that, you know, was gonna sort of be the way, our vehicle for covering what's happening in each of the schools.
So I would just kind of propose and put out there for board consideration that the kind of report that you get from Lyle in her administrative report that is like, you know, there are 10 schools and 6 of them are gung-ho and 4 of them are still, you know, working. I think that having that kind of report would help immensely in changing our community's culture around the leadership councils, because they're a thing, but they're clearly not a thing in some schools in the way they are in others. And so hearing about them and knowing about them and even seeing statistically what, not in terms of like, this one's got 0, this one's got 10, that doesn't need to be there, but certainly acknowledging that it started, there's vibrancy, but there's also struggles. We need people to step forward. I think having that said, I think would be good.
So I did include that in my letter from the directors and talked about the leadership councils and how they were created and their intent, and to please, you know, contact your principal. And I guess it felt a little awkward because up until now there haven't been that many up and running, and you know, Guilford, that was up and running first, is doing a presentation at their town meeting day, and I think that is another venue that would be a great way going forward.
Yeah.
To in the individual communities, to have people hear about it.
Right.
But I thought it'd be funny if there's a lot of them aren't up and running yet, and so your first task to write a leadership letter from the leadership council would be somewhat challenging if this is your first meeting or your second meeting, as opposed to Putney and Guilford that were, you know, out there at the gate. So.
And that's where I feel like I've appreciated Lyle's voice, where she is actually someone who's removed from it and is acknowledging it and talking about it in a more, you know, a broader way. And so that's what I think, if that were missing, I feel like you're missing an opportunity to engage the community and help them to get on the journey that we're going forward to make leadership councils a thing. So that's all. I mean, that's really just my thought and my recommendation. I realize you're in like the 11th hour of your meeting, but that's up to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and especially since this is one of the really big changes, other than the obvious one that there's only 8 people instead of 30. But it's one of the changes, and it's the thing we're sort of counting on to make up for the absence of people. And I think, I mean, there's not a lot to report, but I think it's a really good point. I'm just not sure how Lyle or Christina would be able to put something together, and then how it would get to, I mean, would it be, I guess we could try to put something together to present at town meeting. I think most of the towns are doing something present something at town meeting. So I'm just not sure what it would be or how we would do it, but it's a really good point. It's really one of the primary changes that we made and worked really hard to get going in this process.
I will touch base with Lyle and see if she can put something into her letter, if it is not, because I have not seen the text of her letter, but just to see if that could be included in some way, and she can whip off those things quickly. I perseverate for days, so. But I know I did touch upon it and talked about what they are, so that it would be in that letter coming from the board and asking for people to step up and participate. So see if we can sort of take care of it that way. And I was going to add this to the agenda, and I think I'm going to do it for the next meeting, which is how we're going to handle, how people may handle town meeting board members, if board members want to show up and be there to answer questions, because, you know, we can't all be in all
Everywhere.
town meetings everywhere, and so while
You could
there's
all
not
come
a
to
place.
Bradworth on a Saturday.
That's true. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. But board members shouldn't be going to speak for the board. However, if we agree as a board, this is something we want to empower people to do. I mean, I plan on showing up and speaking as a citizen at any rate, but just to maybe next meeting come up with a plan if people want to attend, be there to answer questions, and that the board is clear that this is a time when you can speak for the board independently and just update people in the town, because it has traditionally been something that people talked about on town meeting day. So I've had many questions. What? You're not going to be there at all? And well, I'll be there, you know, but the board can't be there. So maybe I'll put that on for next time when we don't have such a burgeoning agenda. Sound good? Okay. Moving on. Academy capital projects. We spoke about this at the Finance Committee level and kind of wanted to come back and revisit it before we forget about it. And I guess, Sean, do you want to update, because it was a Finance Committee thing, so just talk a little bit about where we are in the process and...
Yeah, it was, basically where we are is we're probably going to need at some point a board commitment to do this, which will be a motion and then discussion and a vote. And then after that happens, then there'd be an RFP developed, and then it would be in conjunction with Stevens, it would be put out to a, you know, an idea of eventually coming to a bond vote. But it's, what we're going to actually do tonight, I'm a little unclear.
Well, if the board wants to get this scheduled and you know, get it to a point where a bond public information hearing can be developed to get funding in line for a final design and then a bid process, basically would want to vote, you know, whenever the board feels it's ready to either authorize the project or not. You know, we did hear we heard the need from our principals, and there's no solution on the short term. The modular building is fully depreciated and is not a good learning environment for those kids. So, you know, I would urge the board to, if you're not ready tonight, to, you know, be sure to have a date scheduled, keeping in mind that, as you said, the next steps are get board input on, and that's what we discussed at the finance, on any sort of specialization or customization of the project. And then if you do approve the project to move forward, that goes through the consulting and schematic design development so that we can warn a bond to the public. If the public says yes, then you can go forward with a bid, and you would hope that the bids fit within the bonded amount. The bonded amount is informed by that feasibility study and any other modifications that between now and when we go to a bid that the board may want to add, you know, for any sort of alterations, alternates, and so on.
So I guess I'm looking to the board if somebody wants to make a motion and continue that discussion, or if you want to put it on to next time. I mean, if somebody makes a motion, we can have a discussion and then postpone the motion. There's all kinds of, I got Robert's rules right there. I'm sure I can manage this.
Well, I could make a motion that the WSESD board pursue the next step in the Academy School project, and
which is to prepare for a public hearing on a bond vote for that addition.
yes,
And,
that's just what I was going to say.
oh, sorry. I thought you were looking at All right.
I was waiting to be coached. Yes, that's the motion I made.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second on that motion?
Wait.
Oh,
Can I
sorry.
read that back? Because it came from two different people and it's kind of funny. Sean moved to, what is it? Sean moved for the WSESD board to pursue the next step in the Academy School project, which is to hold a bond vote. Did I get that right?
Well, it's to prepare, yeah.
Okay.
For
To prepare to hold a bond vote.
Public information, yeah, it's we usually call it a public hearings to consider a bond proposal.
Okay, so to prepare a public hearing?
Mm-hmm. Consider a
To
bond.
prepare to, wait, So, which is to prepare a public hearing on
On a bond.
on the bond vote. Okay, thank you. Was there a second?
Is there a second? I'll second. Thank you, Emily.
So I have a question, if I may.
Of course.
So if that passes, when would the RFP actually be developed? That would be,
It generally, once you know you have funding available, you
I see.
move ahead pretty quickly.
so we do this vote, and then the next thing to do is to establish a time and a place for a bond vote.
Yes, and in between now and then, we discussed, David brought up some very good suggestions on alternative building structures, materials, opportunities. So the next step, if this motion passes, would be, I would recommend that the Finance Committee meet again and we be as specific as we can. If anyone has, as we discussed, a model, a reference, a vendor that's known to meet commercial building codes for public schools, we identify that and we make that part of our public information hearing as to what the board's goals are, what the estimated project cost is, and ultimately a timeline for construction.
We talked a lot about this in the Finance Committee, and I'm sorry that we couldn't have taped it and played it again, because it was a really good conversation. I think the reason I'm going to ask that we table this motion is because we've seen one model, we've seen one example done by obviously a competent firm for a pretty traditional, highly efficient, but pretty traditional bricks and mortar school building. Not necessarily looking anywhere toward the future, not just in terms of what the space needs might be, but what kind of a building do we want to be, what kind of buildings do we want to be building right now? The board never really talked about this. It pretty much went through the process of hiring these professionals to come in and create a model, and it's the only model we've looked at. There are other materials that could be used that may be much less expensive. We could ask for a zero carbon sort of a facility. There are now recycling toilets and waterless urinals and heat pumps and green roofs and all sorts of other building options. And there's at least one company in Vermont that can build a zero energy, zero carbon facility building pretty much to your orders, to your design. And just a couple of years ago, when I contacted them, they were confident that they could meet the the requirements for public schools. And we don't have another model to look at. And I appreciate saying let's pass this now and then we'll talk next month about finding out another model. But I would prefer that the board's going to take time and think about what kind of buildings should we be building going forward. We know what the needs are for instructional needs, but what's the best structure to put those in? And do we want to look further down the line or look further ahead than just another bricks and mortar building? It'll look really nice with the current bricks and mortar building, but it may not be the best thing. And I also look at the $1.4 million estimated price tag, and that's really what things, it's usually more, and particularly some of the things they talked about upgrading insulation and stuff. It seems like it would be more. So I just think we need to kind of slow down a little bit and have a look at some other models instead of just going ahead with and seeing if anything else pops up, but actually to actively seek some other models and talk to people that build different kinds of structures. That's my 2 cents.
Any other, I guess, in terms of tabling the motion too, I would how long would you want to table that motion until the next meeting so that we could get some more information, or do you want to table this till July,
Next meeting would be fine.
tabling it till next meeting so you could gather more information? I just don't want this to, I'm starting to forget the original presentation now, and so I just want to sort of keep it, I'm not speaking for or against your motion, but I also think time is of the essence and moving forward so that we even remember what the project entailed. So your motion is to table this until the next meeting. So, but that would be a motion, yeah, okay, we'd have to vote on the motion to table.
Yeah, yeah.
Second.
I think the project has been in the works for quite a while, and the need is critical enough that we probably should get going. I think tabling it for till the next meeting might be prudent, but I also don't want to forget that a lot of legwork has been done in terms of a needs assessment and in terms of a possible solution, by a firm that actually has done a tremendous amount for the school district here in Brattleboro. So, I mean, yeah, whatever. I think that there's a certain time frame that has to be met.
Is there a second on David's motion to table?
There was from Tim.
Okay, thank you.
What would be the, what would be the things we would be looking into, like directly that proposal didn't answer? Meaning, are we looking specifically that proposal wasn't energy efficient enough, or because it gets pretty broad, so I'm just wondering for some clarity, if we were gonna do some research, or, whoever was going to, what would that look like? Like, what are we really looking for? Like, are there a few standards that we're saying this doesn't meet, therefore we just want to explore?
No, I think there may be other options, there may be other builders, or there may be builders or other construction practices or other models that will do the same thing, will serve just as well for a lot less money. Or maybe not, I don't know. The point is that we haven't looked at other models, we've only looked at one. We should have done it a year ago, but we didn't, so here we are.
Yes.
So who would we have do that? I mean, could we not go to them and just ask them to, I mean,
To Stevens?
yeah.
They're not contractors, they're not builders.
Right, but are we asking a contractor to make this, to offer these sort of alternatives? Or aren't they, who would be the proper entity to ask for these alternatives that we would be reviewing?
The only one I know about is a company in Waterbury, although Sean tells me there's somebody in New Hampshire that...
And that's a contractor?
Yeah, they have a facility where they build buildings, and then they bring them down and put them together on a truck.
Yes, John?
Yeah, I should remove the one that I mentioned because they do residential, and there's a big, big difference between a residential construction and a commercial school, or a school construction.
They only do residential?
They only do
Yes,
residential.
they do residential.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, as far as, I don't know emphatically that would be the case, but, that could probably be answered in one phone call.
My dad built houses, but every once in a while he'd build a church or a restaurant or a public building too.
Yeah, I think there's so many, oops, we shouldn't have a private conversation, Madam Chair.
Yeah, get it.
I think there are so many specific things in terms of construction in a public school building that have to be answered. And I think, from my viewpoint, the proposal that was presented to us was somebody who was very experienced in that realm. And all the things that the HVAC, the heating, the sprinkler systems, the construction, everything is well vetted by that firm. And it's not like they don't look at longevity and also, you know, trying to get to a net zero building if possible, within the confines of the monetary outlay.
Kelly? If we did ask this place to provide us with something, would there be a cost to it? Would it be just like, I mean,
No
I
one's
guess
looked
that's.
into this, Kelly, that's my whole point. We haven't explored any of these other options. I can't answer any of these questions. Nobody can because we haven't looked at any alternatives.
But these would be, this is what I'm thinking, I just heard about tonight from you, but like, these are actual contractors, not like that, we had an engineering study done. So like the engineering study did this whole modeling, these are people who actually would be later on maybe bidding. This is like part of, I mean, essentially a part of the RFP process, but because the model doesn't fit what they do, the RFP wouldn't include them as our worry.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out too, so.
Kelly.
Hi, Kelly, Dias Academy. I don't know a lot about all of the things that go into permitting and the land, but I'm trying to understand it, and Frank and I have talked a lot with Stevens and Associates about it, and I know the study that was presented had the breakdown of all the different permitting that's required. So I just want to make sure, I think it's certainly valid, David, to look into what else is out there, just to make sure that that would encompass all of that work, because we have a lot of drainage issues back there. We have water that runs under the school, so there's potential, you know, big time construction on the environment around the area that would need to be done, that I don't know if a contracting company can do all that as like an engineer can.
Well, we own that study, so we can give that to any contractor and they'll have all that information about the site and about the permitting. So fortunately, we already have that.
Yeah, and they did a great job, yeah.
Right.
So the, what you're talking about, David, and Kelly, your question about who do we ask, who do we talk to, that is the logical next step with the Stevens Associates, in that is part of their expertise. As Kelly is saying, they have the local knowledge of the permit constraints and the site restrictions. They were the ones that helped oversee the pellet boiler, so they have all the floor plans. They are a design firm. They do the design development. So the logical next step is that we use their expertise, and if you have a specific vendor, we reach out to that vendor and say, will you engage in our process? The board defines the goals of the project, the values, and then Stevens Associates, who you've engaged, would bring their expertise around civil engineering, the mechanical, the design, and then you have the alternative building construction materials that are out there, and you see if they can come together and meet the student needs, meet the code requirements, meet the commercial building requirements, and if the answer is yes, then great, we go forward with a bond, and if the public agrees, based on whatever impact that alternative may have, up or down on that 1.4 million, then you go to a bid, and you say, here's a base bid, and here's an alternate, or maybe you get to a place where you say, I like the alternate better, that's the base, and you don't even ask for a conventional bid. Those are the normal kinds of things you figure out. But my experience is the district is much better off if you work with the professionals that do this every day, and you incorporate the various alternatives that are out there.
So is it your understanding that Stevens Associates would have a background in using people that are constructing in the shop, which is, there's a lot to be said about that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have weather, you have everything is square in the shop, so there's a lot. I've dabbled in understanding this. I'm on that Unity Homes site all the time. It's fascinating. And so is it your understanding that Stevens has expertise in working, because it's a different way of thinking about
Yep.
something than the traditional, builder
They
situation?
absolutely have expertise in evaluating whether that construction will meet the codes, the commercial codes. They have mentioned to me that they are aware of a firm that's quite notable in Vermont for net zero construction methods. And again, this is all part of, they presented a feasibility study that is it's a very efficient and logical extension of current infrastructure. So there's the base, good starting point. It's a known solution, proven for a 50-year sort of life. But everyone that I've spoken with Stevens Associates is very willing to consider any suggestions, and that's obviously what they do. They want to meet the owner's goals and expectations. So it's just a matter of you telling them what you want. And it really helps if you have a specific vendor that they can call. And then we plug it into the code compliance and all the other parameters, and we move ahead, informed.
Any other thoughts from the board on the motion to postpone to the next meeting, which is the motion before us?
So one more thing is, so then we would be tabling, and next time we would come back with maybe some, now I'm hearing this new information, some specifics that we were going to ask Stevens to do? Is that the case?
I don't think we had any specifics. I mean, someone, and I would be happy to do it, although I think, Frank probably would be better at it, but I would start with Pete Yost with Building Green and ask about contractors that have different ways of looking at building things. And then the next question is, do they know about school building codes? They have experience in that. And get some recommendations and find out what's available. Maybe if there's just nobody out there, and the people in Waterbury can build us a rectangular box and put partitions in. We can put tables in and have 4 rooms, but that's maybe not adequate. So I have no idea. I just know I would just like us to explore a lot more before we ask for $1.5 million to build an addition.
And just in terms of the motion on the table, I am just wondering if we could move forward with preparing for this while doing this simultaneously. And that's what I'm not trying to short circuit using a growth mindset and applying it to this project and thinking about things differently than they've been done for the last 100-something years. But could this be done? It might take a little bit longer to get to that place where we're ready to present, but at least we'd be doing this under the guise of moving forward with the project, and then we could focus on how we get it done. So I'd like your thoughts on that, David, about not delaying it, but just making sure that we're doing this and the board has a commitment to do that.
I'm hesitant to do that because I've been raising this issue for a couple of years now, and it just keeps moving forward with its own inertia, its own initiative. And so I just want to let's just stop and look and let everybody know that we're stopping and looking, and instead of, we'll just, we'll go through the next 3 weeks and we'll get some numbers and some figures, and then we'll just keep on steaming along with the original proposal.
Thank you, that's helpful.
So it's 3 weeks for due diligence.
So I'm Nancy Weiss, and I'm with the Wyndham Regional Career Center, and David, I just want to warn you, there are some things that you want to experience long before you invest in them.
I'm well aware of that,
And
Nancy, thank you.
having worked in a school building with waterless urinals, it was a maintenance nightmare. And
And that was how many years ago?
That was 2 years ago.
And that's not something that's necessarily going to be there. I mean, that's one thing that I mentioned in passing.
No, I know.
But
I'm just saying that there are some things that get sold as a really good idea that don't necessarily work. And the other thing I would say to you, and this is not to be in any way to derail what you're trying to do, because I completely appreciate what you're trying to do. is that as a parent of a child with a learning disability and as somebody with a learning disability myself, I think the need to have appropriate placements for those services to take place educationally need to be a priority. And the description of the situation at Academy is that that is not currently happening. And so every time you delay that process, and I'm just saying this to people in general, and I'm saying it very passionately, that every time that process is delayed, you're sacrificing the reading, writing, and math, as well as speech and language and every other special ed service for the students in that building. And I would encourage the board, both as a parent and as a learning disabled adult, not to delay any longer than you absolutely have to in making this decision or looking at alternatives, because what you're sacrificing is a child's education.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've ever been in a district where a budget or a bond was defeated, but the amount of time that is lost by going ahead with something and not being able to give a really strong argument that this is the way to go and having really strong consensus from the board promoting it is much more damaging than taking 3 weeks to explore alternatives.
Tara, did you have a question? Because you had your hand up, but I just want to get to administrators first. So
I wanted to, my name is Tara Castine, I'm from Putney. Clarification on where this process is at this very moment, because we've been hearing that it's been in the works and there's this and that has been happening. So where exactly in the process are we right now?
Frank, you want to?
Kelly, you're the closest to the situation.
I think you'll say it much more eloquently. I mean, I can just say that they know our campus really well. Like you said, they've done a lot of projects for us, but really they've met with all of the staff. They've completed the feasibility study, and now we're bringing it to you to inform you of that study and hopefully move forward with just letting the public know how it would all work and hopefully funding it. But there's nothing actually happening other than that.
There's been no study for engineering or...
That was the study that Stevens, I don't know if you were here, they presented, I can't remember the day. Yep, a couple weeks ago. And,
I was so sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good...
I'll watch it then again.
Yeah, it's a good presentation. So basically, it just encompasses the reasoning behind the addition and our current state and circumstances that kids are learning in, or trying to learn in.
If I could add.
Yes.
This project's been part of the Brattleboro Town Capital Plan for, I think, 3 years now.
Right, I remember that being part of the budget discussion.
Yeah. So maybe a year ago, the Brattleboro Town School Board authorized moving forward with the feasibility study. So that was completed just this past December, and then there was the review last month. So we're going into the third year on trying to address what has been known as a facility that's rapidly depreciating.
Frank, is that study on the website anywhere?
If it's not, I can make sure.
I thought it was, but I can't find it.
I did email it to all board members, probably January 20th, something like that, just before the January 22nd board meeting.
Is this follow-up on that?
A little bit, yeah, it is. One thing for sure, there's the White House there behind the academy was something that was added quite a while ago.
Yeah.
And it is deteriorated, and it no longer answers the need. It takes a long time for the kids to get from the building into the White House, and then they're not good facilities once they get there. So it's not like all of a sudden it just mushroomed overnight. It's a long-standing issue that actually the Brattleboro Town School Board has been looking at for quite a while. And so now we're at sort of a juncture that educational needs, as Nancy referred to, are up front and center. So, you know, it's like first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade. They go quickly, but if you don't have what is needed for those specific students at that time, and they move on, you've lost the opportunity. So, I think it's pretty important to move on now, personally. I mean, we've been working at it for a long time.
Ruby?
Ruby McNulty. I guess I just wanted to thank David for bringing it up, because I think that at the last meeting, the climate crisis and the statements from the community about the climate crisis were pretty strong, and I'm anticipating that that's going to happen again. And so I think it is having those 3 weeks of a pause to try to focus that and understand the decisions, I think is a good one. And I would just encourage you to reach out to, or somebody to reach out to, the Putney School has a net zero building. Their field house is net zero and has the kind of toilets you're talking about and has a green roof capacity. So they might have information that would be useful. And also, I don't know as much about Hilltop, but I know that's a very new building, and I can't imagine as a private school that they didn't invest in some pretty environmentally sound measures. So that was just my recommendation.
Thank you, Ruby. And that is the firm in Waitsfield that I think David is talking about, actually, that did the Putney Fieldhouse, I think. I think it's Waitsfield instead of Waterbury, maybe.
Could be. It's the valley.
The W somewhere in up there, somewhere not here.
Will the Sustainability Committee be meeting in the interim?
That's a great question.
We would.
Not for a few weeks.
Not within 3 weeks. It would be, let me see, 1, 2, 3. I think we were going to be the 9th of March, so no. Though that could be changed. Yeah.
I was gonna say, maybe we could, I'm hesitant, I want to move along with, if special needs students aren't getting the services, or aren't in an environment that's conducive to their learning, I wanna move it. But I do wanna be cognizant of the fact that this building's gonna last a long time, and like, we can't rush anything, and I don't like the idea of putting something on for later, like hoping to get through the RFP process, because I think we need to have our goals clear, so I appreciate that, David. I just wanted to place something on somebody's agenda so that we know when we come back in 3 weeks that we actually are discussing something of substance, not just some random folks that we've looked up. So I was hoping that maybe that would be easy, but it sounds like maybe you're not meeting.
We could just change it. We're not meeting on the 19th as a board, we're meeting on the 26th?
Correct.
Okay, wasn't worried about that.
School vacation.
Okay.
It doesn't affect us.
Well, administration may have other plans, though. But if committees want to meet, for sure, committees, you know, and people are around, committees can meet. So I think that's a great suggestion, Emily.
I don't know, would you be up, we could make it on the 24th, if you're okay with that, David.
Yeah, if you could try. It wouldn't give us much time before the next meeting, though, because it's the 26th.
Yeah.
Just an idea for how to ensure like kind of like a little package of information comes our way. And then we can have a really concrete conversation with some next steps.
The other thing that helps facilitate the concrete next step is if you have the engineer that's developed that study, you know, in that meeting, so that as you're defining your interests, you get a sense of what is you know, compliant and realistic, and what may not be. So again, and that's all part of you know, you could move forward with that intent, because even if you move forward right now, it doesn't mean that something happens without your, you know, oversight. You continue to kind of review the progress points going forward.
Well, I have a question. Say we held a bond proposal meeting. How long in advance would we do that? Like say we decided right now we'll do it. How far in the future would you?
Bond votes need to be warned, just like annual meeting has to be at least a 30-day advance warning for the public. And typically you want it at least another 15 to 30 days for multiple public hearings. So generally it's at least 2 months from when a board says I want to move forward with a project, but more often it could be 3 or 4 months.
Because what I'm not seeing is if we're all pretty much in agreement that we should move forward with something, but we're deciding what the details are, why not get that schedule now and then find out exactly how much and what specific type of facility we're going to make in the meantime, if there's such a wait for the public.
That's the traditional way forward.
I don't see the downside yet.
I think the only downside is if the board doesn't think Stevens and Associates will take a wide enough view of what's out there. My own sense is they will. You mentioned Building Green. I know Stevens Associates works with Building Green, has a very good rapport with Peter Yost. I don't have any concern that they will respond very assertively with whatever suggestions the school board wants pursued, and that will bring the lens of the engineering and permitting lens around the constraints.
I have an issue with Stevens doing that. That's the first time that if you've said it before, it didn't get through, but that's the first time you've talked about having them contact other people and look and do this work. But the first thing I said about the pause or the tabling was so that we would have time to think about what is it that we would like to have explored. What are some things we would want to make sure are included? How committed are we to zero energy? How committed are we to green roofs? Do we want to? Do we want to continue burning wood pellets and run those pipes into that building, or do we want to look at if it's a tight enough building, we could use heat pumps, which would run with electricity? And we haven't talked about this yet, and I didn't want to start until we got out of the budget process, but we have the option that Brattleboro Town Schools contracted to take solar energy off a field that produces a lot more electricity than we need years ago. And we had after 7 years, which is after the investors get all their money back, we have the option to buy it. And we might want to we definitely want to at some point look at the numbers and see if that makes any sense. Doesn't mean they're going to sell to us, but we found out that made sense, and we could buy that field and do heat pumps. We wouldn't be spending any money either. So there are just all kinds of questions that we haven't talked about or thought about in terms of going forward. We just said, let's get these experts come in and give us a plan and tell us how much it costs, and we'll go ask taxpayers for the money. And we haven't thought about it. We haven't talked about it. We don't have answers. I'm perfectly happy to vote for this, and if I know that you're going to go talk to Stevens tomorrow and have him check with the Putney School Field House and talk to Building Green and find out whether their options are out there, and talk to the manufactured facility people as well, and see if there's a way we can do this for a lot less money that's going to provide the same services for the kids.
So David.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Well, the motion's been seconded. We could vote the motion down. I'm going to suggest that maybe our motion, if this motion is voted down, because I hear what you're saying, and I think these are valid points, and I think if the board is doing their due diligence, it's more likely to pass a bond vote, so that our motion to go forward will include this information carefully worded by a thoughtful motion maker so that it's very clear what the board intent is, so that we can move forward on this now, but it's very clear what our expectations are, as much as you can turn that into a motion in the next few minutes once this once let's just vote, it's easier to just vote this motion down, so, if that's, or whichever way it goes. But
I would rather have time to think about it, because frankly, we do this, we make up motions, and Wendy does the best she possibly can to figure out what we mean, but after we pass them, we're not necessarily sure what we voted, so I would rather not do it in a hurry.
So we could lay this on the table till later in the meeting, so you could craft a motion that you would feel comfortable. I'd love to get this motion to either delay or not off the table. If that's okay, we could go back to the main motion, lay that on the table till later in the meeting, so we could, you could work on crafting something if that's okay with the board. So we could have a motion that kind of encompasses and makes people comfortable about moving forward. Yes, Sean.
This may be a little tangential, but I remember in the presentation that Stevens made, they started talking about the windows in the Academy School, which is not part of this, what we're considering now. But the thing that they showed very clearly is that you can buy windows that would be, do everything that a wall could do, or you could buy windows, that didn't do much. And they carefully chose, there's a curve. There's a curve when you're trying to save money with energy. And once you get into the vertical part of that curve, you probably never will save the money. So from that one comment that Diane made, I realized they've already taken a lot of things into consideration in terms of the actual structure that will be built and how much it will cost and where the curve it has the sweet spot. And that's what we want to hit as a public entity building anything, is we want to hit the sweet spot, which is something that the public can afford that answers the need that it has to be met.
So we have a motion on the table to lay this on, to postpone this vote on moving forward with the Academy project until the next meeting. Are we ready for that vote? All those in favor of the motion to postpone, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
The nays appear to have it.
Can you tell me the count on that, please?
So the yays were David and Thomas.
Okay, and Kelly.
Oh, and Kelly. Ooh.
So 3.
Oh, I didn't hear
4.
Kelly. I thought it was just 2.
So it's a 3-4.
So it's a 3-3. I did not vote. I would be the tiebreaker. I will vote to. I vote the motion to postpone. Sorry. Sorry, I'm losing it. It must be 9 o'clock. Yes. I'm voting with Sean, which was a yay. Yes. Yes. No, because it's a nay. It's a nay.
Oh,
That's what I'm
nay,
having
yes,
trouble
thank
with.
you,
Yeah,
thank
it's a
you.
nay. I vote nay.
So 3-4, the motion failed.
Yes. And so if it's okay with the board, we're going to lay the main motion on the table till, how about after review candidates night, before executive session? So that gives us some time to just craft a motion we can all feel comfortable with. Superintendent search update, I believe I already kind of covered that, yeah? Okay, woo! So, moving on to new business. We have some representatives to make a request to the board, and I apologize. You never know. I thought.
You told me that.
Madam Chair, would you ask the visitors to sign in?
Yes, visitors, I need to have you guys sign in if you want to come and do a press. There's seats right here. You can have a seat so BCTV can get you, and if you're going to speak, I need to have your names at some point, either before you speak or after on them. That's the state of Vermont. That's not me.
You can pass it around too. It doesn't have to stay up here.
Thank you, Wendy, for.
Yeah, sure. You're welcome.
Thanks, Ruby. This is the POW flag.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, these were students. Welcome.
Thank you. So we'll introduce ourselves first. We are all part of the Rolling Thunder Inc. group organization. I'm Kelly Kolansky, and I'm one of the board members, an active member of the group.
My name's Todd Kolansky. I'm the vice president of our chapter.
Bill Phillips, I'm a board member.
Christine Phillips, I'm a member of Rolling Thunder.
And they might be a little shy, but we...
Elias Dombreski, I'm also a member.
Jenna Emery.
We are here to talk to you just a little bit. We'll try to take just very brief time. It sounds like you've probably had a long evening already and may not be done. To just tell you a little bit about the Rolling Thunder organization, what that is, what we do, and what our request to you all tonight is. Rolling Thunder is an organization that the primary focus is to bring and raise awareness of the prisoners of war and missing in action from all wars. To date, there is still about 82,000 POWs and MIAs who have not, their remains have not been brought home, or they have not been brought home. There's still a lot of work, a lot of research that's happening to still try to locate those individuals or their remains. So that is ongoing and active all the time, year-round. And so our organization tries to bring that awareness to the community. We really try to push to kind of remind people that there's all of those people or their remains that are still out there. These are, folks, parents and grandparents and children and loved ones and our ancestors. And regardless of people's views on war, these are people who have served our country and in one way or another have given their lives for our country. And we feel very strongly that they deserve our respect and honor, and so for us to not let them be forgotten. So that's the main focus. We also spend a great deal of time fundraising and getting out in the community to help support veterans who are here now. This is all very local. We do a lot of everything from getting Christmas trees to local veterans who, can't afford to get one themselves. Homeless veterans, we get them sleeping bags and food, things of that sort. We do put on breakfasts for veterans. We do lots of different fundraisers throughout the year and do the best we can to support our local veterans.
There's a few places around that hold, like, say every Thursday, they'll hold a lunch and veterans can come eat for free. So we will donate some of our money to help that organization be able to keep these veterans fed at least one day a week.
We participate in the annual and national Wreaths Across America. We do that at the Bennington Veterans Home. We spend time going to the Veterans Home other times of the year to visit the veterans that are there. We do rides in honor of the veterans. So we are very busy year-round with many different activities. And so one of the things that we do is to see where we can kind of have the POW MIA flags out there as a reminder to people. And so our request to you all, to the board, is to have a POW MIA flag flown at each of the WSES schools. Or as many of them as you would allow, as much as possible. We have actually already purchased a number of flags, so we have them, and brand new ones. They're the standard 3x5. And we're happy to give those to you as a gift.
And we just think that's really important, especially for the younger generations to know about that history and know there's still people out there, and all of the efforts that are going on to try to keep their memories alive and to try to find them and get them home. Is there anything else
We do.
want to add?
We also put on the world's largest peaceful demonstration. Last year was it was in Washington, D.C. We had over 1.3 million motorcycles in the Pentagon parking lot, and for a 2-mile radius around the Pentagon, it was nothing but motorcycles. That happens on Memorial Weekend, and it's actually a pretty heart-wrenching thing where you can walk down near the wall in DC and hear a pin drop with that many people present. It's all about respect, it's all about memories, it's all about raising awareness still, and kind of showing Congress also that we're not giving up on the POW and MIA issue. So the Rolling Thunder organization, we are not a motorcycle club. We are an organization, anybody can be part of it. That's all of our goals, is to just keep raising awareness, and we're hoping that by some of the schools flying the flag and maybe having a couple kids ask a question, what is that? They'll get the answer and keep spreading the awareness.
I would add too that we're very excited that on November 7th of 2019, the President signed a bill into law that all federal buildings and memorials now have to fly the POW-MIA flag alongside the American flag. So that was a big thing that was the organization pushed for a very long time, and finally made that progress. So that was very exciting.
Thank you for all the important work you do in supporting veterans and raising awareness to this issue. Thank you so much for reminding us about it too, as there's so many things we think about, and really appreciate
Easily
that.
forgotten.
I think we would need to, I don't think it's something we can say yes, because we would have to get some legal guidance, because there's some question about if we choose to, what flags we're choosing to put up and down and how that process occurs.
Yeah.
And I did speak with, we had our student council representatives earlier, and sort of they couldn't stay till we got to this point. They had homework to go home and do, and we couldn't say no to that. But there has been some talk about a student-centered process at the high school, and so I asked the student council to consider this, and they're going to watch the tape and hear that. So that may go down a different process. But I think I'm not sure. This seems like something maybe to hand over to a committee, but I can't think of a committee off the top of my head except for maybe policy.
Policy, yeah.
Yeah, that maybe the policy committee, which is going to meet in the next week, could just understand, because there's maybe flags we wouldn't want to fly. And so just to make sure that we are going through a process that is not putting us in a situation where somebody who may have an alternate idea that is not as noble as yours we might have to fly their flag. So I think the policy committee seems like the place to do that. I just gave myself more work. But make sure that we're understanding what we can do, and I think I'm sure I can speak for the full board in saying that we support your cause, and just want to make sure that we're careful and thoughtful about how we would go forward in terms of helping you publicize that. And it's good we're on camera and there's so many principals here, because maybe they have alternate ideas. So Mr. Parent.
So yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the process at the high school. John will remember this as well. About 2 years ago, we put together a committee composed of, it's a rotating committee composed of students and staff that do vet requests to fly various flags. They actually have one request pending right now for the LGBTQ flag. And so the process that we put together, Sean, help me if I forget, was that requests come to this group, and it's a student and staff group. They vet those requests, and then they make a decision that then goes to the board for their blessing or non-blessing. And, you know, that was with the old BU6 board. I'm not sure if you want to follow that same procedure or not. But that's kind of what we've done.
Yeah, I don't, because I have another idea. If you could leave your contact information, I think what I'd like to do, you haven't, okay, is ask that student group to invite you to come in and make that presentation, because they don't have that information, neither do we. You know, I read about Rolling Thunder every year, and, you know, it's great.
You can join if you want.
Actually, my motorcycle is like 46 years old. It's not going much further than...
Just need a haircut.
But that sounds like, that is Steve's idea, correct? Like you go through that.
Do the students invite people in to make a pitch? Oh, okay, because I didn't understand it. Yeah, so we're all set.
You're in vehement agreement with me.
Yeah.
Excellent. Any other?
Well, you might mention, there is going to be, I believe, erected on this campus, the BUHS District 6, or is no longer District 6, there'll be a flagpole that will be just a student flagpole. I don't know where that is right now, but you know, that was one of the things that came up. So if it's a student-directed thing, it really is nice for the board to think about.
That's understandable, and I totally agree where that is. Just understand, or let me remind that when flying flags, there actually is a certain legal process how they have to be flown, and if you only have one flagpole, then it's the American flag, the state flag if you fly it, and then the POW MIA flag under that. And then if you have 3 poles, you know, there is a certain way. You can't just fly the POW MIA flag off to the side. It has to be with the American flag in some way, shape, or form, depending on how your poles are set up. And I don't know if any other organizations that are looking to fly a certain flag, if they do, that's great, but I would look into that first. Just because I know that there are some protocols for flying flags.
So this would be a statute-driven protocol.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but
So maybe.
That's why we need the lawyers.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have some homework.
If you can't fly higher than the American flag, that's for sure.
Yeah, nothing flies higher than the American flag.
Sounds like a good task to get a lawyer involved. So we'll schedule our policy meeting, and perhaps you and I can just get informed a little bit beforehand and just figure out what we can and can't do. Every step you take, it's like, oh, what? So we just like to run it up the flagpole before we run it up the flagpole. There we go, 9:10, and I made a good pun. Thank you all so much for coming in and raising awareness, and everybody at BCTV to raise awareness, and thanks again for all the hard work you do, supporting people who really deserve our support.
absolutely, we're happy to, and thank you very much for making time for us. Again, I know it's a pretty bad time of the year. There's a lot going on this time of year for you guys, so.
Well, I haven't found a good time of the year yet, but a time like the present. But thanks for waiting till after we got through the depths of budget season. So we'll put you on the agenda, and I'll reach out to you and just kind of keep you appraised of how we're doing. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Next, the current policy for pre-K admission. And I'm thinking the person that brought this concern to me is not here, because I recognize everybody here. And so I had gotten a letter from a parent that was concerned, and I emailed back and forth, and I'm not entirely sure what 100% what the concern was, but there seems to be a protocol, because it's not a board policy, that schools, in-school pre-Ks are giving preference to people with siblings in older grades, and then there's a lottery afterwards for the remaining slots that is notified on April 1st. So that is my understanding, but I just wanted to kind of understand what this policy is, and I expressed a little concern about an April 1st date, because generally you have to make a financial commitment to a preschool sometime before April 1st. And I don't think things have gotten easier since back when my kids, maybe Tim could speak to that better than I, or oh, Thomas, you're not there yet, so you're not in that position yet. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear on what is being done in what the current, it's not policy, because it's not a policy, because I don't know of it. So I just wanted to find out what procedures are going on. And
So I asked Janice, John, and Julianne to be here tonight, so they can
Excellent.
talk a little bit about that.
Sorry it's so late.
Well, I'll start and people can just jump in. I think that up until now, the 3 schools that had pre-Ks kind of did their own thing, and as a merged board, a unified district, we sat together a couple of weeks ago to talk about, do we want to have a uniform approach to accepting or letting families know that kids have a spot in pre-K. Now we have 4 pre-Ks. So we proposed this idea, trying to be as fair and inclusive as possible, because sometimes there are more families interested in sending kids to pre-K than there are slots. So we developed this idea about honoring the siblings, because that is a practice that happens in the schools in Brattleboro, and deciding that we would use the date of April 1st. But after doing a little bit of polling myself of the private preschools, April 1st seems to be the day that many of them want to have a decision with a financial commitment on the part of parents. So if April 1st is too late, I think everybody felt comfortable walking it back to March 15th or 16th?
March 13th.
13th.
The registration packets would be due, and then March 16th, the lottery would take place.
So then people would be aware. So in your mind, there wouldn't be anyone that would be in a position of having to put their good money down onto a preschool program, which is, those are painful payments, and so there's nobody that requires a commitment before that. And
well, again, not that I know of.
Okay.
And I did poll the programs that are most likely to not have kind of rolling admissions.
Yep.
I mean, although all of them do, but Hilltop, April 1st. Grammar School, April 1st.
And so with the rolling admission then because there have been times that you can't get into something, so are we relatively certain that March 16th date will mean that people won't then be left out in the cold of finding a program with that? I mean,
I would say relatively certain. Okay. I don't think we can have 100% guarantee, but if those schools' spaces aren't filled by April 1st, then they can continue to enroll students.
I'm just thinking, is there a way, do we need to go earlier to assure that people have an opportunity to put their children in pre-K? I guess there's no spots, but I don't want to cause problems for families with this offering if there's something.
Yeah.
So Julianne.
I think one of the issues too with moving the date later is that we were concerned about families who might move into town or who might really benefit from our pre-K programs, but not, for a variety of reasons, not make that deadline. And so that is a concern too. So if we move it too early, we're potentially leaving out families who may need additional support in getting the paperwork done, getting their materials in, and so that's something to consider as well. So there's kind of some bigger issues to think about, not just this year, but in future years, about how these slots get filled.
Thank you, I hadn't thought about it that way.
So this is on a different topic that you mentioned, and Christina, you did too, but I'm not fully, I think maybe I glazed over, I'm not really sure. So what's the policy on if you have a sibling who goes to a school? Can you restate that?
Well, I'm going to ask some of the principals to help here, but I think that if you have a sibling in that school, then you would get priority in the enrollment for the preschool. So if you have an older brother in 4th grade, and you are going to be a child who goes to that elementary school, then you would get a spot in the preschool. Did I say that right?
You did.
And the reasoning for that is that we really don't want parents to be having to drive one kid to this school, another one to this school.
I was more thinking like, so if it's a first child, they don't have priority over somebody who has a kid already in the school, but they would be sending their kid. Let's say it was Demerston. I feel a little strange about a policy where somebody who just lives in the district and could take up a slot might really need it, but somebody else's kid's already in the school and they get priority. It seems kind of random in that way. You know what I mean? Because you're saying like even if you're in that town, you wouldn't receive priority unless you have a kid already in the school. Is that the case?
If you...
That is correct. So, for example, if you have, we have limited spots. So in your example, if I heard you correctly, I understand it correctly, if you have a child, they're in 4th grade, and that they have there's a younger sibling that would be entering the pre-K, in the scenario that we've crafted, that family would have priority over another family that has their first child and they want to enter that child into our pre-K. Did I understand that correctly? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense for the driving circumstances. I'm just thinking if a family had a 4-year-old they're enrolling in pre-K and they have somebody they're going to daycare, they're still doing the same efforts. So it seems it's a hard rule to make. And I guess in Brattleboro's case, it would mean a kid is in Oak Grove, so a kid, maybe you have a sibling in Academy, but you don't get priority.
And Brattleboro is so different that I didn't even introduce Mary as having a pre-K, because part of that is Head Start, and it's a Brattleboro town, so it's a different process. It's a different process.
Okay.
So I wanted to, there was a parent concern and they're not here, so I'm not 100% sure what the concern was, but like, oh, okay.
I'd like to add something just for Julianne and John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but also the child entering pre-K doesn't automatically get in. They do have to fill out the registration paperwork. They do have to go through that registration process, but they are given that spot if they go through all of that paperwork, and just like everybody else would have to do.
I wonder about disconnecting the two, so people that are in the district are the easy ones to find, and moving that situation up a little bit earlier so people understand what the chances are of their getting a spot. So maybe if it was a March 1st deadline to get the registration materials in for people that have this golden ticket, basically, into pre-K, so that you understand there's only 3 spots left, and there's 15 kids looking at those 3 spots. I better get on it and make sure I have a spot for my child in a private setting. As just a way to kind of disconnect these two things, because the families that are in the school should be able to get their paperwork, I would think, and I don't mind having a higher bar for people that are getting an advantage, which it is. And so maybe we could just connect the two so people would understand just kind of what the possibilities are for their child to be in preschool. Because having been through the first year of it, people were intensely interested, and I get it, that, you know, what are the chances that I can be in there? So anything we can do to give people more information at an earlier date, I think would be helpful. But I don't want to, you know, I don't know what the unintended consequences are because I hadn't thought of Julianne's consequence before, but it gives you more time to find people who could sort of disconnect, you know, they don't have to be so connected, I guess. I don't think we need to come up with a solution tonight, but I just wanted to kind of hear what was being done, and so that when somebody calls me with a question, I go, oh, I don't know anything about this. So, Ruby.
Ruby McNulty. I guess I had a point of clarification, or a question, because I have a kid in Putney in second grade and in kindergarten, and so in Putney, I believe that they actually accept your pre-K application really very far out. So I feel like my kid was, 3 or 2 when I put his name down.